So in other words, the standard thing that happens in this part. Just do all the talking. Don't.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Casino Gran Via here in Madrid, Spain for continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Rollers Series 2022. Ali Najad joined by Brian the Czar Rast. And Brian, we had a jam-packed day yesterday as the 25K short deck got underway, but first and foremost was the conclusion of event number 3, where Chris Brewer was crowned champion, his first title in the Triton Series. He was joined by the likes of Mike Watson, Rob Young, and Tom Dwan at that final table. And we want to give you a quick look back before we dive into today's continuing coverage of event number 5, that 25K Euro from event number 3. First player to bust out was Tom Dwan, and it was 3 successive bust outs at the hands of pocket aces. First, Dwan's 2 10s were drawing effectively dead on the flop. The look on his face said pretty much everything, as the 6 of spades on the turn made it official. And Dwan still wearing a smile after Watson busted him out. And Watson would actually claim 2 of the first 3 pelts at that table. Devin Tang found himself all in against aces with a couple of jacks. He was up against Rob Young. Rob was cheering for him, it would seem. But unfortunately, on the Queen 9-7 board, where he turned the gut shot straight draw, he was not able to hit the jack or the 10, and his elimination would further whittle the field down. Then with 5 players remaining, Watson again picked up aces, and Webster with the 2 kings flopped the open-ender. You see him nodding as if to say, yeah, I know. There's some chances that I can get there, but the Queen of Hearts made it official. Webster picked up $101,000 for his effort, busting out in 5th. And then it was the turn of Max Silver, playing under the UK flag. His Queen Jack opened, and then Watson, with the King Queen on the button, asked for all of it. Silver would oblige and was dominated. On the flop, he did add a little equity in the form of the gut shot, the ace-9-8 board. But unfortunately, the cards he needed, a 10 or a jack, were nowhere to be found on the turn, nor on the river. 131,000 euros went Max's way, and Max has actually already called it a series as he returned back to Dublin, Ireland. Will not be playing any further events. And then it was the turn of Rob Young. Ace-queen against 2 kings, and not 1 but 2 queens would leave the kings in dire straits in a massive 8 million chip pot. The turn did not contain a king, and ultimately nor would the river. And Rob Young was left to collect 173,000 euros and was pretty disappointed. The story would not be the same, though, for Chris Brewer, who overcame a pretty massive chip deficit at the onset to eventually sit with a better than 3-1 chip lead in this pot, where he flopped the joint up against Watson, who flopped bottom 2 with backdoor clubs. Brewer would fire 600,000. Watson would make the call. And on the turn, there was no improvement. Brewer summoned the rest of Watson's chips, and that's when Sir Watts kind of went into the tank. Obviously, bottom 2, very vulnerable on this board, texture Rast. But in the end, he did make the call and realized that the good news was he wasn't drawing dead, but the bad news was there was no 10 or 7 on the end. Watson would finish in second for 269,000. But it was Chris Brewer picking up his first title in the 372,000 euros. So congratulations to that young man. Obviously, it seemed like he was going to be showered at one point, where he held the 2 queens against the aces of Rob Young. There was quite a bit of chatter about that specific spot. Talked to him about it in the winner's interview. It really was just the perfect storm of events that put him in a spot where he knew that Rob Young had the aces. Rob exposed his own hand, and when he
they
flopped
sweated
quads,
it together.
Yeah, right.
And
But
I mean,
Rob was the catalyst to that.
The climate at the table at the time was, it was really jovial. Everybody was chatting. I mean, Rob, it wasn't even the first time Rob would sweat his hand after there was some action with whoever was sitting next to him. So, and even after it happened, I mean, Brewer exposed his own hand.
Right.
Right. So, I mean, it was a really unique, interesting situation where, I don't know, my take on it was, everybody was kind of so caught up in kind of having a good time and gambling, which you actually don't see all the time at kind of events where they're playing for this much money, that kind of everybody lost a little bit of their bearings, made an interesting decision. But I felt like the floor dealt with it perfectly. Everybody seemed like it was fine. It did have an impact on, obviously, what ended up happening, because instead of going out 6, he ended up winning. But, such is the sliding doors nature of poker.
Yeah, by the letter of the law, in speaking to tournament director Luca Vivaldi after the event to kind of get up to speed with exactly what had happened, apparently a penalty was due to Rob Young for having influenced the action by exposing his cards. But of course, Rob made an honest mistake, was under the impression that Chris Brewer had moved all in, and even Chris himself exposed his 2 queens afterward, as you mentioned, forgetting that he had only put 2 of his $3 million. What I really loved, and weigh in on this, was that the players got together and said, hey, listen, Luca, there's no reason to penalize Rob. He didn't gain any competitive advantage by exposing his hand. In fact, he failed to bust Chris Brewer in a spot where he might have otherwise had he not exposed the 2 aces and then moved all in after flopping quads. So why add insult to injury there? Agree?
Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah. He gained in fact, the opposite of a competitive advantage. It was bad for him. Mm-hmm. But similarly, Brewer didn't want to gain and didn't gain any competitive advantage by showing his 2 queens after it happened. I mean, I just think it's a situation where a bunch of guys just lost sight of the moment and just made some weird, goofy decisions, and it ended up being where it was. I like the fact, actually, that he didn't get a penalty. I felt like maybe that would have been going a little too far. You could even say, hey, if he gets a penalty, I mean, Brewer exposing his hand out of turn with there's still money to play, is that a penalty also? I like that there was no penalty. To me, that almost speaks to, listen, sometimes in some tournaments there's this idea of, we got to enforce the rules 100%, which is great. Sometimes it should be that way, right? But Triton, I think, is a little bit more exclusive. A lot of these guys know each other. They play cash games with each other. Oftentimes in the big stakes cash games, and I can attest to this, there's a gentleman's rule aspect of things, like what did you intend to do? Is this person malicious? Is it a repeat offense?
Right.
And that wasn't the case with either Rob or Chris. So I like that there was no penalty given, and this kind of followed the more gentleman's rule aspect of poker as opposed to the letter of the law in a tournament. And I like it when it can be more that way, right? And it kind of encourages maybe people to have fun, because, if you're kind of having fun and you do something silly and mess up, you're not going to get super penalized for it.
Yeah. And it wasn't a chronic offender
No.
sort of situation whatsoever, and the subjectivity was employed there by Luca, and I think everybody was definitely in support of that. Let's turn our attention briefly to the Player of the Year race. Now, this is the first official Triton stop of 2022. At the top of the leaderboard is Paul Pua, the boss man, co-founder of the Triton series, and close second behind him is going to be Chris Brewer, courtesy of that title in event number 3. Of course, the Player of the Year will be picking up $200,000 and a Player of the Year trophy. Now let us turn our attention to day 2 of event number 5, the 25,000 euro short deck event. We had 68 total entries, 36 of them unique. Currently, 13 players remain, and only 9 are going to get paid. And Rast, as you think about short deck and the differences between long deck or traditional no limit, in the bubble moment in particular, what is it that we can look forward to or pay attention to as we near the money bubble, in contrast perhaps to its long deck counterpart?
Yeah, I mean, short deck has spots where the ICM is very extreme. And I mean, it can be common on the bubble, for example, to have spots where, theoretically speaking, a person under a certain amount of ICM pressure just can't, or isn't supposed to, rather, play anything other than aces, right? So there can be much more extreme ICM pressure that, like, almost to me, this reminds me of having played some sit and goes in my career on that sit and go bubble where it's like 60-40 for the top 2, and then, third gets nothing. and running ICM spots, whatever this was like 9 years ago, I'd see these just crazy spots where it's like somebody can just jam any two and the other guy can only play like aces and kings, right? And you just don't see that very often in no limit hold'em tournaments. But I think short deck, because some of the equities run closer and you need to be over a certain threshold, you kind of get that coming up more. Now, whether or not players want to abide by that for various reasons, maybe they don't know, maybe they don't care, or maybe they're like, you know what, I'm going to play with this guy in a bunch of other future game situations, and I'm going to teach him a lesson that you can't just run over me just because you think ICM lets you do it. So there's a number of reasons, but that's really the biggest difference to me.
All right, one of the other big differences when you're watching a Triton event is that you can actually follow the action in real time, albeit on the delay along with us here on the stream, so real time to you through the Triton Poker Plus app. And I want to walk you through now a little bit of what that app looks and feels like. From inside the booth, we use it quite often to keep tabs on where things are at. Here you see the leaders tab where you can actually scroll through and find all of the top chip stacks.
Wait, Ali, you're giving them all of our secrets, Ali. Don't do that.
No, it's all right. Come on.
Okay.
We want everybody to enjoy the same degree of access that we have here.
Fair enough.
425,000 for Ivan Liao is going to be the short stack right now, experienced player in the Triton series. We've got Ryan Hume, 4.4 million. He only played the London 2019 event prior to this stop. His second ever, has no cashes, knocked out 4 players in one hand on not one, but 2 occasions during yesterday's play. Verified with him. As I was looking through the app, I could hardly believe my eyes. I was like, Ryan, I just want to make sure we don't have a technical glitch here. You knocked out 8 total guys in the span of 2 hands. He's like, yes, I did. And
wow.
Hence the chip lead, obviously. You can also go down and take a look at the payouts tab. 497,000 euros is going to go to the champ, 357 to the runner-up, and we scroll all the way down to 9th place, where 49,400 euros are going to be available. We played down to the 15 and 30K ante level and through it. Yesterday, you can see the end of day 1 was right there, and as we come back on day 2, level 13 is going to be upon us with the 20 and 40,000 ante structure. Looking at our feature table over here, there is so much talent across these 5 players, a tremendous amount of total cashes and some titles as well, experienced Triton players, and of course then we have Ryan Hume, the first timer. Ivan Liao, shortest stack in the tournament, is at this feature table. And as you and I have witnessed, Rast, the short stack actually can be the one that dictates play when we're at the feature table. The short stack kind of holds the power in short deck.
Certainly, and I think this happens not just in short deck, of course, because the effective stack in any pot is dictated by the short stack. Some guy has, 20 antes, another guy has 80 antes. Well, the 80 ante is only playing for the 20 antes, so what that means is, and in short deck, it's dictated, I guess, even further because you can shove at much deeper relative stack depths than you find players doing it in full deck, right? So in short stack, this all-in jamming kind of dictates play. And as stacks get relatively shorter as it goes on, you find this dynamic dominating play, and this stretch of the tournament, there's a lot of pre-flop all-ins, which is, of course, dictated by the shorter stacks that are doing it.
All right. Later on today, we will also have coverage of the $50,000 no-limit hold'em long deck as the buy-ins begin to escalate here in Triton, culminating in a one-bullet event number 14, 150,000 euro short deck. And initially, I was under the impression one bullet meant no rebuys. That is not the case, at least as of right now. I know there's some fluid discussions going on amongst the players, but that just means that you don't get the 3 lammers that you normally get in order to redeem additional stacks courtesy of each buy-in. It is just 1 lammer, 1 chip stack per buy-in at 150,000 euros apiece. Things could get very big very quickly. We are just moments away from sending it back down inside Casino Gran Via, where our feature table players are cutting open their bags, getting ready to go. And if you want to learn more about those players, once again, you can go to the Triton Poker Plus app. I'll walk you through it here. When you have the feature table up, you can actually click on any given player's name. You can track their stack as things have gone on. You can look at individual hand histories. And here you see the profile tab, where you can actually bring up videos from past appearances on Triton, total Triton earnings, cashes, and you can scroll back through their entire history. So no shortage of information as you dive deeply into the Triton universe. Meanwhile, brought to you by GG Poker, we show you the chip counts at the feature table. Mention Ryan Hume, the overall chip leader, along with Tom Dwan, both seated here, as well as the shortest stack in the event, Ivan Liao, with Cao and Chun Tong Xiao in between. A couple of players playing under the Malaysian flag. Rui Cao playing under the French flag. Of course, Dwan, the American. And chip leader Ryan Hume playing for Hong Kong. 2 kings to start things off for Hume. And with those 20K antes, he will shoot it up to 130,000. Dwan with a dusty cutoff holding, and back over to Chun Tong Xiao's King Jack off on the button.
Feels like a nice hand to play right here. He's going to call.
Be a lot nicer if he wasn't up against 2 kings,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, not quite good enough to go all in. Seems like the prudent decision.
Oh, king in the window, followed by a couple of aces and 2 diamonds. Kings full, no waiting.
Those aces might save Chun Tong Xiao from losing too much here.
$150K to start things off. And Tong Xiao just puts it into the muck, Brian.
Yeah, listen, he's on a shortish stack. They're pretty close to the money, and maybe that was a kind of a dicey spot, right? I mean, you call. Really, what you're hoping for after the call is kind of just a check down, right? You know, if your opponent has something like a flush draw, gutter, maybe they fire a second barrel, put you in a tough spot, and then obviously they could have the 3 aces. I mean, you're not thinking they have kings, right? What if they have a hand like ace jack, ace 10? You know, you're basically drawing dead versus that hand. So yeah, it's a spot where I just think he decided not to play the super tough route and call in position and most likely fold to future barrels, and where usually you're beat, but sometimes you're not. Just pass it up and preserve his stack heading into the bubble here.
At that point, there were 5 shorter stacks than Chun Tong Xiao still remaining in the field. So obviously he's going to be keeping a close eye on that, as Ivan Liao under the gun will rip it in there with the ace-6. A reminder to those of you who are newer to short deck that the ace does play for wraparound straights as a 5. And of course, flushes beat full houses. Liao picks up an orbit's worth of ante-money. A little relief for the time being. Only one first-timer to Triton still remaining in the field, and it is the hometown man, Santi Jiang. Jiang is currently seated at table 3, playing 4-handed, along with Kenneth Key, Michael Soiza, and Wai-Kin Yong, son of Richard Yong, co-founder of Triton. At the other outer table is Wai-Kin's father and co-founder of Triton, Richard Yong, playing with Jason Kuhn, Chris Brewer, and Ike Haxton in a highly American lineup. Meanwhile, Ryan Hume mulling it over. Declines ace-6. Chun Tong Xiao trying to limp it in there, and Rui Cao wags his finger at him. 1.3 million all in, making quick work of the Queen 10.
No.
Is the Frenchman.
No.
Showing the ace.
7.85 million in career Triton earnings for Rui Cao. 8 cashes and 1 title. That 1 title, though, coming in a short deck main event back in Montenegro in 2019. A 1 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in, where he picked up 26.3 million HKD.
Nice little pickup for a very modest holding.
Morning.
Once again, Cow jams.
Looks like 1-4 to me.
1.415.
Feels like Roy Cow has
You asked that before looking at your cards?
Yeah.
different
You didn't want to
strategic
Just scare me.
impulses here.
I don't want to be confused when I look at my cards and like, oh man, now I have to ask for count. And like,
I mean, look at it first, right? I'm all in already.
just early on, so I have a round about how much everyone has. Like, I'm not gonna do it every time.
Are you at all surprised at Cow's willingness to get after the chip leader's
I
button
usually
with
ask before
so many
I look
shorter stacks
when
still
they're not
remaining in
all
the field?
When they're all in.
Approaching the bubble?
Let me sweat first.
Look at them one by one.
You can scare me after.
No, not too surprised.
Look, how much do you have?
Roy
If
Cow's
you look, you don't count any cards.
historically been
It'd be brutal
quite
if you're
aggressive.
not paying attention. You say
It's
it, and he just like
even
sweats
having
in
played with him in
aces,
cash
you know?
games in the
And you're
past.
like, really? How much?
And I mean,
How
King
much?
Jack off is a pretty good hand. I mean, the hand that stood out a little more than that was when he jammed versus the limp with the ace-7 off before, because now another person showed interest in the pot. Of course, on that hand he had ace-7, actually the chip leader couldn't have picked him off. Ivan Liao was behind him on the button with only 500. So,
And Liao here, taking his turn to jam in the interest of preserving his stack.
未拗到，未有機會，佢都唔 call 你。北海副牌都唔想人哋 call。
Northbound start to him.
即係賭嗰啲牌。
花，一定要推咯，唔係 happy。
揾煙傾咯。
揾煙傾，揾10色咯，揾10色咯。
I mean, there's still a decent amount of play left till the bubble. I mean, 4 people need to get knocked out, and I mean, there's just there's not that many people who are really short, so could take a little bit.
Well, a lot of times we talk about really short as 10 bigs in long deck. 20 big blinds or less can kind of be considered somewhat short. In short deck, is there a cutoff? Is there a threshold agreed upon sort of depth at which there's cause for concern?
I mean, the only stack that's starting to get there, really, I mean, Ivan Liao, 28 antes, right?
That's more than the
kind of-
21 he came in with.
It's kind of like saying he's maybe around 10 big blinds, right? It's similar.
Well,
But
you've got 5-handed action,
everybody else is closer to the 40 ante.
double ante on the button, 4 other antes. That's 6 antes total required per orbit. So
Yeah.
in terms of M, Liao currently just shy of 5M. Meanwhile, Jack 10-9, we've got a flop here between Duan and Chuntong Xiao, who has bottom pair and an open ender, and will call the 60K from Duan's top pair.
And this was a
Board
good
pairs
card
on
for
the turn.
Tom. But, you know, Tom's out of position with a very vulnerable hand, and Chun Tong Xiao is in position, and that queen is a really nice card to maybe bluff with. Now, what's not in his favor is the fact that he isn't really that deep. So maybe you would have seen if he had over 1 million or something comfortable. But again, it seems that post-flop he's definitely been
Where
trying
you
to
grew up?
avoid some situations.
Hong Kong. You grew up in Hong Kong?
Yeah.
The King
Where you-
Jack
where you
lay down
study?
on the flop a little bit ago.
US.
US.
And then here with the
Satsuki
queen nine.
or-
But now he's starting to drift down into
California or stuff?
somewhat dangerous territory.
Bay Area.
Bay Area is San Francisco?
Yeah.
Like such a US Bay Area. I heard this. I was Bay Area.
Seems that Ryan Hume has ties to the San Francisco Bay Area, so playing under the Hong Kong flag, but some California line item on his resume at some point.
Yeah. Check.
And Tom getting in there and mixing it up, 7-6 offsuit.
Indeed.
So
Flops himself an open-ender on the paired flop here.
I think he's pretty good chance he's going to lead at this. A 9 is a card squarely in the hijack's limping range. A lot of like 9-8. And with Tom, 9-7, 9-6 suited, 9-10, 9-jack.
And look at Rui Cao with the King 10 floating and hitting a 10 on the turn, which is a problem because it gives Tom Dwan a 10 high straight in this 350K pot.
Yeah, and it gives Roy Cao a hand that he's going to want to show down quite a bit. So he bets here. Tom's definitely going to continue. But, I mean, we can see what the river card will be, but it's this is a hand where I don't think Roy Cao, we can see, but I don't think he's going to want to bluff a lot with this particular hand. So Tom should end up winning this pot quite a lot.
Well, this 175K bet, if it gets called, which we presume at a minimum it will, is going to be informing Cao quite a bit. There's
Yeah,
another
he could be
350
ahead.
slides in.
Tom could have some draws. He could have a 10 with the worst kicker.
Now a 7 of clubs on the river is a very unwelcome sight for Dwan's holding as it completes the flush and leaves any Jack X with a better straight. Never mind the full house
Wow.
possibilities. And is Cao going to maybe look to turn his hand into a bluff here?
Yeah, I think so. So this is interesting. So he's blocking flushes with the 10 of clubs, and as well as some stronger full houses, right? Like 9, 10, or 10s. This is a pretty cool play.
450K into 700,000.
So he's definitely targeting
I was having a hard time
straights to
thinking
fold.
of a river I was going to fold. But I think that might have been it, Ruth. I think that might have been it.
Good bluff.
It felt so much like a bluff on the turn. I was just like, I'm going to snap. I think I'm snapping just about any river. I was wrong.
So Rui Cao pouncing as opportunity knocked, courtesy of that terrific river card for his purposes.
You know, to me, I think that hand actually shows in part how good of a player Roy Cao is. Even based on what Tom is saying, I actually don't think Roy Cao would have bluffed many rivers. But I think with the 10 of clubs in his hand, now in a 4-card straight, he chose that one to bluff. Kind of showing like, I'm assuming actually Tom was being somewhat true about that. He probably wasn't going to fold many rivers. And I actually don't think Rui, with his particular holding at least, was going to bluff many. So, but that was one. I think Roy decided, okay, just King 10 just doesn't have that much showdown anymore. And with it being a club in particular, that's an extra good card for me to bluff. Very perceptive. I like the play. It's very strong, and I think that backs up. Roy Cao's had a ton of success in short deck, and hands like that can show you why.
Dwan right back at it. Shooting it up to 140,000 with the ace-8. What do you suppose he's working with there? A little black coffee to get the day started as he takes it?
Coffee and water. Maybe Roy as well.
I wanted to spite you so bad anyway.
I had the perfect hand.
The perfect hit the bluff.
I shouldn't call flop, but I wanted to.
That's what it felt like. It felt like you made a call on the flop that you shouldn't have.
Yes.
And I was like, I'm just going to call every
And then
river.
on turn, okay, I have to, and river.
Yeah, I was like, perfect.
River, I like.
I'm just going to call every river. And then the 7 of clubs came out. I was like, you know, I guess
Club in my hand.
I think I would have folded the jack of clubs also. So I guess there were 2.
No, 10 clubs was on board. It's 8, 9,
Maybe queen of clubs.
8, 9 clubs.
Fucking re.
King 10 with a 10 of club.
Okay. Let's look at 1 and then.
8, 9 of club, I'm still I have a 10 of club. I'll make a move somewhere.
So Cal and
It
Duan
felt like that, like,
debriefing
on the
in a little
flop, you're just like, I'm
postmortem.
going to recount this. You know?
I'm gonna
And in the meantime, Ivan Liao is sailing his stack in.
like,
I kind of planned for that, like at the big bet, and then, but I just, you know, 7
what did
of
you fold?
clubs.
Queens? Something like this?
I had a 6.
Huh?
I had a 6.
6 what? A 6? Fuck you had nothing too.
No.
Not 6, 9, no? 6, 9? 6, 7, I don't know. But,
I had 6, 7.
King 9, deciding whether or not it's enough.
straight on the turn.
Yeah, you like can't win. I bet just about any turn. Maybe like Jack, I would give up.
一部分咯，都係 flip 嚟㗎啦。
No, I'd probably
Ultimately,
bet
Ryan
Jack.
decides it
Well,
isn't.
巴先
I might give it
正
Maybe you check that.
What? But 10, I must check.
多謝你啊，又留翻我條狗命。
啊，唔使啊，兄弟。
可能我贏咗啊，狗命。
River is horrible for you.
It's
The worst.
when I called the turn, I was like, I would have snapped a 10 river. I would have
Maybe
snapped
9
a
is
9
worse.
river. No, I snap a 9.
9 is trips.
I know.
Yeah,
Snap call
9
for sure.
is,
8 is strips.
For sure,
Was it
snap
9?
call.
yeah, the club for 3 is worse.
Yeah.
I have random jacks. I have,
Well, plus you're gonna bluff less because I have clubs a bit actually.
you have a club in your hand?
No.
Hold on.
Ooh.
Fuse is lit here. Bricao limping with 2 kings. We know Ivan Liao is very likely to shove it in here with the ace king, and of course Bricao is going to snap.
Yeah. I mean, the only question now is what did these other players have? Okay, nothing. So we're just going to see an all in. And, I mean, we can see actually Ace King has a surprising amount of equity.
Yeah, try that in long deck.
Not queen jack.
43%.
冇煙嚟，冇
I
人有煙
mean,
嚟。呀，你有一個啊？
I mean the chops being an ace queen 10, ace queen jack 10.
有兩
I
支
guess
煙啊
happens
你
3% of the time.
So Ivan Liao's
6 up.
Event 5 Life hangs in the balance in a 1.25 million chip pot, which does not give him any assistance
Pot.
on the flop.
Pa.
No chop opportunities now.
Pa.
Turn. Double pairs the board. And it is just one of 3 aces in the deck,
D4 ace.
one of which is already in the muck, that can save Ivan Liao from a 13th place fate. Is it there? No. 7 of clubs
Okay.
will end Ivan Liao's Event 5 run here, out of the money. And Ricao will help himself to the remainder of the Ivan Bucks. And in doing so,
Flip amount.
Ricao will become a stack to be reckoned with, as we have just 12 players remaining, brought to you by M88 Mansion here in the 25K short deck Ante-Only. It's going to be time for a redraw, so the tournament staff will make their way over to each table to get some racks working and rebalance things. All right, redraw time here in Madrid. Not
Yes.
too much to talk about up front, early going. Pretty straightforward stuff, but cool move there from Ricao.
Yeah, I mean, that was by far the most interesting hand Tom and Roy just played. You know, Tom, both kind of had nothing on the flop. Tom actually, you know, I mean, he had a draw. Roy floated in position. But then, you know, took a hand, kind of made a little mergey bet on the turn. A good 2-pair, thinning the field, maybe going to check back a lot of rivers. But then found a bluff on the river on a very interesting card where, you know, 8, 9, 9, 10, 7, flush comes in. He has the 10 of clubs in his hand, you know, kind of realizes that on 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, King 10 doesn't have a lot of showdown in short deck, especially when Tom, bet and then check called turn. Turn it into a bluff, nice sizing, a beautiful hand.
No doubt about it. So well-earned stack for Rical at this point, which is 4th overall as we step aside for the redraw. Brian and I will be back shortly with more coverage of event number 5 from Madrid. Stay close.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker. And welcome back to Madrid for continuing coverage of event number 5, the €25,000 short deck from inside Casino Gran Via. Ali Najad alongside Brian the Czar Rast. And just moments ago, we lost apparently not one but 2 players as Ivan Liao busted on our feature table, but Wai Kin Yong also was felted on the outer table, leaving us at 12 players total with 9 getting paid. So just 3 away from the money, Rast. Things are going to be fast and furious, or are they going to tighten up?
Sometimes bubbles can take a little bit. It just kind of depends on how the cards fall out. I mean, we have 3 players now that have kind of separated themselves on the short side: Isaac Haxton, Chon Tong Xiao, and Michael Soiza. I think it might take a little bit think it might take a little bit.
Time will tell as our redraw has the curtain pulled on it. Here is your new feature table, brought to you by Polymarket. Rui Cao among the chip leaders, followed by Jason Kuhn. Chris Brewer, Santi Jiang, the local Spaniard, first-timer to Triton, the only remaining newbie in the field, and then Chuntong Xiao remaining here with just 595,000. The ante still 20K, 40K on the button with the double ante. Each orbit 5-handed will cost these players 120,000 in chips.
Yeah, well, you can see Santi Jiang here, the newbie. He's in a pretty good position to cash if that's his goal. Although, you know, should some of the short stacks get lucky, win some chips, or double up, then there'll be some pressure on him. But he's got a bit of a cushion there. And then, of course, with this new redraw, we actually are in a situation where all three of the chip leaders are at the other table, and we have Roy Cao here all by his lonesome at this table with a significant chip lead over next second at this table, but sixth in the tournament, Jason Kuhn. So given what we know about Roy Cao, I feel like we should see him push the action here. Because at the other table, when he wasn't the chip leader, he was still willing to put it all in some dicey spots. So here, when he can't get busted, I think we should see him pound the bubble.
Well, he's got ace-queen offsuit here, already 40K invested from the button, and is asking for a count of Chuntong Xiao, who's just shy of 600K total. Brewer did limp under the gun, and as we've seen from time to time, Ras, a lot of times induction is the agenda when limping up front with the big pairs looking to induce a lot of other players to limp, follow along, and maybe one guy to get out of line, try to steal, and then catch them with their hand in the cookie jar.
Certainly, but Roy Cao went for it anyway.
Yep, over the top, clears Chris Brewer's ace-10, so 1-10 and 1 ace in the muck already. Worst news for Roy Cao, as he's the one that needs to improve against Chuntong Xiao's hand. 1.3 million chip pot. Jack 9-6. So far, so good for Xiao.
Good for him, though, I think.
Yeah.
Spades are irrelevant.
Ooh, and the 8, no good, because it makes Chuntong Xiao a larger straight than the short deck wheel, which Roy Cao would make with the ace.
So it is just 6 outs once that Xiao needs to fade to double, and he's done it. Taking a decent chunk out of Rui Cao's stack, which now slips to sub 2 million.
Still the table chip leader, but a bit closer to Jason Kuhn and Chris Brewer, who are in the 1.4 range.
Cao nodding in sort of acknowledgement there of Xiao's hold as we shoot to our outer table, where you mentioned the top 3 stacks are in contention. Ryan Hume, Tom Dwan, Kenneth Key in that order, joined by Michael Soiza, Richard Young, and Isaac Haxton.
So this is a table with a
Young's
lot
pretty
more
deep
interesting chip spread. Yeah, because Young is 5th in chip, so it's 4 of the top 5, including 1, 2, 3, and they actually have the lowest 2 chip stacks, as Haxton and Soiza are 10 and 11. So big spread there between the haves and the have-nots, and really nobody in the middle.
2-class society out there.
Actually, I guess 1 and 2 and 3 and 5. I mean, there's a big spread between them. I mean, 4.3, Tom is Tom 3.1, Kenneth
I assume you guys are killing
2.4,
it with the
Richard
soft
1.6.
1.2.
Yes, of course.
A limp from the 8-9 suited of Santi Jiang, as we see the Spaniards' first participation. Draws a limp in turn from Rui Cao's pocket 9s, and now Chris Brewer on the button will rip it in there. Queen Jack suited.
Flipping.
The medicine.
She flop with that.
But you against me, right?
Oh, sorry. I just saw her reaching. I was like, here you go.
Chris not afraid to move all in. Yesterday, watching him play, noticed that he likes the pre-flop all-in move.
Why not check?
And so this was a spot where I think he's like, I'm going to put extra pressure on the bubble, these other stacks that have about the same as me, and rip it in.
It's people when people.
Well, I mean,
I cannot.
there are those who would rather wait and allow their fate to be dictated by
raise?
what happens to those who are shorter and those that kind of want to carpe diem.
Yeah.
A little bit of seize the day. Brewer on the latter side of that equation, without question. Optically, it can feel potentially reckless when we see some of those middling stacks willing to rip it in with big stacks looming that could call them and end their run as we get closer to the bubble. But in turn, a lot of pressure is being applied to any of the other stacks that should want to call, because they too face the reality of being able to wait it out until the bubble bursts.
And it's kind of a situation where, like, first in, you want to be the first one in. So a little bit incentive to rip, because the ICM pressure is felt more by, in a sense, the other player who can't call you too light. Now, you know, that backfires when you get trapped, but, you know, maybe they just don't have aces or kings or ace-king this time. So far, no one's been trapping. But at some point, you kind of see that happen. Kuhn looks interested here. Doesn't look like a man who has too bad of a hand. Of course, we don't get to see what it is, but oh, it's good enough. Kuhn is foregoing the limp only here and deciding to raise. Oh, wow. Roy Cow ripping it behind him. I mean, Roy Cow is definitely implying he has a strong hand here.
Could have shoved. Probably should have shoved. You call if I shove?
Kuhn
Damn it. I mean, no.
regretting that he didn't shove and be first in, as you mentioned. Roy Cow able to pounce and pick one up.
Aye?
Yeah, I think it's good.
If I don't cover you, maybe not. But
I think it's good.
it's a good hand.
It's better to shove that than kings, for sure. I'm not saying you wouldn't shove kings. I'm saying it's better for you
Yeah,
to shove that.
block.
Boy's talking some strategy right there.
Yeah, Kuhn has been particularly affable with regard to his willingness to discuss spots with those who might be inquiring with him. Obviously, he is an ambassador to the Triton Tour.
Also, I mean, Roy Cow showed him his hand.
Cash game, I think, yes. But
Right, so
Definitely
maybe
can't call
Kuhn is
it.
like, okay, yeah, I mean, you're going to show me your hand. I'll
75 antes.
give you some opinions.
But sometimes we
liked
can
his
give
play.
the wrong opinion, Rast,
oh,
and misguide our friends.
I know, but Kuhn just has that face like you feel like he's probably not lying to you.
Yeah.
But maybe he slips a few
Just
in
trying
once
to-
in a while.
careful.
But
That's when he's not at the feature table. When he's on the feature table, he always tells the truth, earns the reputation. Then on the outer tables, he's misinforming everyone.
yeah, that's it. Beast.
Ace Queen suited. Will rip and roll. Brewer coming off of that win yesterday in event number 3, and in between hands, maybe you want to get your fix and head on over to polymarket.com, where you can fire on multiple different markets. It is the place to go to get down action. Just about everything you can dream of. Polymarket.com, official sponsor of the Triton Tour.
Listen, if you had followed my call, I made a hard call. Paul was going to win a Triton title.
We're near the
You would have
bubble.
raked in the cash, because it came true and I didn't even have to wait. It happened in the same event.
Go in. Time to get aces.
Ace King ripping it in there. Rico trying to will aces into his hand. And instead, they're 10s on the button as he asks for a count. A little bit too meaty.
I had to feel better.
And is this the phase of the short deck
maybe I'm
event,
not
Rast, where we will begin to see very little
Shouldn't show.
post-flop play
if you
and
really
more of
fuck
the
buddies,
all-in
fucking
or
snap
fold
it, though.
pre-flop?
Yes, precisely.
No, I love
This is that
I love
phase.
money.
Stacks are shorter now, plus the ICM pressure of basically
I love money.
once you're the first one all in, it's hard for someone else to call, especially when it's for all their
where
chips.
Jonah Hill's like, I'd like the asteroid's about to hit Earth, and he's like, I'd like to say a prayer for stuff. Like, I really like stuff.
You really like what stuff?
Stuff like he's like watches and sick cars. I'd like to say a prayer for sick cars. It's very funny.
I love Jonah Hill.
Yeah.
Have you seen This Is the End? It's like
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
it's like one of my all-time favorites.
So funny. The big dick on the devil.
Yeah. Yeah, the big bucket is just so good.
And no sooner do we talk about the all-in or fold pre than we find 3 limpers, 8s, 7s, and 9-6. Brewer can check back and take a free peek from the button with his queen 7, should he choose, which he does. So
Good check.
a rare 4-way pot
I thought you trapped me.
at this stage. And the flop is ace, queen, 9. So Rui Cao with bottom pair, middle pair for Chris Brewer.
Would have been a great flop for Jason Kuhn's queen 9 here, especially versus all these holdings. Although I'm sure he would have felt a little. It's a tricky flop, but he would have had all these hands on lockdown. And Roy Cao just being the first one to bet at that pot.
Yesterday
No one
played
had
cash
anything.
MTV cash game with Jack 6.
Oh shit.
3 Jack 6 on all in pre-flop against Ace King, Ace King, Ace Queen. All 3 won.
No way. Was it the big bounty? How many?
10 ante.
Oh shit.
Big
Cow.
ante. Yeah.
That's huge.
First to fire.
And then 2 guys left.
Takes
You have to pay the bounty.
Oh my god.
It's so fun. When you stack the guy, he leaves and 10K you owe me.
hey.
So it's
I feel so bad to say that.
it's 6-handed and it's 10 empty.
Yeah.
Is 10 empty from each player?
Yeah,
So if you have like 100 bigs, it'll just yeah. Well, 100 antes. Yeah, I was like,
Then
I
it's
was
a
like Jack
stupid
6
game,
just-
right? You,
just
sho-
auto.
you just shove so much. Like
I mean, call it. I guess you
you shove, or you should shove aces actually.
I guess you call like a bunch where you have like King Jack gets what he tipped you to call with.
Oh, sorry.
10 Jack suited.
Sorry, I was confused.
Such a pretty hand.
That is a pretty one.
8-7 suited. Not as pretty, but. So if you get a shove through a Jack 6, you just fucking win like 60 antes total.
And if you just went all in, you win a 60 antes total.
Yeah, plus the stack the guy.
I'm down a lot of money in that game.
Which game?
Jack 6.
I've
I've only played it a few times at big stakes, and like, I just torched my stack 3 times. Just so stupid. Until you play it a little bit. you just like, oh yeah, I'm
What a
bluffing.
needle. He looks down at the Jack 6, basically the 7 deuce of short deck.
All in. Easier.
Jack 6.
Easier. Jack 6.
Red 9s rip it.
No aces. No aces. No aces. No
I had
aces.
Jack 6.
Queen 10 suited for Santi Zhang. He would have enjoyed taking a flop with that sort of hand, but not for
You guys
all
are
of
counting
it.
these hands, right? You better be. We're playing fast.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, it's not hand by hand.
It's soft hand for hand.
Oh
so
yeah.
like
Yeah.
they're
One
counting.
more. Yeah.
I can start tanking.
Yeah, Kuhn
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we should
not
play
that
silver.
happy right now. Roy Cao having
I
2
feel like we
X's
have to be
chips
playing way
right
faster.
there to his
I mean,
left
I
on the
want to
bubble.
be faster actually.
It's great.
It's better to be me.
Oh yeah.
I'm printing.
Roy Cao's printing because he's pretty big chip leader at this table, but in a tournament
of
where 3 guys cover him, but they're all on the other table.
I don't shove 100%.
Does give him the luxury of being able to operate as a boss stack, which
Yeah.
is so improbable given we're only down to 2 tables and there are 3 bigger stacks than his out there.
Yeah, so we should see. I mean, it can go a lot of ways, but the most probable thing is Roy Cow is going to chip up a bit here. And actually, technically, I guess Roy just slid into third by looks like 20K. So
You looked at the
one
king
ante.
pulse, right?
Yep.
Didn't need to look at the second one.
Yep.
50K for number 9.
Yeah, 2 millions. But
Chuntong Xiao takes
short
one.
stack now is only like $1 million, so a lot of
665 is the shortest.
needing to call. Ooh, and 650,
665 for Michael.
and then $1 million, right?
$1 million, yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of whatever at this point.
Yeah, no one's like out the next hand.
Oh.
Brewer, a dusty one up front. Returns it to sender. Dusty +1 for Tong Xiao. Folds as well. More suited stuff. This time for Santi Jiang, who we really haven't seen too involved.
Hi. Fuck many.
All in.
No.
Let's go.
You actually don't want me to let's go.
Yeah, I mean,
Kyle threatening to call there.
I mean, a built-in way to go out.
I wouldn't have
If I'm drunk, maybe I do.
wouldn't have loved it, but definitely wouldn't have loved it.
Nah, you don't want me.
But no,
No.
winning all of the pot is good. Kings are like the only hand I want you to actually call there with that one.
Because of the dead.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean when you have kings? I thought you meant that you wanted him to call it kings because you
And that-
just knew you'd spike the ace. I was like, that's a strong
That's
play.
some real confidence.
Willie, the guy to have a better hand than you, so he loses his stack.
Folded around to Kuhn, his hand into the muck, and it looks like
Easy
ace-queen
shove.
suited is going to be leaning on Mr. Brewer. No, thank you.
Pass it around, boys.
That is an easy shove.
A normal shot.
Yeah.
I mean, no more than different. But
It's like we got a couple of lawn chairs around a busy train track,
Yeah.
Rast, and we're just waiting to see a collision.
actually, you're raising.
They are playing fast at this table.
Recount 90 ennies deep at 2.26 million. Big drop off to Chuntong Xiao, who is currently in second with 1.37. Jason Kuhn has slipped down to fourth. Chris Brewer in third. And Santi Jiang, sub 40 ennies, sub 1 million, as we slide forward to 25,000 antes with the 50K button, brought to you by GG Poker. Giving you an update on the outer table, Ryan Hume continues to be the overall chip leader with just shy of 4.5 million. Tom Dwan, second overall with just north of 3 million. Short stack in 11th is Michael Soiza with 645K. And a reminder that you can follow along at home with the Triton Poker Plus app, available on Android and in the Apple App Store. You can also go to tritonpoker.plus.
Big bounty.
As
And
Jiang moves all in with at least the ace of spades.
25 now?
won't find out that mystery card because he's not going to get called. Yes. 25x6, so 150K in the pot every hand. And just waiting because they're hand for hand right now. So I guess there's a hand at the other table that's taking a little bit longer than usual.
Back underway.
Only
Look at Rui Cal, the ace-6, just mashing.
That ICM pressure can be leveraged so well. Ace-9 suited into the muck. Jack-8 suited into the muck.
I'm fucking with you.
It's too cyan for.
I was wet. Peel the ace fall, so it's fun.
I had a blocker.
Not about the same.
That was pretty strong. Kuhn trying to wake Cal up there. The best part about it is he was pretty dusty with that ace-6 offsuit, so obviously getting called was not something he wanted to have happen.
Yeah. Well timed. Well timed humor.
Of money.
It's actually a stupid game at the bubble. Not much. Yeah, fuck it. Maybe I make mistake. No clue. To see other stacks. Huh?
Like everybody is the same.
1 million? 1 million. I have chips behind. Very clear.
You want to sweat with me, bro?
No. I have chips behind.
Brewer ensuring
wow.
everybody knows he is not fully all in, but he will be
maybe
shortly, as Chun Tong Xiao looks down at ace
All in,
king
all in, and I just
suited.
overcall 10-9.
We are taking a shot of Santi Jiang here, who is not the player in question.
Fuck,
Oh,
maybe I want to do that. This is fun, you know.
oh my
It's
goodness.
worth it.
You don't.
It's
Rast.
worth it.
Hold on.
10K
When it
euro,
showed back again, it showed that he had
don't know.
sevens.
hard to say how much it
Did you see that?
I did not, but I can't
It
imagine
showed-
he had ace king suited.
Showed ace king suited.
Count that.
And then yeah,
Count that, tell me
as
if
he
it's 25K
folded, then
short.
it popped back on that he had sevens.
25.
Like
Okay,
real
the sevens
briefly.
certainly make a lot more
25K
sense
short.
than ace king suited.
it
There's no
100,
world in
right?
which I would
That's
expect,
right.
even
no,
here
it
on the
is
bubble,
25K
for
short,
Chun
yeah.
Tong Xiao not to
Maybe,
want to make
Oh, okay.
the call with ace king suited, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he feels
Super
like
fast,
he can't
yeah.
call ace king suited.
I just want to make sure that's right.
It's like
That's right.
Because
yeah?
Brewer's
must be
range
short
is going to be so narrow?
25,
No,
25,
but just
25,
because
50,
maybe he
125.
I was
doesn't feel like he's a
50,
big
yeah.
enough favorite to
Okay, yeah, I
warrant
thought
putting
it
the
just occurred to me I had
1.3 in
25
play.
up there,
Yeah.
like,
I'm not sure, but
We're good.
I am
Yeah,
now.
it just- I
So
wanted
if you
make
had to
sure
put your
that
money on, he
decided.
had ace king suited and decided
almost
to
stole
fold,
25,000
or
from Chris.
had two sevens and
I
folded,
also wanted to make sure I
which one
wasn't
would it be?
stealing
Well, he's obviously folding sevens 100%
We
of
should
the
play
time.
like no
but the
time
thing is,
limit.
he might not end up thinking about
Really short
sevens because it did look like he sat and
Don't
popped
deal
for a little
with
bit.
Speed poker.
So suggests
no,
that
no.
the ace king suited is
Yeah,
far
but
more
I'm
probable.
very
No,
confused
no.
by the graphic that came up.
You would have a big edge in that tournament.
I think that would be a good tournament for
Did
me.
make for some
I never
interesting
used one.
deliberation,
Tournaments,
though.
I think.
As on this occasion, Tong Xiao has ace 10 offsuit and chooses to
saying
There'll be a
open
few
limp.
Although
games.
it looks
that
like
would-
he just
it would
sometimes
ruin them.
takes his time regardless.
They'd like actually just
Spots.
like go from like pretty good players, I think, to like the brain would malfunction.
Ricao takes a free one from the button and flops himself trip queens. A rapid check back as he is slow playing against Xiao, who picks up the Broadway
play very
gutty on the turn and
Yeah, you'd be fine with
very
it.
comfortably releases his hand.
I think both you and I
couple
would
of
do a lot
checks.
of like 10 to 15 seconds, but we don't like we almost never do like time bank.
Yeah.
A warm welcome to those of you who are streaming us live, whether it be through Facebook, through
Like every single
YouTube,
spot
or
where
through
Mariano's
Twitch.
dog track, I just
Pleasure to
found
have
that.
you joining
I
us
know a lot
here
of people don't do that.
in
do
the
that too.
mid-afternoon
But then I'm like,
hour,
maybe I'm teaching people
3
to
o'clock
check
local
that.
time
They don't.
in Madrid.
they
Some of the
probably do.
chatter, by the way,
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
YouTube stream is suggesting
yeah,
that the
they'll
two
say
sevens
that.
belonged
Yeah, we can.
to Chun Tong Xiao, and the ace king suited actually belonged to
Goes ahead.
Santi Jiang.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, maybe he thought about it and just decided I don't want to call ace king suited here on the bubble. I mean, yeah, these guys are talking about. I mean, you do see a lot of them say, "Oh, I want aces." Oh,
look
so
at my
I mean, the implication being that
Pretend I'm gonna look.
you know you need aces to call,
Oh,
right?
I'm gonna raise everything except this 25,000. $1,010,000. We're good.
Why, by the way? Doesn't change anything. There is no spot. You
Yeah, as they could get all in over there. You could go all in, I could call.
What if
Something like
last
that,
year, not for.
what if he calls and we checked it down?
Yeah, it's also.
Imagine my win rate. With
Yeah,
one
but
big
like
blind.
it's not possible. They will not
It could happen.
give it to you.
It could happen. Yeah, it's unlikely, but
If
maybe
he has it's the exact
he
same
knows
stack,
I'm never folding. He
Yeah.
knows I'm never folding. So like,
If I have like your stack, I would definitely do it.
yeah, right. So like, if me having one big blind and not being eliminated from the tournament, and
Yeah, but if you-
getting a chance to 7x my stack the next hand's way better than the one ante I would get if.
No, yeah, I know. This I get why you want to short stack, but I don't see a situation where you will have that.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen very often, but
Like,
If it does, it's pretty sweet.
no, of course, but when? Tell me one situation.
maybe Chris calls and we check it down. I don't know. Maybe he like doesn't
Yeah,
realize.
but if you
it.
have the worst hand, it's not. Yeah,
I just call, right?
yeah, but
You know what I mean?
Definitely spots it should happen. Both players should just do it.
I mean, you definitely want to leave me an ante.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, of course. No,
So you call and check it down and leave me in, and then you shit on these
Maybe-
guys the
maybe-
next day.
Kuhn selling the
I mean, that's
Maybe
one ante-hold back to Rico.
Yeah, you call and check it
call
down.
and check
I
it
have,
down, yeah.
And if
Yeah,
you
and
hit,
then
if you hit
you
quads
shove
on the
any two
river,
cards.
you have to bet, and you're sad about it.
yeah,
Oh, you cannot check down that? Or
yeah, you
something?
get
Yeah, you
penalty.
can't check that.
Yeah, but this is like
It works plus
Never.
EV for your check back, but yeah,
For sure.
they still have to bet it.
Super
really.
interested by
You
this
have really
conversation,
this-
Yeah,
actually.
even when it's obviously
Because
And
this
it
is
matches up
something,
tournament
I mean, we've
strategy.
talked
Yeah,
about this in the
that's
booth
a good
multiple
point. There
times.
should be
Like,
spots.
why did these
Really
guys leave
yeah,
it back?
fairly-
And
I mean, they
Kuhn's
used to do
actually
it where you had,
outlining
like,
the case.
four straight on the board, they would make you raise until you're all in, and now they don't anymore.
Yeah, that's
so, like,
silly.
They obviously should be. Like, you're like 500 big blinds deep, becomes like ace, king, queen, jack. Like, you guys have to raise it all the way
Yeah.
all in on the river.
So stupid.
60K, the lead from Xiao after its check to him.
happened in Macau one time. Like 10 jack,
Mission
king, queen,
accomplished.
ace. Everybody laughed, but there was 3 flush on the board. And the guy didn't see. The other
my
guy went all in, and ha ha ha, call, like for like 50 times
Oh
pot.
my god.
And he's like,
Oh, that's so
Flush.
sick. So very
It's,
sick.
it's brutal. Everybody laughed.
Holy shit. Poor guy.
Yeah, poor guy. And he's like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
I call, you lose. Sorry.
Sounds like a real bad day for whoever overlooked the royal flush.
No, just a flush.
Oh, just a
think.
flush.
Like, in other words, it was king, queen, jack,
It was
10,
a Broadway on board.
and yeah, that
10
chop.
through
but yeah,
ace
there's
and-
a flush.
Someone's watching this right now. They're just like, this is like, these guys are such pussies.
Yeah.
Cal taking his turn.
And the rich keep getting richer. Roy Cal up to 2.4, still in fourth because
Thank you,
the
yeah.
guys with a lot of chips on their table
We're playing so
have
fast.
more.
Yeah, none of them have
And on
relinquished
table too.
their
which
chip
is
lead, so
usually
it would
slower
seem
than
like
normal table.
they're all kind of taking turns, almost
How
like
many
in the
hands they gotta
animal
play?
kingdom,
Look
the
at two?
hierarchy in the pack,
One.
as they all walk up,
Okay, yeah, they have.
get a bite of the kill in order.
Yeah. And these mid stacks are drifting, such as we've seen Jason Kuhn drift down here. And Santi Jiang, who passed up that ace king earlier, is down to
That table is fun. Three
865,000.
huge stacks.
And he's going to
Yeah.
be in trouble. I mean, this is, to me, this is almost one
Yeah.
of the arguments where it's like, yeah, maybe from a direct EV standpoint, it's wrong, but, you know, if you're just going to keep drifting down, maybe you got to take that spot earlier.
Well, to get updates on all of the biggest high-stakes action, follow Triton Poker on all of our social media platforms. Whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or Twitch, activate the notifications, subscribe, and be sure never to miss a minute of the action, as we've got plenty of content, both live and
Yeah.
That to me, I heard
produced.
that.
Well, the funniest part was Makita's like, yeah, why did you do this to me, Carrie? Why did you do this? What are you doing, Carrie? And then, or he said, what am I doing? Makita said. And then Makita turns the winning card, and Carrie's like, you're fucking winning. That's what you're doing.
But
back at the outer table.
these
Quick
I-
peek.
these ICM spots, it's like, in a certain sense, they're not just in isolation, right? Calculating the equity in the pot. It's like part of a game with future game simulations. So you pass up a spot where, you know, maybe you could argue it's slightly minus EV, but if you're short enough, you end up drifting down and getting in a spot that's not as good later. I don't know. It's curious. I do wonder whether or not he should have gone with that ace-king suited. I mean, obviously, if guys keep on shoving in, like almost any ace-x, ace-10s, ace-9s, I mean, ace-king's going to be doing quite good in a lot of all-in situations there. It's interesting.
Tom Dwan's gone to the earbuds here. Rast.
How I handled losing.
Yeah, he's
Checked
going
out.
Didn't like it.
Right.
Departure from
That was my
yesterday when he
time
was
out of it,
very
and I didn't care about
talkative
winning.
and
I just
jovial.
hated fucking losing so much. It was so much more about just not wanting to lose.
Aces. I'm all in.
Wow.
10-7 offsuit, and the degree of savagery has gone
Yeah,
up
not a sweat,
considerably here.
9 in the door.
Yeah, that's a really dusty one under the gun. I mean, Roy's just
Close to
going
running
for it
is a
now.
little different because sometimes winning doesn't mean like actually winning the base. But either way.
Well, you wonder how long he's going to continue to get away with this, because at some point you would imagine word's going to get out that Rui Cao is being
Well,
abusive.
I think the situation is now, I mean, the rest of the table has half as many chips as him or less. So he's just pedal to the metal.
Every
I mean,
hand. He's winning every hand. What a
he
genius.
could just be shoving any two now whenever it
those
gets.
gonna be
It really looks like it if they don't really understand, you know?
They're gonna
It's
just
like, wow.
Yeah, he's so courageous.
The guy's folding nines. What the fuck are they doing?
Well, they're just gonna be like, this game's so easy. Like, you just sit down and you just shove every hand. You just win all the money. Some guy's gonna go play like a high stakes short deck. Be like, I got this.
I got this.
It's like, why do
I
they
could still work for a few hours.
He's like, why do they keep calling me?
No. You're gonna leave yourself one empty?
No, I'm just gonna put it in.
Cao cautioning Kuhn against this move, but Queen 10
Yeah.
gets through.
Kuhn asked to pick up some chips. I mean, basically, it's equivalent to the small blind, big
You can
blind
have a weird
spot,
spot, you know? 195 on the
but
rear
getting an
and
even
like-
bigger overlay with all the other antes out there, and so you can't just let
They
that go
actually
by.
had it. They had a spot in the 250 where it was the one big blind situation where they checked down to the river and the guy put him in for one on the river and he folded, but he like.
Probably the best hand? Or?
No.
This is
Yeah.
I guess you should bluff. I guess it is. If you're chip leader, you should bluff on the river for the
Like in
blind.
certain spots for sure.
Yeah. It's like, whatever, it's such a cheap bluff. It's like limit, where it doesn't really matter if it walks. You just try it.
Ace King, hijack. And it comes again, and on this
That's
occasion,
sweat.
did he hold back
Zero
another
sweat.
25K?
Look, I thought he did.
How
but
the sweat?
One card.
maybe it's out there.
Didn't matter.
I had it.
King 6?
Yep. King 6 club. It's a king.
Back to back for Kuhn.
Give me ace king. I'm okay with that. A lot of ace kings.
Do you actually have a hand that wants a call? Aces?
Yeah, aces, yeah.
No, if you had aces, does he want a call? No, I don't.
Yeah, I think so.
It's close, that's
I mean, if you get called, it's called by ace king suited, so you're like in such good shape.
No, it could be kings.
It's not just
Yeah.
that though.
I don't know if
It's
king's good.
like
I don't know.
I wouldn't. Say
I can call like.
I mean, once you have chips, it's so sick.
You can call like.
You can call
you want to
kings.
end the punishment.
All in?
Santi Jiang with the ace-9 suited.
Yeah, but
Takes his
sometimes
turn.
I make like.
Big pot for him. He had
40%.
been really slipping.
40%.
Still curious as to whether or not he had the ace king of spades and put it in the muck earlier.
Stops you from winning.
I think
Or
he
if it
probably
was
did.
Chun Tong Xiao.
I think he
know,
did.
Yeah, but you have to calculate. If you have aces, it's probably it's too call.
Would love to grab him
Especially-
on the next break and find
One more
out for
player
sure.
of punishment.
Given what everybody here is talking
Dude, he's
about
winning
and calling
like-
ranges, I mean, he probably did have it, but
Well, sure. His average hand is, if he's shoving like 80%,
Yeah.
he's just winning like
Yeah. See, that's the reason you have to on once in a while.
4.8, and then you like occasionally lose. Well, he's probably winning like 4 antes full hand or some stupid shit.
400 per hand.
Yeah, it's probably like legitimately
Yes,
close
yeah.
to what it is.
Ace queen suited for Kuhn up front.
this should make its way all in. Again, the only person who can
All of
really
this except
call him a
25K.
little bit lighter is Roy Cow. Everybody
It's
else,
funny. This is the spot where you want to be the first in.
Yeah, I was thinking that actually. That my seat kind of sucks. I just
also a
like never
spot.
get to shove.
It's also a spot where you want to just keep getting sick cards.
Yeah, that too.
No takers and the three-time
It's all
Triton title holder
crushing
with
right
16
now.
caches
I
and
can angle
almost
with
13 million
I can
in
angle
career
shoot before
Triton
he shove, I
earnings.
shove first.
Continues to
you could do
cobble
that.
away, give himself a little bit of breathing room as he awaits the bursting of the bubble.
It's an angle
It kind of
shoot.
happened
give him his
yesterday, like,
17th
that someone
career
called out
cache.
a ton in some spot.
Chris
that,
just
like,
touched
was,
on
like, clearly
something
on
true. He's like,
intentional,
oh, my
but it
seat
was, like,
kind of sucks. So,
I had, like,
yeah,
literally,
actually,
like,
in this
half a tall
situation,
stack,
being
and he
to
was,
the
like, in
left of the
tank.
chip leader, which normally, oh, you're to the in position of the guy without a chip, it's actually worse, right? Because Roy Cow, as we can see, if it gets them, is basically gonna be going all in with
Yeah.
any two, so he just never gets to play. Whereas it's a little bit better for Kuhn being to the right. It's not that he's going to do it with nothing, but when he does get something, he gets to go all in before Roy Cow does it with any two.
First in is the big advantage. As we get an updated chip count brought to you by Armand de Brignac Champagne. Cow, the boss stack, and it's not close. Kuhn, cobbling his way up to second in chips with a touch of breathing room between himself and Tong Xiao. Then Brewer and Santi Jiang in that order.
Take the cards. Don't be so fast.
What?
I want to play. I'm bored.
Oh. Sorry, man. You gotta win a little slower. You're winning too fast. They had to stop the game.
Hand for hand. Taking a peek at the outer table where they're winding one down. Looks like Tom Dewan is involved. And betting the river.
Oh my goodness, they're playing post flop here.
Yeah, how is that possible?
It's
Richard
'cause
Young makes the call, by the
it's
way.
3 big stacks.
And looks like Dewan was bluffing as Richard gives him a peek at a queen.
Yeah, with 3 big stacks on this table, there's going to be some times, I think, where it probably gets limped and nobody shoves or raises, and you get some post flop.
We should have ink packs on the deck where if you get busted bluffing, they explode and leave like a permanent mark on your hands for the remainder of that day's play. So like the more you bluff, the more inked up you get. And it could either be like a merit badge, depending on who you're talking to, or it could just be like debilitatingly demonstrative of the fact that you're too wide.
Yeah.
But then you could, oh, what if you just like brought your own ink and then made it look like you were bluffing a bunch, and then people start paying you off more and you're playing locked down.
This
There's
is why
levels.
maybe you can't do that, Ollie. It's too gameable.
I'm always looking for the exploit, right?
Listen,
Actually,
2 queens for Rui Cow, getting it all in. Kuhn, with that ace-7 suited, not interested in tussling with the big stack.
Soiza's chip levels getting really dusty over there.
whole way is way
Down to
worse.
380,000, it
Someone
looks
that
like.
just truly decides
He's-
that like they don't care. They just help out the rest of the table so much.
And screw the chip leader.
Yeah.
Soiza's almost certainly going to get all in and called at some point soon. He's just so short that it's going to be hard for him to get it through, so to speak.
funny,
Especially
even I
with
have
Otherwise, it's just chaos.
so many people
more
with big
EV.
chips at that table.
Under
It's
the
only
gun
got
himself.
15 antes right now.
Then happened.
Well, whenever I sat down, I was like, oh, at least I'm on your right.
Soiza with over 4 million in
I
Triton
can chop
earnings,
first,
1 title, 8
please.
caches.
Yeah.
Such a likable guy, by the way, too. I've had a
Aggression initiative.
really pleasant
Exactly, initiative.
series of interactions with him, starting in Cyprus and
True friend, yeah. I had a booger.
carrying on here into Madrid.
Yeah, this is the worst position for you.
And looks like Duan has temporarily righted the ship here on the heels of having been caught bluffing by Richard Young.
I think literally every time we've come over to this table,
Yeah.
it's Tom in a
Yeah,
pot.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, bluffing Richard. Oh, taking it down.
Haha.
Just in a pot.
Fine.
Well, the 9-7 off.
No, it's
Second biggest
considered
stack.
fun, like 8-9.
And he has
more fun.
that advantageous position
If you want
on Ryan
if
Yum
somebody I
in
don't
terms
know,
of being able to be first in.
The early, I remember like the early.
I don't
Triton
know when you're
games,
that deep.
There was a lot of
It's
that going on in the bubble. It was amazing.
it's
It would
probably
be like
I don't
Jeff
know that
Call
it's
in person
better.
and just call Jack
No?
Stevens.
You'd rather
No.
be behind?
I think it's they're saying it's better here
this damn
because
bubble.
it's the move
Yeah.
is just all in or not, and
Right.
then it's better to be able to go all in before the chip leader does it. But
Big moves.
Nope. I got no balls, bro.
It's funny, or this trash talk. Like, it's useless. Everybody knows. I have big balls.
Everyone knows I have big
I mean, some people I believe in. Some people like,
I like that quote.
you know, some Chinese man like, okay, I believe you.
I didn't even try to limp it, man. I didn't even attempt to limp that. I just said, Rui, put me all in the 10-8 offsuit. Probably should have tried to limp it. I think I'm limping aces.
I have to be careful about sack 11. Okay. 1, 2.
Ace queen off under the gun.
and he is trying to limp it.
This is annoying.
I think at this particular stage, obviously, there's just so much risk associated with ripping it in there. Clearly, you can
don't
leverage the
know.
ICM, but then you
I
just
like the
run
rip
into
it
it.
play, Ollie. Well, here's
Yeah.
the thing. If someone rips it, is he going to call it off with ace queen off? I mean, based on what we're seeing, the answer is no. Again, you want to be first in.
But
Morning.
oh man,
See?
this is
And now he's
yeah,
going to
this is
fold ace
abuse.
queen. Yeah.
Okay,
So.
you're testing me? You're testing me.
Well, maybe when Rui Cow's out there, you got to
Well,
tread a
Roy
little
Cal
more lightly.
understands the situation, and it appears that Chong Tong Xiao doesn't.
I was hoping you'd limp. man.
Right? I mean, to me, ace queen is just such an easy rip the way this is playing. Like, if you're limp calling aces only, like, your limp's just not getting through, but your shove will. And you're blocking the ace. You have a pretty good hand. Maybe Roy Cal calls you with ace king or kings, but clearly it seems most of the other players aren't calling you with ace king. So, you know, lose that extra ante. It's just never getting through. I mean, Roy Cal just ripped it with jack 9 off.
Well,
So what's he not
Yeah,
ripping
we
it
start-
with?
we
And
start
you're just
getting
limp
into
folding a bunch.
should he then take advantage of the fact when he does have the hand that he's willing to rip it with, instead of ripping it,
Well, the
limping
one
and
hand
balancing?
being aces. Yeah, so he should limp aces and maybe a few other hands, but I think ace queen is a hand that should just shove.
I'm all in. Good hand.
This is just
Love it, man.
not kosher. Cow is just taking the warhammer to the boys here at the feature table, bludgeoning all comers.
Full short deck tournament I played.
Sending it to all the girls I try to pick up. Watch me play poker.
We win at the end.
Hey, look, this is
There
the
is
day
no
in-
better
day
time
in
to
the
text
life
the
for me
girls
every
in
day.
your phone and tell them to watch you play poker than right now, Rui, because they're going to make it
You'll
look
be
like
safe
you're in
with me.
God mode. And somehow Tom
Yeah.
Dwan not involved in this altercation here.
wow.
It looks like chip leader Ryan Hume has got Soiza all in. And Soiza with ace 9.
Oh, doubles.
Yes.
Roy Cal's going to love seeing that.
Right. He is pulling for Soiza to stick around and keep the cuffs on everybody at the feature.
One bust? No.
No, link double. Tilt.
Chris Brewer, not happy.
All in. Everything.
I had best hand.
Probably, yeah.
This is the Super Mario Brothers star.
That's what this is right now. Invincibility engaged for Rui Cao. Well, let's pay the bills, shall we? M88 Mansion is the official sponsor of Triton Madrid and La Liga, your source for the most competitive sportsbook selection and the largest collection of casino games and most immersive live dealer experience. Join M88 Mansion today at m88.com.
You know, Rui Cao is up over 3.1 million. I mean, here's the thing. And let's say someone else at this table got aces and called him. It would just knock him back to, if he lost, which he probably would, it would knock him back to where he was not that long ago. And this is short deck. He's probably going to have some goofy hand like, you know, Jack 8 offsuit, which has surprisingly high equity against aces. So
3 big stacks. It's different.
And if he wins, then he's vaults into the chip lead. So it's like it's a pretty great spot.
All in every hand.
Yeah, they should be on TV actually.
Yeah.
Cao pointing out the stark contrast in table dynamic at the outer table, where apparently Kenneth Key finds himself involved against an ace-king for the overall chip leader.
Oh, wow. Ace-king loses to ace-10.
Oh, yeah, on the flop, aces and tens. Key is in his place, and that would be the first time that we've seen Ryan Yum relinquish the overall chip lead. Inheriting it by a narrow margin is Tom Dwan with 3.675 million.
But I feel like this hand hasn't been calculated. I think Ryan already lost it. I think he's about to really get a big chunk taken out.
Oh, you think he was already down to the 358?
Yeah, no, I saw that he was. Yeah, this hasn't been calculated.
Oh, so it's going to be even more drastic.
Look, he's going to be well under 2. Yeah,
right.
Kenneth Key's going to be our chip leader now.
Yes. When the dust settles, Key should have over 4.8 in front of him. As we are awaiting an update on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Yeah, Kenneth Key will have nearly 5 million.
Well, if you happen to be streaming us on Twitch, we've got a brand new extension that'll help you track moments like this and so many others. It is right there in the features. If you mouse over
And actually good hands.
for
Queens,
go-to
ace,
data
king,
right
aces,
at your
jacks,
fingertips,
nines,
let us know what you think.
Yeah, queens.
Mouse over your screen and expand the
Queen, six,
menu
four,
button
one,
on the
queen, six,
left
eight, turn,
of that screen.
Bye, everybody.
Available only on Twitch. So
Yeah, I mean,
our technical back-end
Queens
team
doesn't
hard
fold
at
aces,
work
right?
to
All
continue to develop our products
Incredible.
and bring you the best
No sweat.
out there in terms of the viewing experience. Let us know what you think. Meanwhile, Rui Cao doing Rui things.
Bounty.
He is now third in chips behind Dwan and Kenneth Key, who has shy of 5 million.
I bluffed you.
Dwan with 365. Rui with a little more than 3-2. Richard Yong currently
Queens
fourth.
is way better than this game. Against 100%. What you said?
That's what I said, yeah.
Okay,
Fold ace, king, call queens.
Yeah.
There's a lot of spots come up. Call ace, king suited, fold kings. They do.
Kuhn talking about a call ace-king suited fold king spot. Could that have been the spot that Santi Jiang was in versus that rip
Stop later.
where he saw he would have been up against like ace-9? That's one of the things I'm wondering about. But Kuhn is the person who could give the answer.
That solution's the like 500 big blind no limit solution too.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, it loves that one. Peel fold king, snap it off with ace king.
Oh, yeah?
Ace queen suited for Xiao. He will rip in shy of 1 million. 7's in the muck. And doesn't look to be any callers in Xiao's future,
Get good hand.
as he can loosen the collar a touch.
There we go. Feels like he figured it out this time. Last time he limped the
Get
ace
some aces
queen
that
and
we
folded.
had.
And
Ace queen off Rast.
Come on, man. That wasn't the difference.
Especially in short deck, where the flushes are so much harder to make, but of course of so much more value.
Imagine the game where if you reach the final table, everybody restart with the same chips. Imagine the game. You know, when you're short stack, you're like,
Giant.
please.
Everybody would be sitting.
Oh yeah, actually, it's not. It's stupid.
It'd be the worst game ever.
stupid
Yeah.
Game. Like, you know, like
It'd be like a satellite kind of thing, you know?
way worse than satellite, I think.
Yeah, way worse because the chip leaders have no incentive to even do anything.
Even not to like anything.
Check everybody's chip fold.
That's stupid game.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's like a satellite actually. Yeah, it's exactly like a satellite.
Could try the pot limit idea one time for short deck. Just pot limit pre and let it be no limit post.
I played that.
Yeah. Is it worse?
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
I've not played satellite for.
Short deck satellite. Oh, that would be a fucking
They're just
game.
the worst. I hate them.
Satellites, yeah, I don't play.
I haven't played a satellite.
I think I played like a long time ago.
Yeah, it's me too.
I don't
Very,
remember.
very long.
I went to my level Fold Kings with a satellite, and then I never played one again. It was so dumb.
2014 was the last time I played them. Played those hype.
I guess the field is pretty soft. I'm missing.
Oh, that's not true. I actually
mean-
played one satellite this
Who
year.
played the
Poldy
fucking satellite?
Poco had a 10K satellite and to pull the 100K. And I binked it. That was the other satellite. That was
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
a
yeah.
legitimate
10K
but it was a
satellite.
winner take all. It was like a 10-person winner take
Oh, that's fun.
So you just played.
That's
yeah.
way more. That's not a
Yeah.
satellite. That's a let's go.
Yeah.
No ICM cash game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cash game. Fun.
Well, Rast, you do anything special today before we hopped into the booth out there in Madrid? Have you soaked up the sights at all? Gotten a chance to enjoy the city?
Well, we went to that wonderful lunch, and I've definitely done some walking around. Haven't gone to any particular places of note, but just walked around this general area, eaten some food, walked to a park.
Yes.
It's beautiful, but
The weather is insanely nice
Yeah.
right now. Hopefully the players have had a chance to
Yes.
get outdoors a little bit between playing these
Oh my God.
tournaments day after day and oftentimes playing cash games afterward until the wee hours.
I did some of that.
It's unfair.
Gotten a little more poker in here than Cyprus. I didn't play any poker at Cyprus, but I got the cash game. I think I'm going to hop in 1 or 2 tournaments at some point.
Rumor has it that you might be hopping into the 50K no limit later today, Rast. Is that true?
I am.
These guys
I am
trying
going to
to
play it.
Tell people on short deck, and this is how lame it is.
Maybe
Godspeed,
as soon
young
as
man.
this next break, whenever it comes up.
Look at you. Chomping at the bit.
Oh, yeah.
Fair way to describe perhaps Rui Kao's situation right now, as he is eager to take a personal needle to the bubble and burst it, doing his part to mash with his big stack.
Looks like it just started 30 minutes ago. Ooh, 9. Maybe the 9-10 suited, 9-jack suited. It seems like the most likely. Ace-9 suited, or ace-9 anything, whatever. Yeah, something like that.
Santi Jiang with the pickup there. Feels like the waiting game a little bit, doesn't it, Rast?
Yeah, certainly. There. But they've been waiting a long time. No one's even gone out yet. Right? I mean, some of these short stacks, we could see Santi just did it. They're going to have to start taking some chances.
Well, Soiza doubled up. Santi just picked up some chips, but the two of them are the shortest stacks in the field right now at
it's gonna be the
17 and
coolest thing
25
ever,
innings, respectively.
Looks like we've got Soiza's chips in the middle here. Count being asked for, perhaps by Kenneth Key. He folds, and now it's on Richard Young, and Richard wants to look him up. A snap flip over from Soiza. Looks like a king-queen, if I'm not mistaken, offsuit against an ace-10.
It looks like maybe king-queen suited.
Club spade, I thought, no? And what's on the board here?
Oh, he's out.
Ooh. Was it a
I
gut
think he
shot
made
that came
Broadway.
in on the end?
Looks like he made Broadway, yeah. The ace-10.
So Soiza had the best of it there. Young took his chances for what looked like almost 500K. And Richard
Play slow, play slow. ICM very important.
cementing
Keep the-
himself in fourth in
Situ-
chips with a
situation
big
like
gap between third and fifth
Well, now it's hand
in
for
either
hand.
direction.
Oh, yeah.
Play fast. So
And
we
we
don't
are on the
wait hand
pure
by hand.
bubble.
No, I mean,
Here in event number 5,
don't
25,000
don't
euro
bust it.
buy-in short deck.
Exactly,
I'm trying to see who won the pot.
And now at that other table. Ooh, actually Ryan Yum, who was a chip leader for a long time, has slid down. He's only has
What
a
do you got?
million
You got-
right now. Isaac Haxton is the short stack at the other table with
500 by order.
45.
750, right?
Payouts brought to you by Polymarket. Ninth will be worth 49,400. 10th will be worth exactly 0, 497,000 for first. And 6 six-figure payouts, representing 2/3 of all of them in this 1.7 million euro prize pool.
Kenneth Key is starting to separate a little bit, over 5.6 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Putting in work out there is Key.
Without the button. It's not smart. You should shove. Yes. And if you limp, you shove, you fall.
Unless you want to be all in for all the chips.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Ace. Wow, this is a big mistake. Cash can player mistake. Even me, I don't do that.
Also kind of wild shove.
Maybe ace is, I don't know.
But yeah, how do you get called?
Ooh, sorry.
Oh.
You can.
Good trick, bro.
No,
You lose your card?
The best
it
part,
doesn't matter, right?
well, it does, because I could limp and you're forced to be all in.
No, if you limp, it's action.
No, it's not.
No, tournaments are crazy like that.
But then,
So, I mean, it would still, like, I probably would just open shove aces just to make
it
you fold.
wasn't the trick. It wasn't the trick.
Yeah, of course not. I would probably just open shove aces anyways, make you fold. But,
My
like,
hand was so pretty. King, queen suited. Tilt, tilt, tilt.
9-6 offsuit, able to just shed such better hands behind it.
No punch interest.
As the power of Rui Cow stack is on full display here on the pure bubble in the 25K short deck.
I mean, it's crazy now. This table that we're looking at, Roy Cow now has 3x the second player, which is Jason Kuhn. I mean, just every chip on this table is sliding over to Rui. No one's
Can I
ever gotten
shove
anything to even
before
call him
getting
once so
ahead?
far.
I'm all in.
Yeah, it's allowed.
Making such a mockery. He's going on in the dark.
He really is.
How absurd.
He's putting on a show for the girls he texted to watch the
Yeah.
stream. Meanwhile, Ike Haxton picking up chips, and that is a welcome sight for him as he is the second shortest stack in the field.
yeah.
Just behind is Santi Jiang.
Good hand. One more in.
8-6 offsuit. The fact that he even bothers to say, "Oh, good hand," when everyone knows what he's doing, no matter what. You gotta love it. So entertaining, Rui Cow.
Yeah.
Give me 50.
Man, how fun is Roy Cow's spot for Roy Cow? For the rest of the table, it's torture, but Roy is loving it. I mean,
Yes.
He's working a pure cheat code right now.
Not fun.
normally it's like seems like people get aces, but I think this whole time no one's gotten aces or even kings, which is pretty lucky for him.
Taking a peek back at the outer table, Richard Young is going to be taking a flop up against chip leader Kenneth Key. Tom Dwan in the fold as well. Three-way action. And Dwan's going to lead out on the paired flop. I think a couple of queens out there. No matter.
This is actually a much better spot for Ike in some senses, because it's not going to just be all in every time it gets to him, you know? I mean, on this table, especially for like Chris Brewer, I mean, it's a brutal spot. Like every time it gets to him, either Roy's all in, or if Roy's not, it's because someone else went all in with a pretty good hand before Roy. So, I mean, we've actually seen Chris Brewer just straight slide. Like he literally hasn't drug a chip in forever, and he's now in ninth. 800,000.
Yeah.
We played a
Oh,
little
he's
bit
under
on
the gun with ace queen.
Fan Ocean, right?
He finally
for
found
the tournament.
it.
Is there any short deck tournaments?
He's going to be so happy to put this all in.
Yeah, there are some on GG, but nothing worth playing. They're small. Biggest they play is 10K.
Was fun.
780.
They're very fun.
No.
Almost all in.
Yeah,
20K behind.
doing the save in Annie or whatever.
Smart play.
Don't sound so thrilled about it, Rast.
It just is what it is. We've talked about it. It's like one of those things where it's like 1 in 1,000 times. I mean, given how much it happens and how we've never even seen it play out, you know, it's like a 1 in 10,000 eventuality that maybe you save that ante. But yeah, it is what it is.
You have total like 800, right?
Yeah, I have 20 behind.
He's going to think about this, but I would be surprised if he puts it in here. I mean, I know he's getting shorter, and it's probably weighing on him, and he's the shortest stack. But, I mean, Chris Brewer needs a pretty decent hand to go all in here on Roy Cow's. Roy Cow's. So it's not like Jax is going to find, oh, he's got the 10-8 or whatever. Oh, he ends up going with it. But this is kind of ICM suicide here.
We wait, right?
That bad?
You wait.
A little bit. I mean, he's going to, I mean, let's say Chris is definitely doing this ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, maybe ace 10,
What do you mean?
ace 10, ace 9 suited,
Thought we don't
maybe,
show all hands.
maybe king, queen,
That's what I said.
aces,
we
kings,
wait.
queens. Is he doing it
haven't
with
covered.
tens? Maybe. I mean, I
I
don't
haven't
know.
covered.
But even if you include tens and ace 10,
Yeah.
at best he's flipping, I would guess, against Brewer's range with jacks. I don't think Brewer's doing it super wide. This seems light to me. Like, I would have much rather done it as him with the ace-king suited in that previous spot where he passed.
Sure.
Now, I know he had a few
Sure.
more chips then, but it was a spot where the person going all in, I think, was going to be wider, and you dominate that range a bit more.
So the boys from the outer table are coming over to feast their eyes on what could be Santi Jiang's last stand in his very first ever Triton series with 2 jacks up against the 2 overs of Chris Brewer. 2 short stacks colliding in an ace in the window, but a jack behind it. Set of jacks for Jiang, and he is now in great shape.
Hang on the phone. Always a sweat. Oh, sweat bulbs go.
Turn card is a sweat card, as a king would now give Brewer Broadway and the W, bursting the bubble. Anything else, and Santi will double and leave Brewer the shorty. 7 of spades, and Jiang with a welcome double.
Fuck my money.
Brewer's on fumes.
Yes, he is.
Fuck my money. 675.
I mean, the one good thing about calling there is when you win the, let's call it flip, I mean, you're basically guaranteeing almost that,
Tommy
or
Needles
not guaranteed,
horse
but
over
pretty
here.
close that you're going to make it because you have a bunch of chips and one guy's going to be on fumes. But that said, I
No, hey.
don't have
Buttons
a
on me.
short deck
Buttons on
ICM
me.
calculator, but my feeling based on everything I've been watching is that that feels like a fold. Maybe like you have maybe queens or definitely kings, but not jacks. I think that's starting to get too low. Just my intuition.
Thank you.
Who knows? Maybe Santi's right. Jason Kuhn is at the table, and I'm sure he took a note of that hand, so I'm going to ask him later what he thinks about it.
Yeah, they definitely. All in dark.
Can I fold? How much ante it is? You're like, yes, yes.
But it looks like the
I
bubble's
shouldn't
going
say
to break
anything,
soon
but-
because of that.
Please, please.
Yeah,
We'll
I don't
see,
need
but
it. Okay, yeah,
Brewer's
so
going to need to get pretty lucky to get back in this. Not just winning one, but probably two all-ins. So, in this
I
first
don't know the strategy.
first one, I think he's basically going to be forced to go all in with
What am I
whatever he
gonna
has
do?
this hand.
I can't.
Oh, I have a huge hand. I have ace jack.
Maybe mistake.
Holy shit.
Maybe I don't just.
I think what you actually should do is
Is fold.
leave me 10K behind. You should just raise to 120 and then check it down with me.
Yeah.
Has to be the play. And then you just get to shove the next hand. And if I win, whatever.
What's going on here,
No,
Ryan?
I would change too much because you're automatically all in like that.
Yeah.
Well, they're already
it's
all
not
in,
like
but
you,
Brewer
like,
was
crushed
saying
with
what
that
he
hand.
thought Rui should have
But
done,
if I
which
get
is
to 10 and then I just win,
something that's good for him. Be leaving him.
So just kind of a
10K
post-mortem
chips.
about
Yeah.
perhaps what would have been the better line for Rui to take, where he continues to be able to abuse the field with the presence of Brewer ultra short.
Yeah, for at least one more hand.
Meanwhile, action in progress at the outer table between Kenneth Key and Tom Dwan. Presumably they will be treading somewhat lightly, given that we are on the pure bubble and there are short stacks out there, including the ultra short Chris Brewer, who is already all in. 100K bet and call on this flop, which is ace jack 10, is it?
Yeah, I think that's a 10. And I think we got followed up by a 7, so ace jack 10, 7. Looks like a couple of hearts, all red on the flop. Looks like 2 hearts and 1 diamond. Kenneth firing a second barrel here, 425,000. Healthy bet. Looks like maybe there's only like 600 in the pot. Tom, eyes wide open. Feels like something's coming. Yeah, is it a call? It didn't look like a man who was gonna fold. Now, I mean, this pot getting quite large here, well over $1 million. And the river, it's hard to see, but maybe that's a 6. Looks like a black 6. So changed nothing. Except, I mean, if I'm right about the cards, maybe 8-9 makes us straight now. Oh no, a red 6.
Key going deep into the time shot clock and then coming with an over 800K bet.
Yeah, it looks like no flush got there. It's a diamond on the river. Looks like 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. appears that Tom has some kind of bluff catcher because it looks like he's not going to raise at this point. That's the facial expressions, body language, not of a man who's entertaining raising his opponent. So maybe a hand like 2 pair.
Could have also been a bad batch of jamón ibérico. One never knows.
Yes. I mean, this would really fool him if he was like, you know what, I'm all in. After this.
Yeah, that would catch Key off guard.
I just don't think you have it.
Right.
I'm all in. Like, what is
well,
going on?
Kenneth.
I've been working it out, and I just don't think you have anything. Oh, he calls. And what do we see over here? Oh, it looks
Is
like
it
top
aces?
set.
Yeah.
That's.
And that is not what Dwan wanted to see, as he will take a big blow to his stack on what could be the bursting of the bubble. If Rui Kao's 2 kings can hold against Chris Brewer's ace-jack. A very modest 310K pot, but oh so meaningful for Brewer, who won event number 3 and is looking for his 2nd straight cash. Gonna have to avoid elimination here. Is there an ace on the flop? No, but there's a king, and that is ugly stuff. Runner, runner, Broadway, runner, runner, straight, jack high, also an option.
Gut shot. Most cards you have gut shot.
Yeah, most cards you have.
You don't want a pair.
Just don't want to make a pair.
You don't want to have ace jack. Oh, yeah.
Now all of a sudden that 6 gives Brewer
Hope.
a 9 for the victory.
125.
4 outs once. Nope. King's full for Rui Kao, and that's the end of the road for Chris Brewer, who fought hard, but in the end was unable to get lucky when he needed to.
In the money?
A bit of a victim of the worst seat in the tournament,
Yeah,
really.
no doubt. And the bubble has burst, and certainly thanks to Rui Kao's efforts. He just mashed the field. And there is a look at the payouts. 49,400 euros is guaranteed to our remaining 9 players. Nice little pay jumps, working our way all the way up to that 497,000 euros, which will go to first place. That distribution coming courtesy of 1.7 million euros collected across 69 total entries. So how are things going to change now, Rast, that the bubble has burst? We're going to get back to playing a little bit of normal short deck? Or we're still going to see everybody who's short just looking to spin it up now?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty graduated pay raise here, and you've got a lot of short stacks. I think, you know, there's a lot of incentive for them to win now, right? You win 6 annies or so, plus 20% chip stack by getting all in. So, I mean, I think we could see it play down to the final table pretty quick at this point, now that the bubble broke. Right? I mean, did they join it at 8?
I think I did in Barcelona.
Oh yeah, I have
I'm
to.
sorry?
Yeah.
Do they join it at 8 or 7? I'm not sure. But I mean,
seven-handed.
Seven-handed, okay, I've just been told. So, you know, but I think the next, there'll be some all-ins pretty quick here. Because that extreme tightness we saw is going to be gone. So.
How many big blinds are?
Roy trying.
160, 20 something, right?
We're trying to figure out what to do with aces here.
Yeah, 20 something under 30.
I'll tell you what, if he just moves all in, no one's going to think suddenly that he picked up a good hand necessarily just because the bubble burst. He may just be staying the course. The Rui Kao show.
Going with call.
So clearly we're seeing our first signs of a different approach.
Ooh.
Ooh, in bottom 2 pair for Chun Tong Xiao after being allowed to take this flop free of charge on the button. And Kao bets 50K. Gets piled on for 805.
Why did I play my hand like this?
Instant regret for Rui.
Count.
801?
Huh?
I think 801.
Eh.
Wow, this is actually a pretty tough spot. He's got the
Good
diamond,
hand.
he's got the overpair. We can see that against bottom two here. He's doing pretty well. I mean, not well, but 43%, right? I mean, not nearly as bad as you might think. And you know, he has to call 755
How much equity do you have? King 7, no, cannot shove king
to
10.
win little over $1 million. So
No king 10, king 9, 9, 10. No, it's jack.
I mean, he actually needs 42%. He has 43. So
You bluff?
No.
I mean, you value better hand than AA?
Yeah, better hand, better hand.
I should shove pre-flop. Shorter I shove.
actually, technically,
Oh,
he was basically just getting enough money to call versus 10-9. It was about a
Annoying.
break-even call.
On the razor's edge.
0.5% better based on the
aces. You try.
back of the envelope
Welcome some shit
pocket.
to
I mean,
It would
phone
seem
calculator.
second in
calculation.
chips that he's not looking to push those sorts of
10-9?
thin
I think
margins,
10-9.
right?
King 9 or 10-9. I'm priced out.
Unnecessary risk.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky calculation by him because let's say it wasn't just bottom
like two
two.
pair. Please don't
Let's
call.
say it was a better two pair.
Please don't
The
call,
odds
I
go
think. I
down.
don't
I mean,
want to
he's
flip.
way behind a straight. Right, a set, way behind. You know, how often is my opponent doing this? Because he didn't bet too big. Like, would he just call me with like a pair and a gutter? You know, a flush draw. It's tough. So, I mean, we saw the exact hand, and I did the calculation based on that. But Roy's not thinking of exact hand. He's thinking of his opponent's range. So,
That's 2 hands.
Will we move every 2 hand? No.
No.
Cow. Could have just raised and taken that pot. Instead, Xiao, the beneficiary of the cowbucks.
for the student at home that wants to know how I did that, what you do is you take the amount Roy has to call, in this case 755K, and you divide it by the pot plus Roy's call. So that would have been 1.035 plus 755, which is 1.780. That comes out to 42.4%. So he needs that much, at least that much equity. There you go. There's a quick lesson in probability and how you calculate EV.
Professor Rast.
Well, that's why they pay me the big bucks and seat me next to you, Ali, you know?
Oh, listen, I'm just bringing you down.
Ollie?
2 limps in front of Santi Jiang's ace-queen, and he decides to rip it in there. 7s should crumble, which they do, as does the king-queen.
To see the flop. 3 hands. We played 3. Okay.
Four-handed action at the feature table. 5-handed action at the outer table. 2 players must be eliminated before we combine. And obviously, if the next casualty is here at the feature table, they will draw for an additional player from the outer and balance at 4 and 4. Shortest stack in the tournament is now Ryan Hume, who was such an overwhelming chip leader for so long, Rast, then ran into Kenneth Key, who had top set with aces, as we saw on the outer table, now sits with just 4
I said that out loud.
antes.
Certainly.
Now I have. Oh, that's
crazy.
right. That's right. Okay.
But that's how it goes. I mean, at
think
least
5,
from the
8.
one sense, even
Less.
though I'm sure he'll be disappointed, he'll be able to
See
say,
what
well, at least
the,
I cashed. Would have been even more annoying for him to have been
I'm
the
gonna fold,
runaway
but
chip leader like
see
that
what
in
the
bubble.
mach-
But
what
yeah.
the thing says ahead. 895 is what this says I have, and that looks right. No, right? It isn't
This
right.
is 850, 860 minus 30.
I think I accidentally, I don't know how, but I think that I maybe put in 30. Oh, no, I guess this would be right because they would count that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just miscounted.
You lied to me.
I lied to myself.
Kidding, kidding. It's fun, is this staxing.
Yeah, it's great.
No, I mean, you can lie. No It's not your responsibility to say the truth when.
No, I would never do that.
No, I never did that. But
Yeah.
there is no. People don't really lie either. I mean, I never really heard an angle for it.
Yeah, you gotta be a giant piece of shit to pull one of those.
Well, I've definitely seen people say an amount that isn't really that precise about their stack size. Have
Well,
you-
how far off were they in terms of a percentage?
Oh, sorry,
50%?
on-
5%?
I've seen, 20%-ish.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's significant
yeah.
and a bit grimy. But there's no technical penalty for that?
Yeah, I don't know. There should be, right? I mean, you ask somebody how many chips if they're off by a bunch, but I'm not sure. I don't even know what the rules are. I'm actually not a person who knows the rules very well. There's some people who know the rules to a T, and I'm not one of those. One of those people.
We need to ask Alan Kessler.
Yeah.
He'll be able to tell you.
Or like John Monet or someone like that. Like they know the rules.
Meanwhile, Rui Cao
No, we don't have to.
just
Chairs either.
putting Santi Jiang in the blender with a king 6 from the cutoff. Jiang tried to take a flop with that king jack and was in great shape, but doesn't want to tussle with Cao. And who can blame him with Ryan Hume's 50K stack? Still awaiting its fate.
That's crazy.
And Kenneth Key, separation, 7 over 7.2. Double,
497.
basically double what Roy Cow has here. And Roy Cow stack looks beefy, but Kenneth Cow's over there doing work.
Yeah, that's a nice porterhouse of a stack, isn't it?
Yeah,
The tomahawk.
the tomahawk of stacks, the bone-in tomahawk.
The Chateaubriand for 2. Rui can appreciate that. He's
You
French.
can.
Now that I think about it,
Some foie gras and some Bordeaux.
what did you call it? Did you say foie gras?
Yeah.
I'm going to mute your mic for a minute as a linguistic penalty.
Oh no, did I misspoke?
Foie gras.
Yeah, no, I can't.
You know, I'm going to mute myself for actually not just saying gras at the end, and I did the weird R thing. We're both muted.
Have you ever heard the word pretentious, Ali?
In relation
I'm
to
sure
me?
you have.
Yes. It is a little bit weird now that I think about it. The
Luca,
Chateaubriand
Question: is it hand for hand?
is
now?
this massive piece of beef. And just about everything else I feel like in French cuisine leaves you kind of hungry.
You know, I didn't admit to it when you said it, but I mean, I knew in context that it was a piece of meat, but I didn't know what a Chateaubriand was exactly.
It's like a French tomahawk.
Okay. So it is a tomahawk, but like French style.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
All right. Well, look at that, folks. You're always learning something here with Ollie and Brian.
Not necessarily learning something that is correct, but just learning something.
Yeah, well,
I'm the guy that tells you I got 20% less than I do. 2 9s for Chun Tong Xiao as he takes a flop against Jason Kuhn, who has top 2. And if Kuhn so much as sneezes at this pot, we would presume it would come to a close.
Kuhn with a healthy bet. 5-6 the pot. Yeah.
$1.50.
That's it.
Nifty pickup for him.
Jason shows the nuts in tournaments, shows the bluff in cash game.
Oh, and Ryan Yum is out.
Nuts in turn.
Eliminated in 9th.
Makes sense. What is he trying to do?
Yeah, we did see that statistic that advised we were down to just 8 players, so 1 away from our final table. However, I was eagerly watching to see if it was indeed Ryan Yum, and sure enough, the man who was the overwhelming chip leader for so much of late play yesterday, eliminated 4 players in one hand on 2 separate occasions, was the chip leader for quite a bit of today, ran into Kenneth Key, who is now the chip leader, and then it was a tailspin from there. As the only silver lining for Yum is that he is taking home 49,400 euros, his first ever cash at a Triton series. Ciao with the aces. Ship it and take it, sir.
The 3 shortest stacks of the tournament at this table, along with Roy Cal, who's in second.
Do you think he's complaining about that?
No, he's loving it. I mean, he made it happen. He just hoovered up all the chips.
That's true. He put in his own work, didn't he?
Yeah, he has more than those 3 players combined.
All in.
How much?
Santi Jiang's ace-9 suited
1.4
is
something?
being questioned by Rui Cao's ace-queen.
Around there.
3-2.
This is a big hand. Even though Santi's been playing somewhat snug, I mean, it's 30K ante. It's only 1.3. I think feels like Roy Cao. I think he realizes the dynamic that's going on, but this would be a big laydown.
Say again. 1-3.
Yeah.
And I mean, Santi's not going to be as snug as he was.
Looks like Ike Haxton is gathering his belongings, and that is generally not a good sign, as he has been eliminated, taking Queen 10 into Ace Queen. And we've got an Ace Queen that could be claiming a pelt of its own back here at the feature table.
Roy goes with it, right? That's what I expected
Yes,
him to do.
indeed.
Ace Queen's just too big, man. Too big versus the jam. He's in
Not
good
great
shape here.
news for
Have to call, no?
Santi Jiang's hand.
You see there's about 11% chance of a chop, but he's a 5-3 favorite
Need a little bit of luck
in terms
now.
of winning the pot.
Need a little bit of luck now.
And we're going to the final table after this no matter what, but will the final table be 6-handed or 7?
Time will tell.
Ooh.
And the ace-9 outflops the ace-queen with middle pair on this king-high board. Turn card
Holy shit.
is the queen of clubs. Rui Cao called it.
Can he call them back to back? The man says queen of clubs, queen of clubs.
Santi Jiang at risk of elimination unless he can hit a 9. No, it's the 8, and that's all she wrote for the Spaniard first-timer here in Triton. A noble effort as he will collect 8th place money, 64,600 euros. But the Rui Cao show rolling on here in Madrid as he is still second in chips. 6 players left in the 25K short deck. Ante-Only as we work our way toward a champion here in event number 5. Once again, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth here at Casino Gran Via, Aline Jad, alongside Brian the Czar Rast. And Brian, now the bubble has burst, and we've got a little bit more play, although those short stacks did need to get weeded out. Can we finally look forward to some post-flop antics here?
You know, based on
6
my
left.
experience doing these tables, it looks like probably not yet. There's still some stacks left that are short that are going to be going all in quite a bit. It doesn't mean that you won't see post-flop, but in my experience so far, you don't really get to a lot of post-flop play until that consolidates down a little bit more. Clearly heads up, a ton of post-flop, but then sometimes 3 or 4-handed, depending on how quick this next part goes. So I still think there's going to be a little bit more pre-flop, at least unless some of those short stacks double up. I don't think we're quite there yet.
Well, I'm going to give you a front row seat to that action as we are going to check you out and check Henry Kilbane in so that you can go register for that 50,000 euro no limit hold'em. We'll certainly be cheering for you from the booth here. But in the meantime, we'll give those of you at home a short break as we assemble our final table here in event number 5, the 25,000 euro short deck. Keep it close. More to come.
me? Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
So I guess my bad.
And Makita.
I guess I'm not folding for 25K.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can see just how close, Jeff, these equities run. You mentioned it earlier on, similar to
That was
PLO.
a nice one for me to see.
53-46.
What's leaving at 25K back in case?
Yeah, so Brewer, you know, Rast will tell you casinos are built on slight edges. This is a slight edge, but does make the call, does cover his opponent as well. Starts with an ace, so he likes to see that. Jumps him up to over 70%.
If they had like a three-way all-in or something.
And sweaty. Never easy. Gains a couple percent, but loses a pull. So Makita has one card if he wants to stay in this game. He's going to have to connect on that river. And it is not. Brewer holds that one. Makita bows out short of the money. And now we have reached the true bubble. Makita, the sigh.
Yeah, direct money bubble, Jeff. Ninth going. Snap call. This could be bubble over. Tune just snap calling Brewer's jam.
Making so many chips.
Tom with a card that.
I've been making so many chips. Is there an all-in over
10
there?
jack clubs. I mean, how he's just.
Am I allowed to ask that on the bubble? Yeah, right? Or no? I'm not supposed to? You're not supposed to ask that, or you can? Okay, I'll just fold. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's probably a fold anyway. Are you allowed to?
They're getting familiarized with the tournament rules.
2 for 2 again, golden piece.
No, I said.
I don't think they have to answer.
Like, am I allowed to get up and see if there's an all-in or whatever in the middle? You're allowed to? In the middle of the hand?
I mean, I know you can stand up if you want.
You can stand up?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
You're on your own. Whatever information you can find. I don't think I'm
Aces?
going to tell you anything.
I have Jack 10. Oh, I guess that's why you leave the chip back, because then no one knows you're all in. That's probably why.
I'll take it.
All right, so
Flipping.
again, super close here.
Flipping for
Fumble
50K.
with a 10.
I don't know.
He's guessing.
Guessing based on
Not
what
too
you
long
said.
ago, we saw Chuntong Xiao getting queens to ace 10 off for Sir Watts
I'm
and
doing queen 9,
lose.
8,
This
yeah, I'll
time,
get 10.
again, a favorite, but this time much less of a favorite. This is a classic flip in short deck. Two welcoming hands to see the start, and look at this, Jack 10
Wow.
is now a 2-to-1 favorite, just about 2-to-1 favorite.
Brewer picking up additional outs on the Queen 9-7 rainbow. Any King Jack 10-8.
And
GG's.
that's it.
Dead on the turn, Jeff, and well, what was that, a one-handed bubble?
It looks, yeah. This was definitely not a. It's been flip flopping. We had a short, long, short.
As we mentioned, short deck. He was this tired,
No limit, a better cash.
and it was a no limit hold'em tournament. He wouldn't play.
Yeah, because you can make ante. I do think it'd be interesting to run no limit stuff with like short deck structure. Like you just do the ante structure the
It's
same
better,
way.
yeah. And you can also just do really high ante and stuff, but even still, no limit's just a worse tournament game.
Oh, so what's just folding the Jack 10-0 there, rather than completing.
I think it should be pot limit pre-flop, short deck.
It's like 7.
Yeah, it
760.
would definitely change things a lot.
All in.
How much is that? 700? I think I'm
760.
folding, but I need a second to fucking think about how degenerate I want to be here. Fuck. Shove, snap. Yeah, I guess I could fold.
So Winfred, you're going to be at risk.
Can I fold?
Tom.
We can just show it. We don't have to wait or anything.
Losing chips. Losing chips.
Well, it's a gamba. And yeah, this is a fun shove fest, Timmy Bus, over on Twitch.
You know what's
A lot of
interesting?
action.
The ace-9 versus queens is actually, looks like in better shape than ace-10 versus queens because you can't make that straight, really. Ace-10, right? But you can make the ace-9, ace-6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, so the queens would be blocking the
The ace
Broadway straight, but then obviously it's unblocking the lower end of the straight.
Yeah, Winfred
Give him another
sees
ace. Give him a sweat.
the bad news. He's in a bit of a world of hurt here.
Sweat on like half the deck or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like 7 or 8 too.
Just jinx him with that.
Good game.
GG's, Winfred, you
That was dirty.
could not go back to back, but I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of that man, Jeff, in these short deck events here at the Gran Via in Madrid over the next 10 days or so. 8 out straight draw on the flop, multiply 8 by 6 to get around about 48% chance of getting there by the river.
And I was like, fine, fair enough, you know. But so then it was like,
and
come on, like.
Tom,
you got to,
two
like, jump in
tens,
when
good
when
enough
the
to
things
go
were big.
all in.
No, I'm saying that,
What he,
but I'm saying I
that
was
hand
supposed
is
to tell you first and someone
gonna
came
feel
on and
stronger
told me, like, I was
to
mad.
a hold'em player.
So it's like, okay, fine.
It's
but,
not
like,
quite as strong
then
as
when
short
I
deck.
had
The
something come up
overcard
with
hands are actually
I feel
favorites.
you know.
Oh wow.
I had even told him I was
Huge
like,
wake up here with
like,
Sir
gotta
Watts.
make
Sure,
my-
he's just gonna go
I'll
all
use some
in, and
commentary, something like that.
my
Like, I was,
guess
like,
is
trying
Rob's
to-
gonna end up. I mean, it's gonna be a lot to call off, and two jacks shrivel up versus that all-in range, which is probably
550, right?
aces, kings, maybe queens, ace king, maybe like ace queen suited. I mean, just all hands that are. I don't know if it's really a single hand jacks ahead of. So even though there's a lot of money out there, it's also he's the chip leader right now, and
Exactly.
yeah, it's basically just.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Brian. I think just
Thanks for the good luck wishes. It seemed like he had that face on. That's why I wasn't saying anything.
Good news for Tom, who can't fold his hand, is that now he more than triples up if he hits a 10, and we didn't see any 10s get folded. So even though it's 70-30, he's probably actually slightly higher. Oh no, we did see a 10. 10-9 suited. That's right, 10-9 suited, which is a very strong hand in this game, but not a hand you necessarily want to just call in all in.
You know, aces are the best hand in the deck, right?
Gut shot or something.
Well, you know, kind of a hard
Give me
spot
a
with a
little
lot of
sweat.
hands. I might have
That's right,
to think
Devin
about
Tang at the 10-9
Yeah,
spades.
if I have two queens, you know, maybe I have to
beautiful
think a little bit.
hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually
Nice
the
spot.
best hand to take against aces. 10-9
I would
suited.
like a sweat or a win. What?
Wow.
Wow.
Give him a
He's
diamond.
running
Yeah,
diamonds.
diamonds.
Sweat. Come on, man. No sweat. Brutal.
Not even a
Some of
sweat.
these-
I mean, straight
they
flush
don't know how
draw
strong aces
and
are.
running 10s, and that's it.
Good game, Tom.
You're rooting for the 8-8 for me, Jason? Really? Feel like
That sounds like Jason's on the road. We do have our first elimination of this final table, where it took some time to get there, but everyone now guaranteed an additional 16,000 euros courtesy of Watson's aces holding up. And
Who knows? That could also just be some verbal jousting of sorts.
trying to get a read.
Or no, just, he's gonna, I don't know. I mean, it feels like he
What was weird
should
about that
just make his
situation is
decision
none of
there,
them I didn't know.
regardless of
Yeah.
that.
I mean, it was
At
like
this
in
point, he's
literally
in
the
the
entire
tournament, so
table.
he's going to fold the rest of the time.
Yeah.
Before I watched
None of us
I
thought
put
about it
in-
until.
I put in a chip for antis, but I didn't watch my cards yet.
Oh, yeah.
I can,
So it's on me now.
yeah,
right?
heels change. There you go. So it's not confusing. There you go.
So Devin might actually just jam here,
For sure. I
yeah.
was just saying it. It was like the whole table. Like none of us realized.
I wouldn't like to do that.
Oh, wow.
Still call?
If it's your day, it's your day.
The aces machine.
Van Tang with the open jam with the jacks. Young just gets the click call.
Jack. Put the jack on there, guys.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
23,000 euro ladder between 6th and 5th.
I've been playing with this guy all yesterday. Lovely.
Do love Rob.
Oh, that was a jack.
Queen 9-7 rainbow.
Never seen somebody root as hard for their opponent to get their card.
And he's being genuine as well.
Not many bricks.
How about an 8? All right.
Hello.
So now we have 4 10s. 6 outs, 1 to come. 21%.
No dice. King of clubs on the river, and Young up to 9.1 million. Right, over half the chips in play.
Button's good.
And then there were 5. Everyone guaranteed 6 figures. Hit the Gran Via in Madrid. Event number 3.
I mean, yeah, you pick up a lot when it gets through, so that.
Had our fair share of aces at this final table. Yeah, we've only lost 2 players thus far. Oh boy. Well.
Wow.
Spikes the 9 on the turn to stay alive in the previous hand, and now he's going to need to find some help in the form of a king.
Yeah, this is going no other way than him jamming here, right? I mean, yeah.
Music to Sir Watts' ears. Oh. 4.1 in the middle. So 30,000 euro ladder between 5th and 4th.
So yet another player who is pretty likely to go out before Chris Brewer.
Yeah, it'd be pretty wild if he gets 2 or 3 ladders, right?
Ooh.
Hello.
Jesus.
So his equity went up, but only 10%. Went from 75.25 to 65.35.
That's not a good Tom.
Doesn't really change much.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess actually
for
it
the
makes
kings.
no difference on the outs. Weird.
Boys taking a while to figure it out.
Yeah, guys.
Double taps from the rest of the table. GG's all round for Webster Lim out in 5th. Going to be taking home 101,000 euros and change for his efforts. Great start to this Triton series here at the Gran Via Madrid. Yeah.
My 100,000.
The players have spread out, sitting at the 4 corners of the table, like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, ready to do battle. Get some short-handed short deck now. Every player that goes out, less
1.7
in the pot,
1.47.
right? 1 less ante. So right now there's only 5 antes in the pot.
Yeah.
Whereas obviously in the modern with the big blind ante, no limit, PLO, etc., the pot stays the same size, right, with the 1 big blind ante. But in short deck, as you get shorter, there's less in the pot to play for.
So interesting. Very, very interesting spot.
This is pretty close for both Sir Watts and Brewer. Silver, the power of being the one putting the pressure on his opponents, could potentially get 2 folds from 2 stronger hands.
I don't think Watson is going to fold with as many chips as he has.
I want to pay him the 34,000.
King Queen off is a pretty strong hand in this game, and I think he's willing to play for the nearly 1.5.
Well, you can take some.
I think he's got to figure.
I'm also.
I mean, he's doing fine against like hands like Ace 10 suited, Ace 9 suited, and again he's ahead of every other Broadway hand.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think this is too good. Yep. And he's going to be very happy to see the actual hands up against.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
Please let me like see some cards first.
I mean, it's short deck. You're still very live. It also means you can't hit his king as much.
There you go, Mike. No king for you to hit now.
Actually,
clubs, so Holtz is still alive.
King Jack. I think King Jack being out is.
Yeah, Chris.
And a warm welcome back inside our broadcast booth here at Casino Gran Via. Ali Nejad, joined by hemorrhaging Henry Kilbane, who moments ago was actively bleeding here on the broadcast booth. True story, don't ask. All right, getting back to our event number 5, the 25,000 euro short deck. Just before the break, I mentioned Santi Zhang finishing in 8th place for 64,600. That is incorrect. Ike Haxton busted prior to him in 8th, as you can see here on the Triton Plus app. Ike officially taking down the 64.6. That leaves Santi Zhang with a nice, handsome pay jump to 83,500. And now we get to the 6-figure payouts. All 6 of our remaining players here at the final table will be enjoying a minimum of 105,400 euros in payout money, Henry. Anybody standing out to you thus far as we get back inside the tournament area and the featured table? Do you have a favorite outside of Kenneth Key, who has that 9.1 million and that big boss stack?
If I have to go with anyone, it's going to be Rui Cao in terms of just overall Triton experience. He's played, these high buy-in events. He's been in situations where he has to kind of step out of the way of Kenneth Key. Can't get too involved. Kenneth incentivized to, push Rui around because of the ICM pressure, but Rui's got to be very familiar on how to navigate this kind of situation.
The man has 8 cashes, 1 Triton title, 7.85 million in career tournament earnings. But not to be overlooked, as you saw the chip counts there just moments ago, is Kenneth Key. Kenneth, playing under the Singapore flag, has 4 million plus in career Triton earnings, 4 cashes, and 1 title, all the way back in 2018 in Jeju, the 1 million HKD Hold'em event. 2 of his 4 cashes coming in short deck, both in Montenegro in 2019, as we are getting back to the action here at the final table.
Yeah, interestingly, Ali, I mean, everyone really handcuffed, especially Tom and Richard Young, in the form of, Jason sat on 33 antes, June sat on 33 antes as well, just having to play tight until either Jason or June decide to either go with it or double up.
Yeah, it's sort of carte blanche for Kenneth Key and Rui Cao to do their own bidding. I would imagine Cao will be deferent in terms of allowing Key to decide what he wants to do, first and foremost. And then Yang and Duan, as you mentioned, those middling stacks will have the handcuffs on as we await the fates of Jason Kuhn and Chun Tong Xiao, the short stacks. Richard Yang, under the gun, limps in 60K. The antes are 30. The button is 60.
Oh.
Rui Cao
It was out of time chips.
shooting it up with the ace-8. Tom Duan likes the look of his queen 10 suited and will call the 200K.
Yeah, Duan also delighted. He now has more time extension chips after they expired prior to this final table.
Look at the limp rip with the ace-queen offsuit from Yang. And he has a dominating holding against both of the other hands involved at this point.
Yeah, from EP, you're going to need stronger hands to jam, so keeping it balanced, favor jamming some of the suited stuff, limp folding the offsuit, or throwing in the occasional trap in the form of, big ace-X as well as big pairs, ace-king, ace-queen suited plus.
So a very narrow range being assigned to Richard Young's limp all-in, as both other hands have seeded, and looks like some latent confetti just made its way down onto the felt. Just like a modest celebration of Richard Young's pot, perhaps. He's got 90 antes now. Third in chips currently.
I don't raise anymore.
History going to be made here either way, Ali, and whoever takes it down. Jason Kuhn looking to be the first player to join that 4 titles club. Rui going for trophy number 2, same as Richard Young and Key all looking to kind of prove themselves. You know, you win the first one, and everyone's begging the question of how long is it going to take until you get your second title. Yeah.
That's why it's important to never play again after you win a title.
There we go.
It's like dropping the mic. Ricao with 2 red 10s limps in here. Dwan does the same with an ace-jack, and our chip leader will see his first involvement here at the final table. Ace-queen worked so well for Richard Young moments ago. Here he is on the button. But with 3 limpers in front of him, how will he approach this spot?
Yeah, Dwan pretty fortunate that he has ace-jack, not ace-jack suited in this spot. Potentially get himself in trouble. Could still come for the limp jam.
Sizing is 285 from Yang, and Rui makes the call in front of Dwan, which further diminishes the attractiveness of his ace-jack.
That's a guy.
So
You play about 2 minutes.
it's going to be heads up
2.5.
between
2.4 now.
Yang and Cao. 6, 7, 9. Both players with the straight draw. Advantage Cao, obviously, given he has the overpair and the better version. Yang checking back the flop. 6 pairs on the turn. And that texture Cao deems favorable to his holding as he fires 175,000.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Young reaching for calling chips, keeping Cao honest here. Cao's going to have, you know, some king-queen, king-jack, king-10, jack-10 suited type hands that ace-queen is still ahead of.
Oh, what a beautiful river for Rui Cao. Not that he needed it. 10's full of 6s.
Just 1.1 out there. Unfortunate run out for Rui in the sense that Richard not going to have many hands he can call with here.
And into the muck it goes as Cao seeks to begin the process of narrowing the gap between himself and Kenneth Key.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Key really goes after it. Who's going to play the role of table captain? Rui Cao seems to have already shown signs of not being afraid to get involved, apply pressure. The thing I'm looking forward to the most, Ali, is the verbal jousting in the commentary booth between you and I. It's many a spectator of the game of poker. I've heard your back and forths with Mr. Schulman over the years, and you know, I need to learn to stay out of the way.
So I'm unclear. Kilbane, are you throwing down the gauntlet? Or are you conceding before the battle has begun?
Honestly, I feel like I should just wave the white flag from the get-go.
Always a good decision.
But I'm not sure if that's going to work or not. We'll just have to, I'm going to have to play it by ear and see how we go.
You keep me posted. Meanwhile, 4-way action here to the ace-9-6 board with a couple of diamonds on it. Kenneth Key has top pair. Some straight draws out there as the 8 arrives. Now any 7 would make a straight. Still nobody in the mood to bet it. King on the river hits Cao for second pair. Also completes the diamond draw. Out of position, he is still content to check.
King.
Ace.
And it was the kind of texture that left all of these hands happy to just get to showdown. As the chip leader will haul one in here. Kenneth Key, just 30 years of age, as mentioned, from Singapore. An investor, studied business in school. When asked what his memorable moment from playing a Triton Series event was, predictably, winning the Triton short deck event in Jeju.
Yeah, that would be high up on my list as well.
40.
Favorable moments.
Apparently a participant in some of those nosebleed cash games in Macau is Key. When we asked him who his favorite poker player was, he said true teller Timofey Kuznetsov. Why? Well, because he wrestled goats as a kid.
There we go. Is that true?
I don't know.
True teller.
Maybe lie teller should be Kenneth Key's online handle.
Oh, it started.
Isn't a kid a baby goat? Perhaps he's toying with us.
Potentially.
But he didn't write he wrestled kids as a goat.
He wrestled goats as a kid.
Right.
Does he mean that True Teller was like battling goats, as in poker goats, as a kid?
Now you're cooking with gas, Kilbane. And Jason Kuhn is looking to cook with 10-9 suited on the button, shoots it up to 890,000 as he asks the question of the limpers. And among them, Rui Cao up front decides he wants to give Kuhn some protection and take his chances with ace-10, which is in very good shape against Jason's hand. The ace blocking the diamonds, the 10 dominant.
Yeah, Jason really unfortunate to run in a hand like ace-10 with the ace of diamonds here. Jamming hands like this. Jack-10 suited. It's going to get folds from King Queen-O, King Jack-O. Hands that have us dominated. The offsuit versions.
And the flop is King-King-8 as that equity slips to 24% for Kuhn. A 3-to-1 dog from this point forward. Calling for the draw card. And instead of the 7, he gets the queen, but unfortunately the jack is no good for him because Rui Cao would make Broadway. So now a 9 alone will rescue Jason Kuhn from a 6th place finish. Is it there? No, it isn't.
Have fun.
So the man who has himself already 16 cashes, 3 titles, and 13 million plus in career Triton earnings will add to that total, courtesy of a 6th place payout of 105,400 euros. Always a pleasure to have at the table. Consummate professional, Jason Kuhn.
First final table of the series for Jason. The old double tap on the table. GL, have fun. The rest of the boys.
Dare I say, it won't be the last.
I'm hoping that is the case. Event number 4. 8 more events for Jason to bless our screens once more.
The silver lining for him, he gets to take that 105,000 euros back to his apartment here in Madrid that he's renting and go spend some time with his youngster Callum and his lovely wife Bianca.
You do know there is a 50K running right now.
Like I said, Bianca and Callum, I'm sorry to report that Daddy will not be coming back to the apartment because there's a 50K no limit that Brian Rast has registered in, and no doubt Jason Kuhn will be registering for as well. You never know, he might go check in on the family.
Yeah, go and have,
doesn't have to reg right away.
Late lunch, early dinner with the fam.
In Spain, it's not late lunch, it's just lunch.
This is true.
They start pretty late out here. Meanwhile, Ace-King-10 giving Kenneth Key bottom pair against Rui Cao's second pair. No betting. Flop or turn. Or river. And Cao will be happy to take down a small one here.
You didn't have 10-8?
10-9.
Thought I mean, he didn't show, so I wasn't gonna, like, he didn't table, so I wasn't gonna say anything, but I thought I said.
No, I opened it there.
Yeah, I'm saying I thought the rule was if someone doesn't table, like, not to say anything. So that's why I waited, but.
It's fair, you know. He's not even supposed to show first, but he showed first and asked.
No, yeah, I'm saying I thought I saw 10-8, but I guess it was 10-9.
One does fascinate me.
Why is that?
Just, you know, years and years and years of playing, and he just still, I don't know, just still has that like passion and love for the game in the sense that he's curious about absolutely every spot. He's always talking strategy and having fun at the table, and you think that it could potentially become monotonous when you've competed at the highest level for that much time, but just seems to be in there. Cash games, tournaments, you name it.
My curiosity, Henry.
I cannot make a sound.
Yeah, good, fold. I want a chance.
Centers more around that timepiece that Kenneth Key has brought to the occasion.
Oh
yeah. Timepiece of champions.
Like 1.
Might be tracking
I have one
submarines.
Under 1.4, like
It's
1.37 more or
like
something.
a radar. It's impressive. That's what I'll say. 2 10s for Tom Dwan on the ace-9-8 board. Not sure what that second card is for Key in this raise pot pre. $325K follow through.
You call a
Kenneth,
shot.
and
I had seen my hand, I wouldn't say
Dwan
anything.
casually sends his 10s into
Call
the
a shot.
muck. What's your money on? Jacks? Ace Jack? Jack 10?
I had a hand.
Jack
All of the
10s,
above?
Yeah, all of the above. All reasonable bets.
Yeah, I have
Very
good
cow
hands.
just browsing through the Uber Eats selection whilst not being involved in the hand. It's
like you were thinking of ripping. Like
what would I like to win?
Were you?
What would I like to eat after taking this down, you know?
Listen, Kenneth Key's going to have something to say about that.
True.
Either like,
Hey.
I have a good hand or I'm about to do something
That
crazy.
timepiece. Maybe looking to add one to the collection.
Yeah, I'm saying I didn't know which it was at the time.
That thing looks like he could
either something
he could
crazy or a
handle
very good hand.
Spanish airspace off of it, like an ATC readout. King 9 suited, limping in up front for Richard Yang. Xiao in turn, limping with King Queen suited. And uh-oh, Rurikao asking for a count. Generally a bad sign for the limpers.
Yeah, this is where we need someone out there on the floor to just remind Rui that we've got this amazing new app and just be like, hey, Rui, look, mate. Just get the app up. You got the exact counts.
No, but then you don't get the chance to verbally intimidate.
True. Yeah. Is that 3 million? Is that it? Is that all you're playing? 2.8? 3? All right, I raise.
Yeah, he shoots it up.
Yeah, and Rui's showing early signs of table captain.
Yeah, very much taking the initiative more so than Kenneth Key to this point. And stylistically speaking, I would imagine we'll continue to see a bit of that as Rast alluded to having played with Rui on a number of occasions and him being very aggressive. Well, not aggressive, but delightfully comfortable are the Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 chairs, which bring you game-winning comfort when the stakes are high. You want to know what we're talking about? Learn more at secretlab.co/2022. And Henry and I are comfortably ensconced in the Secret Lab chairs at present. Nice lumbar support, adjustable armrests, the Pebble seat base, lending to the healthy posture. Lord knows I could use it.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, this is definitely the most comfortable I've been during a commentary.
You know, actually,
stint in my life.
I feel like I made a mistake here because were it up to me,
a mistake.
Being a fan of hazing, I should very much have removed the Secret Lab chair from the booth for your arrival so as to acknowledge your rookie stop here on the Triton Tour. I should have brought like a footstool or something for you to operate out of.
With some like, what are the things that kids swim with? Yeah,
Floaties?
Little floaties.
No, now you're getting into the stag party stuff.
A high chair. You know.
Like
Come on, first timer. Get your bib on. Make sure you don't spill anything.
Well, Chuntong Xiao is hoping Rui Kao is going to spill some chips his way as his 2 10s are in good shape against King 10. But note the equities. In long deck, this would not be the case, but just a 4% edge for Xiao with 5 to come here.
I'm actually surprised to see Rui cool off here. Doesn't feel like he's incentivized to be the player that tries sending people home early. Also, note the positions. Aliander the gun versus +1, so always the fear of One of the larger stacks
Two hands.
behind waking up with a hand and
Tag team.
saying ciao ciao to the 635,000.
Well, flop and turn are good for Xiao, who just needs to fade a king or an 8 on the river. And he's done just that, as he will take a bite out of Rui Cao's baguette. You know, I'm not certain that came out the way that I wanted it to. I was looking for French cuisine as
came out
analogous
perfectly.
to Rui's stack. And
No, I knew.
I
I knew what you
selected
meant.
something uncomfortably phallic in nature.
No, it's just, that's where your mind's taking you down dark streets.
My bad.
You're good. Terrible news for Tom Dwan, as June doubles up to nearly the same stack of playing around. 1.7, 1.8, 5 left. 136 locked up. The good news or the bad news, boys and girls?
240 to go for Rui Cao, who is slipped to just shy of 6.4 million to start this hand. He's got the suited version of Richard Young's holding.
Yeah, Young obviously doesn't love this spot given the fact that there are two shorter stacks, but certainly not afraid
1.78
to take these prints. And Rui, slight equity favorite.
Chop, chop.
Agrees to chop it before seeing 5.
Yeah, why wouldn't he?
I don't know, boys and girls. Young with 2 flush draws, you know. Always a sweat.
Wow, no good for me.
Chop it up.
Yep. No diamond. No hearts, no clubs. No problem.
Tom just on this side. Casual IR.
What do you have?
Call him, no, you are sure I shot him. I shot you will call.
Offsuit.
Alright. If he shoves, yeah, you should be shove.
I don't shove, no. Never shove pre-flop.
Yeah, no.
Call or fold.
Nice
Even
shove.
call is pretty
No
bad.
for liquidity shove.
Yeah,
With the worst
I
hand.
know.
Nice. Flop come ace
You
king.
can try this at home, boys and girls.
I would have folded.
Talking
River
strategy
7.
at the table.
Nice.
More often than not frowned upon, but we'll allow it. Triton Poker Series Madrid. High stakes poker being played for the next 12 days, you know. Learn a thing or two from these chaps. Ken of Key, Jack 9. Wall of chips.
Limping in. Now it's Richard Young's turn with the Queen 9 suited. He will limp as well. 2 10s for Xiao. He has the second shortest stack at the table right now, and he joins the party, and wouldn't you know it, it is Rui Cao, who wakes up with the 2 aces, and with the reputation to boot, these raises don't carry perhaps the same amount of weight that might be assigned to a more conservative player, which can catch some of these guys off guard, but nevertheless, respect and deference being shown, as are the aces.
Good spot to have an
next
actual
few are
hand,
gonna be
eh?
like shit hands now.
What?
The next few raises are gonna be shit now.
Advertising big hands.
Yeah, Kenneth's not wrong. Rui tabling the ace, saying, "Hey boys,
I have to
look,
show
I've got
aces
it."
button, you know. Nobody thinks I have aces here. Sometimes I still have it. people
he's
like,
not wrong about that.
No, yes, I don't fold them. So naturally, I have big hands. I don't fold. I don't choose only to play small cards. It happens as much as you.
Yeah, I think people forget that.
Yeah.
Me and you get aces just as often as they do. Especially you, they forget it.
Duan astutely pointing out that perhaps the credibility is a bit compromised in Cao, who has raised such a disproportionate number of the pots at what was the feature table and now here at the final table.
Maybe he's just had it, Ali, you know? Sometimes you pick up hands.
This is true. And sometimes you pick up a pair of eights if you're Kenneth Key. After limping under the gun with the king 8 suited. Xiao with the gut shot. Duan with top pair and a gutty of his own. No betting. Third diamond in the form of an ace rolling off the deck.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Kenneth kind of come out of his shell now. What's really cool about short deck is obviously how close the equities run, and in ICM situations when the chip leader has a commanding lead such as he does, it's a lot easier to win hands and apply a ton of pressure pre. Everyone else obviously incentivized to fold, and it's about as helpless as you can feel as a poker professional. It's a spot we've all been in, both in the blender and the player putting other players in the blender. Although you could argue that maybe they're just a tad too deep for Kenneth to start kind of opening range, if you will.
30 and 32 antes respectively for 5th and 4th place, and Duan and Xiao. And the pay jump between 5th and 4th is just shy of 40,000 euros. Not insignificant, but also these fields don't strike me as the type that generally are concerning themselves with these sort of incremental pay jumps. Xiao with a couple of kings, mulling it over.
Oi.
He says, all in.
What is that?
Count being asked for by the button of Kenneth Key, who has Queen 10. And he's going to spin the wheel.
Okay.
Henry, you surprised at all?
I mean, Queen 10 suited, going to be performing okay versus range. Has run into the top of said range, and you can see just 29% equity.
50-50.
You have to think like that in your head.
I love Rui Cal's table talk, though. It's a flip, you know? It's a 50-50.
This coin feels weighted.
Sometimes you win, yeah, sometimes you don't. He's not wrong.
Ace in the window, followed by a queen and an 8. So some things on the stovetop for Kenneth Key. As Xiao will anti-sweat the 10, or queen and a 10 rolling off on the turn. Giving Key 2 pair, but just look at the outs for Xiao. 8, jack, king, or ace would all work for him. 43% equity, 1 to come. But unfortunately, it is the 7 of spades, and Xiao is left to take home a 5th place payout of 136,000 euros, guaranteeing the field he leaves behind 175,000 plus, as just 4 are left.
Yeah, commanding lead now for Key, and this is a spot that I'd really like to see him apply a ton of pressure pre, especially on Rui Cao.
So the loss of Chun Tong Xiao, who is still in search of his first Triton title, will pick up his 8th career cash. 2.15 in Triton earnings. Will have 136,000 added to it. And we've still got plenty of series left for him to add to that tally here in Madrid as the action continues at the 30,000 ante level. No, 40K, 80K. Forgive me. Ace 8 for Dwan.
I haven't put my ante, right? I haven't put my ante, yeah.
So Richard Young with around about 9 pots behind. Kind of just going to complete.
King 10 and Jack 6, the
Wow.
latter of which is generally referred to as the 7 deuce of poker. But here it is with bottom 2 pair against top pair. And with that newly minted 10 million plus stack, is Kenneth Key just going to say, let's go?
Yeah, it's an annoying spot for Young. Kind of forced to peel one potentially, so it can fall into that trap.
Oh, yeah.
Instead, just going to save himself a difficult decision on future streets. Pushing his equity.
Yeah, in short deck, there's just not a ton of cards that you want to see with Jack 6 in this board texture.
Go 溜咯，没办法，又不能够 call 的，cannot do anything 了，only
Yeah.
one thing can shot.
Nothing you can do there.
Yeah.
Just shot.
Young flipping it face up after
No
Key
bounty.
folds. As if to say, what? What did you expect me to do? What did you want me to do? 4 players remaining in that massive chip lead for the Singaporean Kenneth Key. Ricao, the Frenchman, sitting in second. Those are the 2 sheriffs here. And the 2 guys running amok, Richard Young and Tom Dwan, in 3rd and 4th, respectively. Let's get one more look at the payouts.
Table captain and his deputy.
Mm-hmm.
These ladders are pretty intense. 175 to 232, and then a 120,000 euro ladder from 3rd to 2nd. Very top heavy, this event.
Kyle will get a walk.
没这把我也过6。
哇，2个勾溜。
It feels like even though Key is the big stack at the table with the 10.6 million, there is a little bit more fear expressed toward Rui Cao.
I'd say so. I feel like Key's in no rush. You know, just biding his time. Take the spots as and when they come, not trying to force anything. You always have different styles.
Yeah.
Different players when it comes to, you know, commanding chip leads similar as this.
The only issue for Key is if he allows Cao to do the dirty work in the attempt to eliminate Dwan and Yang, then Cao will be neck and neck with him in chips, and he will no longer be enjoying that big chip lead heading into what would be heads-up play against Rui. So he's going to want to apply a little bit of pressure himself, if at all possible.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Kenneth really not incentivized to knock anybody out at the moment, as strange as that sounds. He's actually more incentivized to just try and win the antes pre and gradually chip away at Rui Cao's stack. It's going to give him a much higher chance of winning the tournament outright.
Huh?
Can we vape?
I don't know.
Huh?
Rui Cao doing the dirty work, as Ali alluded to. Has Dwan in pretty bad shape when it comes to short deck equities.
Yeah, Dwan wondering why it is that Cao can't just show him ace-9 as he is dominated, heading to the flop in an over 2 million chip pot.
Last time was the Jinx's one, right?
电子烟，电子烟。
我真的不懂哦。
Richard Young watching from the sidelines, potentially going to earn himself an additional 60k.
Yeah.
Just from folding.
Ace 7 6.
No, too many chops.
King high is in good shape.
What?
Now both players with a straight draw. Dwan can win outright with a queen.
Queen.
Chop with a 9.
Queen of spades.
In the river. Pairs the board with an ace. King 10 high will hold and dispatch Tom Dwan in 4th place as suddenly, in short order, we lose multiple players and are left with a podium. Just 3 here in event number 5.
Yeah, dropping like flies, Ali.
Indeed.
Dwan adding 175 to his already impressive Triton track record. Over 2 million in earnings and his 6th cash now, I believe. Again, those of you watching at home can find out information on all the players from previous Triton stops over on the Triton Poker app, as well as sweating that 50k in real time. What's going on in the background? One of our very own in the mix. Brian Roust out there.
Meanwhile, Richard Young limping in the first hand of 3-handed play, where 232,000 euros has been locked up by the remainder of the field. And Rui Cao is making a statement here, Henry. Jack 8 offsuit, shooting it up to 300,000.
Yeah, maybe just aware that Kenneth's been pretty snug. It's really inviting Rui to fall into that role of being the bully, if you will.
One he's all too happy to play.
Definitely is. Definitely has the experience to do it as well. Can seem somewhat loose pre-flop, but it's not going to make many mistakes post.
6-6 Jack. Advantage Rui Cao here as Key flatted on the button with the 2 7s and now faces a follow-through bet of 175k.
Small continuation bet from Rui. Kenneth keeping him honest for at least one.
3rd 6, and both players have a full house here. Clearly, Kenneth is not going to be giving Rui credit for any 6s. So the question is going to become, is Cao just trying to run me over? Or did he actually wake up with a pair?
Yeah, Rui going small, small here. Kenneth in position. Still ahead of ace king, ace queen, but always going to be a guessing game going to the river. Maybe take it upstairs himself, buy himself a river price, given that he has far more quads than Rui. In theory, Rui's going to have ace 6 suited, you know.
Oh my goodness.
Hello.
4 6s counterfeiting Kenneth, who is now playing the board. However, Rui is doing the same thing, and he can't imagine he has any showdown value here.
Yeah, and interestingly, on this river, I mean, Rui's going to have ace-jack, aces far more often than Kenneth.
This bet was super polarizing. As it stands, Kenneth cannot make the call. But for him to fire again could just be a desperate attempt with 2 queens or 2 kings that now are just queen high or king high to shed. Other hands, just an awkward run out there.
Well, you're never getting ace high to fold.
Never, of course. That's the nuts. Meanwhile, we take a minute to remind you that our official timekeeper, Jacob & Company, makes these incredible timepieces, not just about the diamonds and the sapphires and the rubies. If you are into poker and gambling-themed gear, there's just the one perfect watch brand to check out. Embedding a playful spirit into their watch functions, their Astronomia Casino piece has a functioning roulette wheel within it. You can check it out during the break. If you happen to be here in Madrid, they've got one on display. Also, head over to the Jacob & Company website, where you can learn even more. We're going to be awarding that special collaboration Triton timepiece to the winner of the Triton Madrid No Limit Hold'em and Short Deck main events Look out for it very soon.
Kenneth strikes me as the type of timepiece collector that may have a Jacob & Co. tucked away somewhere.
Right.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I strike me as the type of person that might try to swipe the one that we have on display here locally.
That would not surprise me at all, Ali.
There are a number of cameras here, and I haven't been able to case them all, but perhaps there's an angle. Like Catherine Zeta-Jones in Entrapment, I can just, under the cover of darkness, put some steam into the room, see if there's any lasers, then kind of Capoeira on my way to the glass case, smash it, grab it, parachute out from the second floor. Generally not an effective altitude from which to perform that act, and then
maybe a sprained ankle or two.
Well, it's not going to be more than 2 sprained ankles, I can assure you of that.
Oh, hey, listen, I don't know what you've got tucked away down there, man.
Richard Young's got king high tucked away, and definitely not a power hand. Look at this. Straight on board, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Kenneth just betting 60K into 200.
It's one of those where you kind of feel like it's how can he ever bluff this sizing?
Okay.
Right.
Young just letting it go.
I don't know. I would have called.
Yeah, but you know you're a station, same as me. That's why we're in here and they're out there, because we don't ever fold.
Oh, levers
I'm
are
looking
very
up
fast
at
now.
Kenneth Key,
Shorter levers
and
now?
I'm saying that baby face doesn't fool me.
Makes sense, yeah.
You know, when it comes to swiping one of
That
those
makes sense.
watches, I'm playing the long game, and I've told Timothy that I think it would be a great idea if we film some content around some of our sponsors, i.e. Jacob & Co., you know, maybe a little poker scene or two, and you could maybe wander off into the night. Could be our model for that.
I feel like wandering off into the day, given how busy it is on the streets of Gran Via, could also be a nice way to disappear into the ether. Clearly, the two of us have klepto tendencies because we've dedicated far too much thought into how we're going to steal the Jacob & Company Triton piece. King 8-6. Advantage Kenneth Key here, who outflops the 2 queens of Rui Cao. Goes check, check. The second check from Key, however, does induce Cao to bet $1.25.
Yeah, Kenneth not going anywhere just yet. Top pair, top kicker. Ace of hearts as well, just in case you know. Third heart rolls off, can get creative.
Top 2 on the end for Kenneth. As it goes check, check.
Whoa, I didn't raise free.
Oh.
I knew I'd find myself Googling half of the words that come out of your mouth,
yeah.
Ali, but there's
Scared.
an actual
This
page dedicated
lose this
to
small part.
kleptomania, the Mayo Clinic. It's a real illness, you know, so justifiable if you...
Henry, I know it's an illness. I've been living with it for years.
No, he asking if
A
you
lot of
raise
love
what?
in the chat for Rui Cao. I'm not surprised. It's highly entertaining
sorry.
to
call, right? I
watch.
think it's on. Shot?
Yeah, maybe because Richard.
All of the events he plays, PLO, Hold'em, short deck,
Like, 100.
100K, yeah.
Yeah.
regardless of who wins this, we will have a new 2-time Triton title champion. There's a lot of bragging rights to being in that very exclusive club.
No doubt about it. As Ace-6 flops itself top pair against Rui Cao, round 2 between he and Kenneth Key.
And Rui really has done a fantastic job at catching up with Kenneth, playing around 8.6 million now. Richard Young, the clear short stack at this table of 3.
Just 37 antes for Young at present.
Saw some new faces in the hallways before stepping into the broadcasting room. Adrian Mateos and Co. showing up for that 50K.
You sure they weren't just here for the watch? Series has been going a while. Suddenly you show up out of nowhere once we got the timepiece on display.
I mean, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were asking for you, Ali. They're looking for an autograph and a new Facebook profile picture.
No, they're looking for the ringleader. Every good watch thief needs a good team. All right. 400K was the raise from Kenneth Key, meanwhile, with this 10-9 suited, and Richard Young piles on him and gets called by the suited connector. So we're going to play a big one here. Far more meaningful for Richard, however, given that his tournament life hangs in the balance with 3.6 million up for grabs.
Yeah, note the equities. Ali, 47% for Kenneth Key in a 10-9 suited. Actually, the best hand to have against aces, believe it or not, in short deck.
10 in the window, no help to go with it as yet. Ace-Jack needs assistance.
10 outs twice.
Oh, and presto, the Queen of Clubs on the turn, giving Richard Young Broadway.
What's up?
Kenneth Key was drawing dead.
Instant service on the turn. And Ali, I tell you what, if two of the big bosses take down events here in Madrid, I got a funny feeling we may be adding a few more stops to the Triton series this year.
No doubt.
4 a year? How about we just double that, 8 a year? Every 6 weeks.
Are you angling for additional employment opportunities, Henry? Is that
Listen,
what this is boiling down to?
So beneath me. I would never
plant the seed. Well, it's not beneath me, Kilbane, so why don't we go ahead and double up the number of Triton spots and double our annual pay while we're at it?
If you could pick a destination to host one of these events, where would you say? Outside of the ones we've already had, obviously.
Punta del Este in Uruguay.
Okay.
Would love to open up South America.
James Dempsey with the reaction on the side. He likes the sound of that. Maybe, see, look at you planting the seeds.
I have exact same stack now.
We
have same stack.
A Triton on every continent.
Hey, why not?
Bali would be terrific.
Bali would be terrific. You been?
I have, many times.
Yeah, show off.
See, I could have just said I have.
You could,
right?
exactly, you know.
But I'm not that guy. I had to say many times.
Go on, what's many times for you?
4? 3?
Fair. I get, yeah, you know.
That qualifies as many.
I guess.
Anything more than 2.
Yeah. I'll let you off. I'll let that one slide.
Queen 10-6 as Richard Young takes his newfound stack of 3.6 million and flops himself an open-ended straight draw up against the gutter for Kenneth Key and the pair of 10s for Rui Cao, who bets 150K on the button. Not going to lose Richard just yet, as we are down to heads up. 600K in the middle. Now the king on the turn, giving Young top pair. And Cao the gutty, he checks back on the river. No help to Rui. And Young is checking once more. Rui gives up.
So favorable couple of hands for Richard Young. Still the shortest stack, but no longer in that danger zone. Playing around 4.5 million, around about 20 mil in play. The good friend of ours, Ali, in the chat.
Was that showdown?
Nathan Gamble.
Was that showdown?
How do they put two of the biggest trash pandas in the same booth? Going to lead a band of raccoons to steal the watch before too long.
Okay.
Hey, Nathan. You watch your tone, young man. Glad.
Good to have Nathan soaking it up from back in Las Vegas, regular in the 8160 mixed game, which I host over at Resorts World. Resorts World, not unfamiliar to the Triton participants, by the way. Has a footprint in the Philippines, I believe, possibly Macau as well.
And not just Nathan keeping us company, over 4,000 of you watching across the board, both YouTube and Twitch.
Bienvenidos.
Sorry?
Welcome in Spanish, Henry, you uncultured.
Do you want to have a bet who speaks more languages to talk when it comes to being uncultured?
Do you count British English as its own language?
We're talking, you know, Liverpoolian, Welsh,
right.
Glaswegian. No, not at all, you know.
Did you pick up Thai while you were down in Bangkok?
I wish.
Do you?
No. It's a very difficult language to master.
It's just the names alone of our first-time participants who have come over from Thailand, upon whom we wish the warmest of welcomes, has left me in fits on more than one occasion. Meanwhile, Rui Cao with the 9-6 suited, limping in, and Kenneth Key with the 2 kings shoots it up to 400,000. Ante's now at 50K. Cao sticking around, playing the dustier side of the deck and flopping himself an open-ender up against top set. Checks to Kenneth.
900K out there, and an offsuit ace would spell disaster. Ali's Rui Cao's straight would be very disguised. You can see in short deck with the condensed deck, with 32% equity, an open-ender.
Yep. He check calls the 300K, and on the turn makes himself a pair.
Could potentially see some leads from Rui. Elects to check it on over.
$1.5 million out there, and effectively level stacks behind.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that Rui actually has Kenneth covered now. Courtesy of that young double up. Gonna see a river, boys and girls. Strap yourselves in. This could shift how this tournament plays out. If there was any doubt in Kenneth Key's mind, it could potentially be up a hand like ace-9, 9-10, slow played. No longer matters.
Yeah, as Cao fails to improve on the river, where Kenneth Key has made kings full of sevens. .3 the bet on the river of no consequence as Rui Cao comfortably
kings
makes the fold.
Huh?
And asks if his man had kings. Wow.
What up?
6-9. Open and in on flop.
Yeah, too good.
He couldn't even lie, could he? His reaction couldn't even mask the emotions, and Rui asked if he had 2 kings. When you get red just like that, it's kind of...
Very hard to bluff here. Little ace on the turn.
Huh? Yeah.
Would be spicy.
Can't see.
Would have been.
Can't see it coming.
Six check again.
Queen, queen again.
Whoa. Ladies get a walk for Cal. I posed the question to Brian earlier, Henry. Have you had an opportunity to get out and enjoy some of what Spain has to offer here in this beautiful city of Madrid?
I've been for the odd stroll here and there.
What about the odd pint?
Not much of a pint drinker myself.
Wow, we were 6, I pay you off.
Could go for a glass of wine later on if you're willing to.
Wouldn't it be sangria as the more appropriate option here?
I mean, listen, whatever floats your boat, man. You can drink Bloody Marys for all I care. The question remains whether you would want to be in my company and be seen in public.
I would,
just, you know,
but only
try an event.
if you were wearing a matador costume.
Well, there you go. I think I could pull that off.
We should ask the concierge if there's somewhere where we can do some amateur bullfighting.
I'd wrestle a bull.
I don't think wrestling is part of the process, Henry.
No?
I think just the cape and then ultimately the demise. We don't talk about that part. Could be our demise, by the way, as Kenneth Key uses King Queen to send the opposition to its demise in that inconsequential pot.
Yeah, 196 antes for Kenneth. 137 for Rui. 75 for Richard Young.
Somewhat improbably, Henry, it does feel as though Richard Young may very well be given the opportunity to ladder up to second place, courtesy of a big confrontation between Kenneth Key and Rui Cao.
I couldn't agree more. I feel like Kenneth has now kind of started fighting it back a little bit against Rui, whereas when we were 6 and 5-handed, he's kind of staying out of the way and letting Rui run the rest of the table over. Now they have played a couple of big ones.
Well, speaking of big ones, Rui Cao with the 2 aces here on the paired flop. He chose to check on the turn. Young picks up a 2-way straight draw. So this bet of 100,000 will get called. And now on the river, a 4th diamond rolls off. The 10 of diamonds is available for a straight flush, but Rui Cao with the second nuts fires 300,000. And
It's a little goal.
Jackson Sevens is not interested in calling.
Note how Rui has only tabled aces when he has decided to show. Image building at its finest. Well played, sir.
Always a good decision.
Almost has me deceived.
Somehow I don't think he's got the rest of the table deceived, although everybody is impressionable. You get shown the goods often enough and you begin to think there's perhaps some aura.
Yeah. Have you ever been in one of those spots where, you know, the same player 3-bets you, 2 or 3 times in the space of 30, 60 minutes, and by the time the third 3-bet comes in, you kind of just like, is this guy just attacking me? Is he just picking on me?
I've definitely been there.
Oh, I know you
Actually, it's
have.
Nathan Gamble who usually is the 3-better in that
I was
situation.
about to say, more often than not, in your case, against Nathan, Nathan's just going after you, aren't he? Just has air.
He's doing the right thing. Top 2 pairs, Richard Young bets $1.25 against Rui Cao's King Queen, which has a gut shot straight draw. Does not connect on the turn. Second barrel of 325,000 from Young here. Rui looking back at his hand and sticking around. And Cao's the kind of guy, if given the opportunity, can definitely put you to the test on the river. So we'll see whether or not Richard is going to be willing to blast again as he gets counterfeited and instantly checks. But Rui does not go for the bluff as he snap checks back. And queens and jacks are actually going to be good.
So Richard Young.
3 pair.
Almost gifted a pot there in the sense that Rui didn't even consider turning his hand into a bluff on the board pairing river. Would have put Young in a world of pain. This counterfeited 2-pair. Instead, adds chips to that already impressive stack. Things evening out here. 3-handed play.
Very much so. And Yang has navigated things very well to this point, and aces should certainly help his cause. Chooses to limp in. And Rui Cao takes the bait with King-6 offsuit as he shoots it to 400,000, and Yang ships it. Would you like to see Yang willing to just flat there and give Rui a little bit of rope with those aces, or maybe just raise to a 3-bet sizing off of that stack? Is that even possible?
I think Rui's certainly the type of customer you'd want to hand the rope to, if you will. But I guess with ICM considerations to think about, although 3-handed, the ICM pressure a lot lower than if we were still 6-handed. And also given how close the equity is in short deck run as well, you know, how much rope are you actually giving your opponent when you allow them to realize their 40, 45%, whatever it is. Playing with fire.
So Yang continuing to narrow the gap between himself and Rui Cao. Kenneth Key, the chip leader, with 9.75, good for 195 antes. Rui Cao, just shy of 6 million, 120 antes. And Richard Yang with 4.794 antes. Event number 5, the 25,000 euro short deck from the 2022 Super High Roller Series here in Madrid, Spain. The lead-off event on the 2022 calendar for the Triton Series. Had a little teaser out in Cyprus, but this a full-fledged stop with 14 total events spanning the 13th to the 25th of May here at Casino Gran Via. Queen Jack running up against Ace Jack.
Yeah, the sirens in the background.
And we haven't even stolen the watch yet.
I was about to say somebody reported reported you to the police.
Preemptive.
Yeah.
Interesting turn card here after both players check this limp pot post flop. As it gives Rui Cao the 2-way straight draw. He's going to fire 400,000 at Kenneth Key, who hits top pair.
Little double gutter. That's a healthy bet. 400 into 250. How do you like your top pair now, Kenneth Key? I think the Jack of Hearts. Wow, he does just let it go. It's a well-timed aggression.
A6
from Rui.
God, it's like what?
So yeah, talking of those 14 events, Harley, you got the 50k today. Event number 6. Tomorrow, 75,000 euro buy-in. 8-handed Hold'em event, event number 7. I'm hoping to not see Brian Rast for the next 24 hours or so.
Yeah.
He's out there, hopefully doing us proud.
Oh, I'd had enough of him. That's why I just didn't want to see him for that reason. You meant you wanted him to make a deep run in the 50K.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, Rob Young the other day saying, you know, the reason why Ali, James, Henry, all these guys do commentary, it's like because they can't play. And Brian was just like, hold my beer, boys.
Yeah.
In the 50K.
Well, listen, anytime Rob Young wants to come play a carnival mix of 18 games. By the way, I think he's the right customer for
I
it.
said the same to him. I said, listen, I was like, Rob, if you want to play heads up PLO, you know, be my guest. But given his 2 final tables already here in Madrid, maybe not the type of customer we actually want, Ali.
He might be on a bit of a heater. 60K ante now with 120 on the button. And Richard Young again picking up aces here.
Cool.
Deciding to limp. Looking to induce again maybe against Rui Cal. Has a sense that his man is a little aggressive in position. Rui, check back, and this is going to be a problem flop for him as he's got top pair. Richard Young's going to do his own handiwork in this spot.
He does have the Mastermind t-shirt on, making a great adjustment against a somewhat aggressive opponent with the aces.
Betting the call, pot up to 550,000, and now Young pumps the brakes, which emboldens Rui Cal to fire. 300,000. Young with a quick call. And the river pairs the board. Young checking again. And thus far, we haven't seen Rui Cal get after him in these spots. He shuts it down again, perhaps with the sense that his customer is sticky in these situations.
Yeah, not only sticky, have a ton of showdown on that river. Beating the old 9-10, Queen 10, Ace 10, Ace Queens of the world. Don't really want to start putting in money with King 8. Putting any more money in, I should say. If you got Ali, if you'd asked me 30 minutes ago, I would have said this is all Rui Cal, but now I really do feel like it's anyone's game.
Kenneth Key has that big chip lead. It was evaporated at one point as Cal was the chip leader, but as it stands now, it has been reclaimed in part thanks to Richard Young going to work on Rui Cal's stack. And Key seems content to sort of lay back for the most part and let things happen. Won't be able to do that heads up, obviously. Three-way limp pot to the flop. Ace, Queen, 8. No pair anywhere. Young with the Broadway draw.
I don't think I've ever seen 3 players go to a flop in short deck and all completely whiff.
Nice turn card for Rui Cal. Picks up the diamond draw.
It's almost a scary turn card to barrel.
Sure. See that.
Pairing, but so that's 5 outs against, you know, the ace-8s of the world.
Can I get a tissue for this? Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah. I think Richard got your highest rosary, huh?
232,000 locked up.
Oh, this is new?
Here at the Gran Via in Madrid, event number 5. Playing for 400 and 97,000 euros.
$232,000 already locked up. Ace-Jack suited on the button for Richard Young. Not sure what Rui Cal opened to 400,000 with, but he's going to get a customer.
We can sweat the hand with one of the Triton Poker Series co-founders, the Ace-Jack of clubs.
Yeah, Broadway Gutty and the nut flush draw for Richard.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, gangster. Kind of annoying spot because you don't want to bet call off. So just jamming it in himself.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to see two more, it's going to cost you 4 million. And regardless of what you got, I'm going to have tons of equity.
No doubt about it. As Young takes the pot. Not a lot of chatter in this threesome.
All business.
Here. Very much so.
Yeah, since the departure of Tom Dwan, he seems to be the one that gets the table talk going.
Again?
Good hand.
Too good.
Nobody give me action when I have a good hand.
The Queen 6, what action you want?
Rory, you've locked up 232,000
euros,
euros, mate.
All in. Cannot even do anything.
I'd like to assume that people have given you action whilst having a good hand up until now. Some people, they are too rich.
Well, Rui's earned that action. That much I can say for sure, having seen the broad variety of hands that he has been willing to put to work here in short deck. Multi-barrel bluffs. Just a relentless bubble approach.
Yeah, it'd be a nightmare to have at your table, that's for sure.
Two hearts, two aces, and a king in a heads-up confrontation where his queen-jack is actually in front of Kenneth Key's queen-high. Key tearing one off here uncharacteristically with the queen 6, and unimproved on the turn. Cal checks the nut no pair.
I believe Key was the one who actually bet when checked.
Okay. Forgive me then. Now Cal binks the jack after Key checks back on the flop, or on the turn rather.
Yeah, obviously bottom of range here for Kenneth. Question remains, would he bet a hand like King 10 once his opponent checks to him 3 times?
You probably turn the 9 or something stupid like that. Oh, you turn the 9?
Jack.
Yeah, okay.
Best hand wins.
Yeah. Well,
That's a bit rich coming from Rui Cal, by the way. The best hand wins. Sure,
no,
on
I
that
love
occasion.
the verbal jousting.
Yeah.
And Kenneth even just like, oh, you probably turned a 9 or something.
Right.
Like,
He knows what he's dealing with in Rui
yeah,
Cal.
nice. Wouldn't mind seeing these two get heads up and we just mute the mics and let them talk smack to each other.
The only issue with that is that it would leave Richard Young on the outside looking in, and I think it'd be pretty cool to see both he and Paul Pua picking up titles. Young.
You really do want those eight destinations a year, eh?
Yeah. Young's only title came in 2018 in Montenegro when he took down the 6 Max No Limit Hold'em event, a 250K HKD buy-in.
Yeah, quite the resume.
Overall, almost $7 million in career Triton earnings with 10 cashes, and he is going to jam all in here. Kenneth Key doesn't make a meal out of ace-queen whatsoever, and presumably it's ace-king or 2 kings for Richard Young there on the button.
He's done incredibly well in the short deck events. And if there's players that you're interested in betting on in any of these events, you can head over to polymarket.com. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner, we've opened up some Triton Poker Series exclusive markets. For example, betting on Phil Ivey to win at least one event. So head on over. You can place your bets, put your money where your mouth is when it comes to rooting for your favorite players. And as Timothy likes to say, you know, Triton Poker Series, the Champions League of Poker. The Champions League final just round the corner. You can also bet on Madrid or Liverpool, depending on
whether you love or hate money.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. You sound very confident in picking a side for that one.
No, I'm not. I'm only being facetious. Queen Jack against Queen 9. I like the side of Richard Young, as he has Ricow dominated. Flops himself a Broadway draw. Barrels for $1.25 and takes it down.
You strike me as the type of man who's had a bet or two here and there over the years.
Believe it or not, I have never bet sports. True story.
Have you ever bet on yourself in like a prop bet or anything like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not often.
No?
No, I tend to bet against myself in the prop bets. I had like a handshake bet once upon a time with a friend of mine who was a Los Angeles Dodgers fan. I'm a San Francisco Giants fan, having grown up in Northern California, back in the States. And the bet was for whoever's team went to the World Series first, the other party would have to purchase World Series tickets, hotel rooms, and travel for the other, and join them.
Oh, wow.
To the World Series. And thankfully the Giants went before the Dodgers did. So, thanks, Jaime. Olympia from Ricow with ace-10 in the cutoff. And Key with Jack-10 says, let's go. Queen 9-6, open-ender for Kenneth Key. Has it checked to him by Cal. Half pot, $1.50. Ace-10 into the muck.
Yeah, another one of those spots where you could be up against the King Jacks, King 10s, Jack 10s of the world. Ace high. Going to be good, but difficult to face heat across future streets. I'm trying to think of handshake bets I've had. Nothing quite as impressive as that.
I just don't know too many people that have beaten the sports long term. It's a difficult endeavor.
I feel like a lot of high stakes pros kind of retired because they got into sports betting.
Either voluntarily or involuntarily. As Richard Young decides to ask a question of the two limpers with his ace-queen suited.
See if Ray wants to set mine.
Might be showing some signs of boredom here as Kenneth Key's King 6 hits the muck promptly.
And look at this, Ali. Young has Rui covered now. Just by a pip.
But he isn't out in front of him just yet, as a pair of 8s is currently in the lead, but does not have as much equity as we see Young betting 305,000 with the nut flush draw. And Cow, despite the 2 overs out there, will peel one off and is still ahead with the 2 8s. Young did not hesitate whatsoever to rip on the turn. So nicely done, Richard Young, as he now sits second in chips behind Kenneth Key, leaving Rui Cow behind him in third.
Yeah, curious to see if Rui continues to try and play this style of getting involved with marginal hands as often as he has been up until now. Doesn't strike me as the type to take a back seat, Marley.
No, he likes to take matters into his own hands, that's for sure. There's not a passive bone in that player's body.
Full.
Put your seatbelts on, boys and girls. I predict a big pot coming up.
Right here, right now?
Potentially.
Just in general.
Yeah, definitely involving Rui.
Queen 10 and King Jack. Gut shot straight draw against second pair. Advantage Rui Cow. Both players check. Third spade on the turn, giving Young a flush draw, and Cow trips.
Bet check full.
Wow, Young just
Bet check full.
not interested in chasing.
Surprised? The flush obviously would beat any potential full houses, no matter how difficult it is to make. And
5
maybe
outs
the Jack
once.
rolls through and we're good. Did have that straight draw gutter as well.
He did as well, yeah. Doesn't seem like a chaser, you know, seems to be the one asking the question of his opponents to pay the price to chase their outs. As we saw with the ace-jack of clubs and the ace-queen of diamonds.
(10-8) against 10-6.
5,000.
Both suited. Limped pre, and look at this board. It's monotone, giving Rui Cow top pair and a gutter against top and bottom pair for Key, who has it checked to him.
So Rui not going to be going anywhere. Check calling. The 10-8 does turn the straight with 4 hearts on the board.
No betting on the turn. Board pairs on the river. Second check out of Rui Cow.
Kenneth,
you know, blocking boats, unblocking hearts feels really weird. Very intricate part of the game tree, really in the weeds here.
325 into 550, and it does feel a bit milky, doesn't it?
It's like, would you ever?
And Cow sniffs it out.
Let's check a heart on the turn.
The bluff, and Rui rapping the table as if to say, let's go.
I also 6-10. Everybody got 10, I 6-10.
Kind of had a rough go of it over the last few orbits.
It's on Richard, yeah.
Richard's button. Yeah, Rui. Take Taking his time before flicking in the call there with the straight. Got a limp in with the 8-6 of hearts. Still haven't really had any collision of hands here, three-handed. Can only really recall the pocket kings against the 9-6 earlier on. King 8-7 board. Other than that,
not much to speak of as Recount drags another one. Looking to narrow the gap between himself and Richard Young, who worked his way into second place. And Kenneth Key down below 8 million now.
yeah, it could definitely have been a different story. Kenneth did cross the 10 million chip mark at one point. Rory Cow was knocking on the 10 million chip mark door. So things really evening out here. 131 antes, plays 110, plays 100.
Ace in the window, followed by a 9 here as Rui Cow flops. Top pair against middle pair. Go on, Henry.
I was going to say, it kind of makes sense, you know, these pay jumps from 6th to 4th, nothing to necessarily write home about, but this ladder between 3rd and 2nd, 125,000 euro difference.
Worthy of note.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, listen. As rich as some of these guys are, I'm just going to give away 125k without putting up a fight. King, Jack, O for Young.
Limping in.
Getting a lot of rags on the button.
Yeah, that 10-7 disconnected from this board. Young with the range advantage. Barrels with the Broadway draw, takes it down.
Did Rui just say he missed the button?
As in it passed him?
Yeah.
No, come on. That's not happening.
Rui. Behave. About as fast-paced as it comes. Pace of play of these three. Not much tanking or anything going on, which is obviously great from an entertainment point of view.
Love to see it.
No real collision of hands, though.
Nope. Not yet. $375 to go from the ace-queen suited, and
Young
no
flashing
customers.
the 6 of clubs.
Yeah. Not the most desirable card in the deck. Round and round we go. These 35-minute levels got us at the 6120 mark right now, and then up to 80k antes with a $160 on the button. The next spot.
In English, Ali? $160?
160,000
for the Europeans and non-North American speakers out there. Look at this from Rui. ISOing with the 10-6 of spades. Young limping in from the cutoff with ace queen. Already 1.1 mil out there.
Feels to me like Richard Young doesn't mind limping some of his stronger hands and letting Rui sort of do his bidding, so to speak, from the button as Richard flops the two-way straight draw, checks, and a check back from Rui, who hit the 10. Now the jack pairs, and Richard is still checking.
I feel like that's definitely the right play from Richard.
Oh, and he gets there on the river. Still not betting.
Sweet.
So Cal gets away with one there. And on that note, the players will be heading to a break, as advised by our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi. And look at this. Some real developments across that last frame of play, as Kenneth Key is now got Richard Young nipping on his heels. Young having worked his way up to second in chips overall. Rui Cao with 5.56 million. And the 80K ante 160 level coming up, as those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. And, well, we welcome you once again back into the booth. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane. And Henry, takeaways from that last frame of play, if any?
Well, I think I'd like to see someone come back from break and really just go for it. And Rui has been trying, just unfortunately for him, a bit of ill-timed aggression and just hands not going his way. But I do feel like if Rui does get the chip lead three-handed, he could potentially run away with it, as he does seem like he's the player that's going to put on the pressure where it's needed.
Yeah, I think regardless of where his chip stack has stood here three-handed, he has been relentlessly the aggressor. And over time, that tends to play out, though the sword is certainly double-edged. We're going to let the players take a short break and give you one as well, but we will return to Casino Gran Via with more from the Triton Super High Roller Series Madrid, event number 5, 25,000 euro short deck, right after this.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
I feel like we should see him push the action here, Because at the other table, when he wasn't the chip leader, he was still willing to put it all in some dicey spots. So here, when he can't get busted, I think we should see him pound the bubble.
Well, he's got ace-queen offsuit here, already 40K invested from the button, and is asking for a count of Chun Tong Xiao, who's just shy of 600K total. Brewer did limp under the gun, and as we've seen from time to time, Rast, a lot of times induction is the agenda when limping up front with the big pairs looking to induce a lot of other players to limp, follow along, and maybe one guy to get out of line, try to steal, and then catch them with their hand in the cookie jar.
Certainly, but Roy Cow went for it anyway.
Yep, over the top, clears Chris Brewer's ace-10, so 1-10 and 1 ace in the muck already. Worst news for Roy Cow, as he's the one that needs to improve against Chun Tong Xiao's hand. 1.3 million chip pot. Jack 9-6. So far, so good for Xiao.
Good for him, though, I think. Yeah.
Spades are irrelevant.
Ooh, and the 8, no good, because it makes Chun Tong Xiao a larger straight than the short deck wheel, which Roy Cow would make with the ace.
So it is just 6 outs once that Xiao needs to fade to double, and he's done it. Taking a decent chunk out of Roy Cow's stack, which now slips to sub 2 million.
Still the table chip leader, but a bit closer to Jason Kuhn and Chris Brewer, who...
We played a
oh,
little
he's
bit
under the gun
on
with ace queen.
Fan-Ocean, right?
He finally found it.
Is there any short deck tournaments?
He's going to be so happy to put this all in.
Yeah, there are some on GG, but nothing worth playing. They're small. The biggest they play is 10K.
What's fun?
780.
They're very fun.
No.
Almost all in.
Yeah.
20K behind.
Doing the save in Annie or whatever.
Start play.
Don't sound so thrilled about it, Rast.
It just is what it is. We've talked about it. It's like one of those things where it's like 1 in 1,000 times. I mean, given how much it happens and how we've never even seen it play out, you know, it's like a 1 in 10,000 eventuality that maybe you save that ante. But yeah, it is what it is.
You have total like 800, right?
Yeah, I have 20 behind.
He's going to think about this, but I would be surprised if he puts it in here. I mean, I know he's getting shorter, and it's probably weighing on him, and he's the shortest stack. But, I mean, Chris Brewer needs a pretty decent hand to go all in here on Roy Cow's. So it's not like Jax is going to find, oh, he's got the 10-8 or whatever. Oh, he ends up going with it. But this is kind of ICM suicide here.
We wait, right?
That bad?
You wait.
A little bit. I mean, he's going to, I mean, let's say Chris is definitely doing this ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, maybe ace 10,
What do you mean?
ace 10, ace 9 suited,
Thought we don't show all hands.
maybe king, queen,
That's what I said.
aces,
we
kings,
wait.
queens. Is he doing it with
haven't covered.
10s? Maybe. I mean, I
I
don't
haven't
know.
covered.
But even if you include 10s and ace 10,
Yeah.
at best he's flipping, I would guess, against Brewer's range with jacks. I don't think Brewer's doing it super wide. This seems light to me. Like, I would have much rather done it as him with the ace-king suited in that previous spot where he passed.
Sure.
Now, I know he had a few more chips then, but it was a spot where the person going all in, I think, was going to be wider, and you dominate that range a bit more.
So the boys from the outer table are coming over to feast their eyes on what could be Santi Jiang's last stand in his very first ever Triton series with 2 jacks up against the 2 overs of Chris Brewer. 2 short stacks colliding in an ace in the window, but a jack behind it. Set of jacks for Jiang, and he is now in great shape.
Being on the phone. Always a sweat. Oh, sweat. Let's go.
Turn card is a sweat card, as a king would now give Brewer Broadway and the W, bursting the bubble. Anything else, and Santi will double and leave Brewer the shorty. 7 of spades, and Jiang with a welcome double.
Fuck my money.
Brewer's on fumes.
Yes, he is.
Fuck my money. 675.
I mean, the one good thing about Feels like something's coming. Yeah, is it a call? It didn't look like a man who was gonna fold. Now, this pot getting quite large here, well over $1 million. And the river, it's hard to see, but maybe that's a 6. Looks like a black 6. So changed nothing. Except, I mean, if I'm right about the cards, maybe 8-9 makes a straight now. Oh no, a red 6.
Key going deep into the time shot clock, and then coming with an over 800K bet.
Yeah, it looks like no flush got there. It's a diamond on the river. Looks like 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Appears that Tom has some kind of bluff catcher, because it looks like he's not going to raise at this point. That's the facial expressions, body language, not of a man who's entertaining raising his opponent. So maybe a hand like 2 pair.
Could have also been a bad batch of jamón ibérico. One never knows.
Yes. I mean, this would really fool him if he was like, you know what, I'm all in. After this.
Yeah, that would catch Key off guard.
I just don't think you have it.
Right.
I'm all in. Like, what is
well,
going
Kenneth.
I've been working it out, and I just don't think you have anything. Oh, he calls. And what do we see over here? Oh, it looks like
it
top
aces?
set.
Yeah.
That's.
And that is not what Dwan wanted to see, as he will take a big blow to his stack on what could be the bursting of the bubble. If Ruikau's 2 kings can hold against Chris Brewer's ace-jack. A very modest 310K pot, but also meaningful for Brewer, who won event number 3 and is looking for his 2nd straight cash. Gonna have to avoid elimination here. Is there an ace on the flop? No, but there's a king, and that is ugly stuff. Runner, runner, Broadway, runner, runner, straight, jack high, also an option.
Gut shot. Most cards you have gut shot.
Yeah, most cards you have.
You don't want a pair.
Just don't want to make a pair.
You don't want to have ace jack. Oh, yeah.
Now all of a sudden that 6 gives Brewer
hope.
A 9 for the victory.
125.
4 outs once. Nope. King's full for Ruikau, and that's the end of the road for Chris Brewer, who fought hard, but in the end was unable to get lucky when he needed to.
In the money?
A bit of a victim of the worst seat in the tournament,
yeah,
really.
No doubt. And the bubble has burst, and certainly thanks to Ruikau's efforts. He just mashed the field.
This table, along with Ruikau, who's in 2nd.
Do you think he's complaining about that?
No, he's loving it. I mean, he made it happen. He just hoovered up all the chips.
That's true. He put in his own work, didn't he?
Yeah, he has more than those 3 players combined.
All in?
How much?
Santi Jiang's ace-9 suited is being questioned by Ruikau's ace-queen.
This is a big hand. Even though Santi's been playing somewhat snug, I mean, it's 30K ante. It's only 1.3. I think feels like Ruikau. I think he realizes the dynamic that's going on, but
All
right, welcome back. We are here at the final 3 of event number 5 here in Madrid at the Gran Via Casino Hotel. I am Jeff Gross. Henry Kilbane is here. Very exciting stuff. Someone will be crowned a second-time Triton champion. So, Henry, what's happening? What are you feeling right now?
I mean, the action's actually been thick and fast when we came into this final table, Jeff, but it seems so slowed down, courtesy of just a pretty cold deck. You know, no real big collisions. Rui Cao's been trying to build big pots. So I kind of feel like if a couple of hands go his way, he could really run away with it, given the aggression that he's been showing so far.
Yeah, I mean, short deck, one of those things that it is so nice to have chips as you come to the bubble and down the stretch, but depending how chip stacks break, oftentimes we will see sort of deeper play and it's slow down towards the end. And of course, to get a second title, such an exclusive club, one of these gentlemen are going to do that. We're going to take a look at the table here, and you will get to see who is going to do that today on this very special day of action in event number 5. Look at these gentlemen, no strangers to short deck, all very talented, all very capable. I'm sure these guys play some home games together. They know what they're capable of, and it's going to be fun to see who gets to take it down today.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. You know, tons of experience in short deck, not only these high roller series MTTs, but cash games as well, as you mentioned, you know, home games, not only home games as well, just to give the viewers at home something else to be excited about. You know, there are going to be cash game VODs released on our YouTube channel after the Madrid series. So it's going to be featuring these guys. Tom Dwan as well, I believe, was also in the mix. But yeah, I mean, Kenneth Key has played a ton of short deck, as well as both Rui Cao and Richard Yong. And Jeff, to be honest with you, I'm going for 2 bosses to win 2 Triton series events, you know.
Going for the hometown favorites.
We have
locals,
to.
Yeah.
I feel like both Paul and Richard taking one down in Madrid, they're just going to have a little meeting afterwards, be like, you know what, let's add 4 more stops this year.
Yeah, all in Madrid.
There we go. Yeah, why not? We're not leaving. Extend it.
Let's see how that plays out. I mean, anyone can do this here. Obviously, always chipping a chair, but everyone pretty tight here and right to action. We're gonna see an all-in from Rui Cao with Ace King, and is that see Ace Queen get out of there?
Discipline fold there.
Wow.
From Richard, especially given how aggressive Rui was playing prior to the break. But something I think worth noting is that Richard hasn't raised much. There hasn't been much RFIing from Richard Yong, so maybe just folding on the tighter side there, given that you know, he's aware, hey, listen, I've been playing snug. I don't think Rui's just going to blast away, given how tight I've been playing pre-flop, and it's a good fold.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like an exceptional fold. Now, I know that's not our first game. Something we're as familiar with is short deck, but 3-handed Ace Queen definitely seems like a big hand. You start talking about how many antes is it, you know, what does that look like, and maybe that is not the craziest fold, but it does seem, you know, he made the right fold, that's for sure, and there probably are some worse hands. So cheers to Richard for making the correct fold there.
Yeah, no, I was saying that before the break, that the deck was cold and there weren't really any clash of hands. I mean, again, look at this, 3 playable hands.
720. 720.
Yeah, they're pretty deep now, so just, you know, you may see some raises, not just all ins, and this is a nice sized raise, and King Queen is not suited. It's good enough. Takes a look though here. He's got, you know, it's a better hand in short deck than a no limit hold'em, and of course 3-handed. So we're gonna go to a flop here.
Yeah, and 2 hands that could definitely collide. Wow.
Wow, big lead all of a sudden for Rui.
1.6 out there.
Yeah, not a super exciting flop for Ace King, but at the same time, you still have the best hand enough, and you can put some pairs and other hands into a difficult decision. Of course, Rui flopping as nice as possible, just about, with the Queen 6 flop.
Oh, look at this. Looks like Rui's going to go straight for the jugular, Jeff. Taking it upstairs, starting to not slow play his hand. And again, kind of makes sense given the way he has played up until now. Been very aggressive.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And of course, as we see, the Ace King here isn't going to love any kind of resistance. But what if he does have kings? What if he does wake up with aces, or has, you know, some other hands that could have a hard time folding here. And as you said, he knows he's perceived as aggressive, or he believes that at least. So he's going to do, if he just calls, it might even look fishier. But look at this. He's got Kenneth Key on for the call, drawing to a whole lot of help he needs.
Needs a lot of help, Jeff. And this is insane. Just an hour ago, Kenneth Key was knocking on the 11 million chip club. And now drawing dead in a 4 million chip pot. We are going to have a new chip leader. It's going to be Rui Cao into this hand. Unless by some miraculous play, Kenneth gets Rui to fold trips, which is, I don't like making assumptions in the commentary booth, but I feel pretty safe in saying that that's it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and no slowing down here. We see a healthy bet, and now this is the problem. Like when you float, you flat, you try to keep your opponent honest, and when he keeps telling a story, and he does have it, he actually has the hand, but this is something that, if you flat with ace king, you got to realize you're going to have some difficult decisions to come. So this is now uncomfortable because you're basically playing for your tournament life, realizing if you call here, it could easily be for the river, all of it. It does cover Rui, but
wow.
Oh man, this is a non-believer. Must be some history here. And Rui, if you're Rui, you got to be a little concerned. You get called twice. You're obviously at the top of your range, but look at that card. A little bit of board texture change now.
Yeah, I wonder if Kenneth is just floating in position twice, just praying that Rui gives up in order to kind of steal it away. And Rui fades the snap.
Yeah, Kenneth is just saying what happened here, but I mean, can't blame him for holding on the flop. Maybe your opponent slows down and you could have the best hand. The turn call starts getting into dicey waters, and on the river, didn't mull over it long. Basically said, all right, I believe you at this point, but did cost him some chips there.
Yeah, felt like an unnecessarily hefty pot.
Huh? Have overpair? No.
Rui Cao, 124 antes, chip leader, three-handed here in event number 5. And don't worry, boys and girls, once we wrap this up, we'll be bringing you coverage from event number 6, the 50K. You can head on over to the Triton Poker app, Triton Poker Plus. See who's in the mix. Saw Brian Rost out there.
Yeah, it's one way
Repping
to
the boys.
Play hooky from school or commentary. You just go ahead and read yourself right in, and he is going to be out there today. So a little less safe in the booth. We can be wrong, and it's one thing, or make an incorrect decision or call, but when you're out there, it can cost you some whole lot of bags of sand there. 50,000 euros to get in. So we're gonna wish him luck.
Say he's more safe in here because his table, Jeff. Phil Ivey, Jason Kuhn, Eric Seidel,
familiar,
Danny Tang, Jeremy Osmus.
Yes, not.
How's that for your 50K table?
I mean,
good luck, Brian.
Yeah.
What did you have?
Yeah, and his other table was no stranger either. It was funny because we're like on break. We're walking by. He's like, "That guy's at my table. He looks like he's familiar." I was like, "Yeah, that's Linus Love." He's like, "I've heard of him." He's like, "I've heard of him." But Ryan's been out of the mix. Brian has for a little in terms of live tournament stops. So it's been a while since he's seen some of these faces or some of the new guys changing in the guard. So we'll see how he fares against these young buck wizards. So we'll see.
Yeah, to be honest with you, he seemed really in his element. Ivy was laughing away. Jason, Brian was just chatting.
Yep.
Jeremy just quiet. Yeah. It was quite the lineup of players. Oh boy. Jeff, this could be a big hand here. Ace Queen suited. Rui laying the trap, just limping in from the cutoff.
Yeah, he's gonna get snapped, and he's gonna be shocked when he sees Ace King because. Again, Kenneth, this time, Ace King, you can see the percentages. There's some chops, but then 57% of the time, Kenneth going to win the hand. And He just had a chance. Ace, king, the king, queen, played a big pot, got out flop. Let's see if he can hold on here. This one's a little more important because this is for his opportunity to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, Richard Young loving this.
Oh, everyone's got a little something.
Hefty pay jump between third and second. 125k ladder.
10 is good.
If Rui can do the dirty in the form of 2 remaining queens.
Okay, queen.
Wow. That's not the first time he's done that today.
10, I wouldn't be greedy for it.
Okay, 10 is fair. 10 is fair.
10 is fair. Okay, all right, chop and ounce.
Rui asked for a 10, and he said, Kenneth said, I want it all. And then he said, okay, I'll take a queen. A queen arrived. And wow. You know what I like to say, Henry? JLT. Here we go. Just like that, we're down to heads up. It is time for a 2-time champion coming up. Now it's closer. It's a little more real. This is a great showing from Kenneth. Played well, and ultimately, I mean, look, he lost that ace-king basically twice in a row. One time all in before the flop, and then one time after the flop, getting out flop. So that is a massive payout difference here. You can see it really got serious really fast. Almost 500,000 euros going to the winner here.
Oh yeah,
it's a lot of. You need some ammo for the series here in Madrid. There's rebuys. There's the escalator series. We go from 30k, 20ks, 30ks, 50ks. There's the 100k. There's so many different buy-in levels here, and it only gets more expensive. So I know these guys are going to be happy to get heads up. Of course, they want to get locked into that exclusive 2-time Triton Champion Club. We mentioned there's a few 3-time winners in the field that we've already seen. Jason Kuhn, Makita. I think we mentioned Wai-Kin Young as well. So who's your pick, Henry? Give me a pick. You said the boss man. You want to go with one of the co-founders, Richard Young there?
You have to, right? I mean, we're supposed to remain impartial in the commentary booth, but when one of the bosses is at the final table, you kind of got to be pulling the strings for them. But given how Rui is played, honestly, I don't like using the word deserve in poker, but he really took on the role of table captain, 6-handed, 5-handed, despite the fact that he didn't even have the chip lead. Kenneth Lee kind of just allowed him to play the game that Rui wanted to play, sat back, and Rui did all the dirty work, knocked everyone out, finds himself heads up with a hefty chip lead. And look, if there's any of the final 6 players that would deserve it, I'd have to say it'd be Rui Cao.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, though, too. We just saw him run extremely well. So
course.
He's playing well. He's putting himself in position. He's picking up pots, got himself into the lead. And then, of course, you have to be a little bit lucky to take down such tough events, big events. And, you know, we did see a little bit of luck as well, which cannot hurt. So I would imagine these guys have played a lot together. They probably they know each other's games, but heads up, it's such a different animal. Not a lot of people play heads up poker often. You don't get to practice it so much. It's not something you generally just go there and play. I would bet these guys haven't done a ton of heads up work, but you know, I've been wrong before. You never know, and I know they know how to play short deck. So we're going to get to see some of the biggest, brightest stars here going for their second Triton title. And let's talk about Durr for a second. So he got in kings to aces to Kuhn. They were having a casual conversation about taking over, you know, the content world in poker. Jason slams down his chips. He's got aces. Durr looks shell-shocked. He hits the king. You know, it's a little different equity. It's 3-1 instead of 4-1 in short deck than hold'em. He hit the hand, and then those guys both ended up making to the final 6. And if you maybe could fill me in a little, what happened with Jason and Durr, because I didn't get to see it exactly. I know we have some new people joining us in the show as well. What kind of happened to get down from 6 to 3?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, coming into the final table, though, like I said, there was a clear chip leader in Kenneth, and both Dwan and Jason were on the shorter side. So it was always going to be a case of them having to take their spots at some point fairly early on. Jason making a stand. Sorry, not making a stand. I believe Jason just decided to jam from late position with 10-9 suited. Absolutely fine. Going to have a ton of equity against any calling range. Didn't improve, and similar story for Tom as well. So one of those ones, Jeff, where you're going to get in with 40-45% equity, and obviously you need to win your flips in order to stay alive, and neither of them could get it done today. But we still have tons of events coming up, and given the history of Jason Kuhn and Tom Dwan, it would not surprise me to see them running deep again at some point here in Madrid. But Jeff, I've got to say, highlight of the day though, Rui Cao. Like, he's been going after it, man. So
yeah, I know he's a staple on the tour. People talk about how talented he is. He's fearless. You can just see his table presence, demeanor. He knows what it takes to win. And again, these guys both have won a title. They won a big one. They know it. They know they can do it. And I don't know how many 2-time winners we have. We only have several 3-time winners. But in order to get to 3, you have to win 2. And we are going to get to see someone do that today. And I think either way, we'll hear a nice celebration. There'll be some bottles popped, and it's going to be a big rail because I know these guys have been on the tours since the beginning. I believe Triton's been around for 6 years, and these guys have played a lot of the stops, if not all of them, and both playing the £1 million tournament too. Anyone who puts up £1 million and plays a poker tournament, a lot of respect, because that is no joke, and these guys are definitely willing and able and capable and know what it takes. So I'm very excited about this heads-up battle, and I don't know. I don't have a favorite. If you guys at home want to tell us who you think, we appreciate you tuning in. Twitch, YouTube, hit that thumbs up button. We're having a great time, and we're really enjoying it, and I hope you are too. We also have a main event coming up in a 150K short deck to cap off the series at the end, Henry.
Yeah, it's actually the event that Rui took down himself way back in 2019. Regardless of whether he comes first or second today, he's going to have more than $8 million in Triton Poker Series earnings. But listen, let's not do any discredit to Richard Young either. You know, he has a title. He has tons of heads-up experience in the form of high-stakes cash games. You know, he's just got a lot of experience under his belt. So even though he is coming in with a chip deficit, I'm not counting the boss man out just yet, you know?
Yeah, well, I will say in heads up and especially in short deck, it's super exciting to see. Are these guys going to blast it in? They're going to play. We're going to go small ball poker. Let's go take a look and see how it plays out.
So there you have it. Richard Young, 79 antes against Rui Cao. Someone who I feel like has been around since poker was first popularized in the form of TV poker. He's been around the block. 176 antes. It's just over a 2-1 chip lead for the Frenchman. But as I mentioned, you know, Richard Young, 7 million in Triton earnings, 1 title, 10 cashes, and quite a lot of short deck experience. Just browsing through the application. 3rd in the 50K in London, short deck. 6th just in Cyprus. Not too long ago, just a month ago. 15th in the 100K main event, all short deck cashes. So this man has quite the resume when it comes to short deck experience.
Yeah, 2-1 lead it's a dangerous lead. It's comfortable, but you double your opponent and it just flip-flops. So heads up, anything can happen. This is certainly wide open, and we're going to get to see some post-flop play most likely here. These guys, no, it's not easy to win. Not easy to win. Few and far between. It's nice to be on your own terms when you go post-flop, make some decisions. When you start getting it all in pre, it's, you know, it just sort of, the equities are so close. I think that's something that'll be interesting to see if Rui starts kind of really leveraging that and pushing on him, or if he just is content to go and play post-flop small ball poker. So.
Yeah, and you kind of hit the nail on the head there in the sense that Richard Young hasn't been allowing Rui to do that. He's been dictating the variance, if you will. And we've seen Richard get creative. You know, he seems to know his customer. He's been tricky pre-flop. He's limped a couple of big hands, given Rui some rope to, you know, take it upstairs with bottom of his range and then just coming back over the top, taking it down pre. See if Rui has picked up on that, courtesy of the stream delay. See if he adjusts coming into this heads-up play.
Yeah, Richard here getting dealt ace-9 off. I don't know. We know queen-7 off and Hold'em is the dead middling hand. I don't have the computer hand for short deck yet, but I don't know. Seems middling. Maybe it's a little bit stronger.
Like king 10?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe even a little king 8. I think probably. Seems like because you can get some 6-7s and 6-8s.
Oh yeah, true. It's like
some. Yeah, it's probably one of those deals like pip up. And
it can't be. You're taking out 16 cards out of a deck of 52, so it's going to be more than just a pip either way.
I think a king 9 maybe. Yeah. Yeah, in that range.
Yeah.
Any short deck specialist, we welcome you for the computer hand calibration for Hold'em. I guess that's it, right? In Hold'em, you just take the game tree and you go in the dead middle. So I guess the same thing. You could take out the cards and then kind of find that.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's what, 528 combos in short deck. So whatever the 274th best combo is, would chat, do your magic, help us.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll figure it out. Either way, you have a good idea where you're at. You know, it's hard to get premiums, that's for sure. It's not easy to get dealt top hands, and this is suited ace-8 strong hand. And ace-queen suited is a really strong hand. Even in full ring, it's strong. So this is a welcome sight for Rui.
Yeah, I just want to note, Jeff, how electric that atmosphere in the background sounds. That 50K up and running. And once again, once Jeff and I are done here with this heads-up match between Richard Young and Rui Cao, we will be bringing you coverage from that 50K event number 6, 7-handed.
And ace-queen suited flops a pretty good hand for that with the 2-to-1. Even though the 8 pairs, you can see still a favorite, but all of a sudden that is not the case when that 8 comes off. Rui Cao goes from a really nice looking flop to a kind of dicey spot. Now, if your opponent doesn't have an 8, you're still going to feel pretty good, but little does he know. There's not many 8s he thinks that Richard would defend most likely either.
Yeah, especially given that there's 2 spades on board as well, so it removes the chance of Richard having 10-8 suited and Jack-8 suited a bunch, only leaving a couple of combos of those.
Yep.
Richard does take it upstairs. Question to ask would be, obviously, would Richard ever check back a hand like jacks or 10s for pot control?
Important river card here for this match. A lot in the middle, and depending, that is actually really gonna hit the ace. And look at this, just knows exact. Well, obviously he improves the full house, but he's gonna go ahead and he's got his sizing ready. I love how Richard doesn't. There's no like tanking, and he's very direct in his actions. And this is a tough spot for Rui, who actually does improve, but doesn't have the best hand. So
I like this sizing from Young as well. Just a pip over half pot.
Not a lot you're beating here, though, if you're Rui.
I could see Rui getting sticky here.
He doesn't like it. He just doesn't like it. He knows it's not a great spot, though. What does he beat, though?
Jack 10, exclusively. Some 10-9s, Jack 9s, Queen Jacks that turn to a bluff. Ace 9, although I don't think Ace 9 bets. And look at this, Jeff, just like that.
Yeah, it is.
From a 2-to-1 chip lead to almost tied.
Ace 8 diamond.
Wow, really, really nice hand there for Richard. And yeah, Rui, I mean, to be fair, he improves on the river. There is enough. You're right. There are some hands for sure. And that's also a testament to Richard. It shows that Rui doesn't say, hey, this guy is super tight. He can't have bluffs. So he knows that he's capable.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll tell you what else capable is GG Poker and Club GG. You guys can get on there and a 100 in rewards or 100% up to 600 match in deposit bonus. They have daily Triton free rolls as well. So, look at that. D-Nags, Elkie can't believe it. Look at those faces, the emojis. People are excited. People are ready to fire. And they also have some massive, massive action. 150 million guaranteed. Biggest online series ever, May 5th through the 31st. So check that out. But right now, we're going to check out who is getting the second title on their resume for the Triton High Roller Series. It's really, really big chance. I mean, this is,
this is game on, right?
This is exciting.
This is game on, right? This is as fair as it can get.
Yes.
Still relatively deep. Both over 120 antes apiece. So this is a fair fight.
Yep.
See who wants it more.
I mean, there's so much variance in heads-up poker. You know, you could play 1 time, 10 times, 100 times, and you know, it's just to get the opportunity though on the bright lights stage. You're here, you're in Madrid. It's a game you love. It's sort of like it's just fun. You know, it's like this is. Imagine how much fun these guys are having. Of course, the money's not bad either. 500,000 euros up for grabs.
Yeah, for 25k, you know,
just
20
nice
buy-ins.
ROI.
They don't come around all too often, especially in Europe. Great to see the Triton series coming to a place such as Madrid, bringing poker here.
I love the speed of play from these guys too. It really is just it's just like
Yeah. Yeah, Ali and I touched on that earlier on as well. It was a case of the cards not cooperating, but the pace of play was fast, and you know, all it took was a 10-minute break. Ali getting switched out for you, and yeah, the collisions started happening. But for about 30, 45 minutes there, we were three-handed. Nothing too much to write home about.
yeah, small pot there. Both players content to get to a showdown. King and a queen, weak kickers. So Richard does pick up a bit more, and again, you can see literally dead even on stacks here. Just about slight advantage for Louis. I like that hat. I like the Triton hat pops on nicely, and these guys are just having fun.
I'll tell you who else will be having fun over the next few days. Randy Lou, Nanonoko.
Oh yes.
Arrived today.
I know he's anxious to get in, but yeah, we know the jet lag. He's a long journey. That's going to be.
Oh yeah.
Get a little rest.
We all want to jump in on the first day, and then you kind of get to the hotel room after a 24-hour journey. You shower, put on some fresh clothes. You know what?
Yeah, those.
Maybe bed doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Yeah, that 1,000 Egyptian thread count thinks like it's a better idea to come see it and dive in and relax, be rested for. Well, we have already so much more poker to be played, more champions to be crowned, biggest names turning out as we see it kind of just every day. It seems like there's some new household names coming in to fire these events.
Yeah, I saw Adrian Mateos and co showing up today. They were like, you know what, that 20k hold'em not big enough for us. Yeah, we'll wait for the 50ks to start firing.
Yeah.
Out there.
I mean, there's so many new faces, but there's also so many top-notch world-class pros, and it really is an ultimate blend. And to be fair, we've seen a really nice showing from some of the first-time players here that, again, can't really speculate too much on their poker ability, but they're not playing for a living. A lot of these guys, they're known businessmen. I'm sure they're pretty impressed so far how they've fared in these fields.
Yeah, sorry.
My favorite hand.
You better than me.
Rui's favorite hand. There we go. Learn something new every day. Over 3,000 of you watching across the board on both Twitch and YouTube. Appreciate you guys keeping both myself and Jeff Gross company. And whilst you're here, go ahead and hit that follow, like, and subscribe button. Really helps us reach a larger audience and helps grow the game of poker. And we're going to continue to bring you guys high stakes coverage from not only short deck events, but there's going to be some pillow as well as no limit hold'em events coming up, as well as an exclusive Madrid high stakes cash game, which will be released over on our YouTube channel. So make sure you are subscribed, you've got notifications turned on, as it does mean the world to us. It also means that Jeff and I aren't out of work.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
Allegedly. I mean, hey, listen, they keep telling us to try and get the like count up, but...
Hey, it's good for all, right? It's fun, and it gives you something to do. Pop in, be interactive, and leave a stamp, leave your thumbprint on history as we see someone getting their second event.
Hello.
You know?
All right.
Yeah, you can use that if you want.
Okay, yeah.
You know.
Bravo. Tip of the hat, Jeff. Tip of the hat.
King, Jack, Queen 7, and a straight. As we know, the wheel card there, Ace 6, 7, 8, 9, is a straight. Also, as we saw that the Ace 9 versus Queens is in better shape than Ace 10 versus Queens because that straight can come on the bottom, but when you have two 10s against Ace, what is that? What was I saying? 10? Yeah, it blocks the straight, so it actually is advantageous at times. You could actually have more equity with a worse ace than a bigger one. So something to keep in mind. Short deck, there's just some general rules. 3-1 favorite pair, like kings to aces, it's roughly 3-1 instead of 4-1 and hold 'em. And at times, if you have ace king suited versus jacks, you are actually around 53%, 52%. So sort of flipped in that regard too. When a flip, you can be ahead with the overs.
160, man.
Appreciate the love coming in, boys and girls. You're spamming away in the chat.
I think my caution.
A lot of familiar faces out here. So it's nice to see people carving out some time each day. We do enjoy seeing you in the chat. We're following, we're looking, and we're looking intently here to see who's going to get it done. This is just something where I think these guys are so experienced. They're so capable in understanding where they're at in hands that it definitely could take a bit of a cooler too. There's no one's going to just give it away at this stack depth, especially now that it's evened out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I tell you what, though, regardless of how long it takes, I don't care.
This is
more airtime. Get to see some more short deck poker being played. A game that doesn't necessarily get that much coverage outside of the Triton series, and to get to see two players play this format with vast amounts of experience under their belts already.
Yeah.
Could maybe pick up a thing or two. So get the notepads out, boys and girls. So I feel like my competency level in short deck has already improved tenfold over the last couple of days just by watching some of the world's greats play. Especially Michael Watson, by the way. I mean, the guy is just an absolute beast.
Yeah, great player. He's had a couple final tables already, and in Cyprus we saw the same.
Reem saying, are they talking to YouTube chat? No, we are not. We're addressing all of you. And yeah, poker streams are great for working and lurking. We don't mind. Cooking dinner, doing the dishes. You got the poker up on the side. The thing that I'm excited about the most, Jeff, is just the way live poker has come back with an absolute bang over the last couple of years of obviously everyone being stuck indoors. And I'm excited to see the game grow over the next couple of years. I feel like kind of already had a little mini boom out in the US. A lot of events running over there. And now to see an event like this being brought to European soil.
Yeah, I think it's an understatement. You're just absolutely on point. It's nice. Growing. The game is increasing at a rapid pace, and I think there's just so many more ways that I guess call content creators just in general. People are putting stuff out. People are understanding that the game, what a beautiful game it is, and I'll tell you what else is beautiful. That Triton trophy, someone is going to get it. 11 million, 9 million, 112 antes, 92 antes available. Very close here. This guy's kind of just jockey blow for blow, trying to keep that chip lead, and you just never know when it might get in. It's important. We saw comebacks already. We've seen some comebacks, and having your opponent covered heads up is important because it's never over till it's over, and if you get it in and you still have a little left, can always come back. Queen 7 out flopping 10s. And Richard just going to take that down. Oh, I'm sorry, does it say Rui? Are the graphics right? There's no way Richard... Okay, I think we had a flip-flop on the graphics.
Little flip-flop.
Yeah, it happens.
It happens. It's a bit of verbal diarrhea from me the other day in the commentary booth. Listen, these things happen.
It can happen.
It happens to the best of us.
All right. We saw the queen 7 and 10s. Looks like maybe it was reverse positions. We'll get the graphics in order here, and Richard doing a little bit of busy. You know, he's got stuff going on, and this is another queen 7. This time versus king queen. Saw Rui win a huge pot with king queen versus ace king 3-handed. That really separated himself into a really nice position, and he is just going to pick this one up. Who do you think's played more short deck between the two?
Oh, mate. I mean, it's got to be Richard, right? I think Rui likes to dabble a lot more in other formats. I don't often nibble when it comes to Twitch chat, but someone saying that poker isn't growing rapidly. Fun fact, the growing number of real online poker cash games and tournaments has increased with a 30% growth rate this year. And yeah, obviously no doubt that online poker has had a great boost as well as live poker as well. So, you know.
Yeah, stats are powerful. I mean, if you got sometimes you got to check raise the Twitch chat.
Yeah, I don't normally, but given how passionate I am about the growth of the game, it's like, look, man.
Yeah.
Just you do you, boo.
Yeah, we gotta keep people in line. And right now, Rui Cow getting dealt king queen a lot. And I'll tell you what, heads up poker, you'll take king queen. We haven't decided exactly the dead middle starting hand, but king queen is on the north end of that side. Very nice hand and gets a good board. It just flops well. King queen in the short deck. The 2 3s, 4s, and 5s removed. Of course, some other nuances that a flush beats a full house, which is, I think, a little, you know, it makes perfect sense, but it's a bit confusing. You know, you gotta kind of remember that they're just so rare. You rarely see flushes made. Have you seen a flush today, Henry?
I saw a flush on board.
Okay.
Yeah, very rare occasion. Then we had quads on board as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we saw a straight flush and quads in players' hands yesterday. Jason Kuhn on the give and take of that matchup. Making a straight flush is just fun. I mean, especially at a televised feature table and getting action is nice.
Yeah, I can't say I've had that happen to me, but you have to play events in order for it to actually happen to you, know what I mean? But
well, Rast is the first one of the group here. He's dipped his toes into the 50K, which we will have coverage for you later today, but currently we are focused on this matchup here. And Rui Cow now extends the lead slightly. Both players have an 8. Richard decides to check back. See a bet. Richard checking maybe if he has a heart in there, just in case. Maybe wants to get a little extra creative. Here he's just got the pair and a gut shot. It's not an attractive situation. Gonna move on. So Rui again picking up pots. Got plenty of play here. Don't expect this to get in pre, but you never know. It can happen in a second. I'm curious. Which of these do you prefer to sweat, Henry? The short deck or the no limit? Because the chat as well. I think probably less familiar with short deck overall. It just a game that, as you mentioned, it's not spread as much. Triton really does a great job covering that. Which one do you enjoy more to watch?
Well, I definitely enjoy Twitch chat a lot more during Hold'em events because, Jason Kuhn takes, an intricate part of the game tree on the turn, and chat just goes absolutely wild, bashing these guys, and I'm just like, I just love chat pros. So, but no, definitely Hold'em. I definitely enjoy Hold'em a lot more than short deck. But this, these past few days, I have enjoyed covering these events, and I think you just got to give so much credit to these players because given how close the equities run and given how difficult it is to have air and coming up with, creative bluffs and bluff catching at the right frequency, it's not an easy task. So tip of my hat to everyone that's been firing these events thus far.
Yeah, every time I see these events, it motivates me. It excites me. I'm just thinking, man, at the World Series or next time I see a big short deck event, I'm gonna like a 10K. I feel like I could hop in, but then I kind of lose. Like I don't watch it for a little, and then it seems overwhelming.
Yeah.
But when you get in there, you start seeing some of the plays, and you know it's a post flop game. It really is a post flop game, and that is, I think, fun to play. So yeah, I hope it maybe catches a bit more attention in the future at series and stops, because I would like to start playing a bit more. If you had to play short deck cash or tournament, what do you think you'd be more comfortable with?
If I had to play short deck cash or
Like
tournament?
a decent, yeah, you got to buy in for a decent bit and take 10K, let's say, worth a cash game buy in 10K or tournament 10K.
I would have to go cash game.
Cash, okay.
Yeah, I'd have to go. I mean, either way, I wouldn't have a clue.
We have some clue. I mean, you're calling the biggest one in the world. You understand the game.
No, I mean, sure. Thank you.
But not against these guys.
That's what
You're
I
not
mean.
hopping in
Yeah,
with
like
them.
you know,
Yeah.
I'm like staring down Tom Dwan in a spot, and he's just going to put me in the absolute blender. I don't know the right, minimum defense frequencies and the type of components I want in a hand in order to bluff catch correctly. And these types of things, it's not something I've studied, and I feel like that being a massive part of the game would get me in trouble, obviously.
Also, speaking of trouble, Rui Cao hits a king here and actually goes for a value bet, which is interesting. And surely with the 2 pair, although as a 4-liner for that price, he is going to call
10 king.
And interesting. Very thin bet there from Rui. Could think he could show that one down, but I guess he just figures maybe it's called by worse.
Yeah, could potentially block. Get called by worse 2-pair. Yeah, don't forget, boys and girls, that new Triton Poker Plus app. Honestly, I know you guys think that I'm just shilling it for the sake of shilling it, but guarantee this: if you download it, you're not gonna want to delete it from your phone.
Yeah, I'll second that. And Rui Cao has got so many king queens today that I've seen, at least on the, it's crazy. And this actually has the making of a decent pot, because Jack-10 suited is a very welcome sight in this game. And we're going to see a temperature check. He calls, okay. Yeah, very playable hand. Okay, just calls, and look at this. Quite a flop for the Jack-10 suited. Checks back.
Makes sense. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Richard turning the second nuts with backup in the form of diamonds.
Yeah, quite a board for Jack-10 suited. And look at this, the running king queen.
10.
And yeah, big pot there for Richard. Big pot, nice size pot. They are really right about, I think, tied on the dot. 10.275. I mean, it's just so close to call.
Exact same stack, I think.
Huh?
Same. 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yep. It's almost on the dot with the antes. They want 2 ante to 1 ante out there. This is. I mean, you just know how bad they want that trophy. They just want it. This is what it's all about. 6 years ago, series gets created, and you heard Paul talking to Ali say they never really imagined this could come to this. You know, that it would come and be this powerful. This many people would be here. And you know, for these guys that poker started as kind of a hobby and fun, it's now they have become some of the best players in the world themselves. And it's really cool to see the merging of that, of sort of business-centric, predominantly people that love and have a passion for poker come in with some of the world's biggest and brightest stars to get this playground. I mean, imagine, think about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, poker. There was a couple like 25Ks. Maybe there was like a special edition tournament, the 40K at the WSOP. But now it's like there's 50Ks, 100Ks, 250s, the £1 million Triton. It's just wild to see how much this has developed and, essentially a high stakes playground for poker.
Yeah, it really is. It's a perfect summary. It's that's why everyone's here. Just walking through the hall out there. It just feels like all the faces, all the big names, they're here for this, and understandable why that's the case. Have these going on hopefully 4 times a year. Now that we're back up and running.
Yeah, there was the Jeju got canceled. I was all booked.
Bali got canceled as well.
Bali was on the map. That was exciting because listen, I'm biased. I've been in poker for 20 years. Let's call it 15, traveling around doing stuff, and it's great to go to a lot of the same stops. It's like PCA Atlantis every year. You got your staple stops, and different places are great, but when you go to a new city, a new location, there's just something extra special about it. Like, I've never been to Madrid, and I was like, my wife was like, let's do this. This is great. Like, this is fun, and that's nice to kind of spread it around and get to see some different venues.
Have you been to Bali before?
I have not.
Never been?
No.
Yeah, I was in Thailand at the time when they announced that we were going to Bali. I was like, oh, okay. And me and a couple of the Overbet Express boys were thinking of flying over and filming some content there, and then obviously it didn't happen. But yeah, I'd love to see Bali.
Look at this from Rui. Has a spade in his hand. He's got 2 9s, and he's gonna blow off, a lot of hands here other than kings or Jack 10. And what a play! I mean, this shows his moxie. He just understands and does find these opportunities to put pressure on and just kind of pick up some pots that most probably wouldn't go for. Really nicely done. And you got to wonder in spots like that, is it just, what's he, is he picking up on something? Is he just kind of decide he's mixing in some bluffs? Like, he just, whatever it is, he's got he's got a little extra pep in his step. I feel like he's got a few extra moves than most.
He does indeed. I'll tell you who else has got a pep in their step. It's the production team here at Triton, Jeff. I don't know if you saw this, but it was introduced today on our Twitch channel, the new Triton Poker extension. And I mean, this is really stepping up the game of live broadcasting in the form of live poker. You can add the extension, literally hover over live updates, schedule info, results, player of the year, race. There's giveaways as well that you can get involved in, the Triton Pokerverse. There's all sorts going on, and it's all there at the click of a mouse. So for those of you who haven't already, can get that on your Twitch channel, ! extension. I mean, it's just, we used to all wait for the big series once a year to come on our screens back in 2003, 2004. I mean, I was playing outside. I'm not going to lie, Jeff. I was rolling around in the mud. It's like 9 years old, but fast forward 20 years. This is the type of stuff we got going on live poker broadcasts.
Yeah, it's...
Click that giveaway, boys and girls, by the way. I want you guys to get involved as much as possible. Win some free merch. Sorry, Jeff, I cut you off there.
No, I'm taking it in. I'm actually checking that out. The extension myself, it is pretty special. Yeah, this is... I mean, the technology, like, even, to think that the big blind ante wasn't introduced but a few years ago, right? I think I mentioned that the other day. Like, there was, 75 ante level, 9-handed, every hand. Like, there's the shot clock is becoming amazing, really. And I think it's just, like I said, making people play quicker in general. It's just, it's the matrix. The definition of the matrix is constantly optimizing, and that's what's happening. And poker's no different. Poker's getting better. The graphics are better. Look at this production value from the team here.
Yeah, we've come a long way, that's for sure.
Any given day. That's what's cool about tournaments. Cash games are fun, but tournament, you can come in, you can hit a lot of buy-ins. You can really spin it up. There's a lot of free rolls, qualifiers, all different types of ways you can find your way up into the action. I think that's cool about poker too. It's like you could play for play money, you could play for 1 cent, 2 cent. You can kind of grind up, and I know that it's one of those things that win or lose, there's a lot of lessons that can be taught in poker. You can get a lot, you can learn a lot, and it can kind of bring life to you in a different picture. I think that I wish they taught poker in school. You know, I think that honestly, I think that would be a plus EV thing. Obviously, there's some complications with that, but
I'm kind of glad they didn't. I'm glad it's something I just fell into, and
yeah.
But yeah, no, I like the way Rob Young puts it. Is, you know, every dog can have his day in a tournament. You know, if it's your time, it's your time.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of experience you can get from poker in general when it comes to, you know, money management, discipline, mindset, health and nutrition even. You know, you see more and more elites such as like Jason Kuhn, Phil Ivey come out and speak openly about how important their journey into the high stakes arena has been when it comes to looking after their bodies. And look at this, Rui blasting off here. All 3 streets.
Yeah, it's savage too, because he doesn't have a heart in his hand. He's got a 6, but in terms of bluffing, you know, he finds some really no equity, just kind of like savage spots to go for it, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, Rui's just showing great awareness there. It's very aware of what Young's range looked like.
Yeah, and Young is probably very, also as you mentioned, aware, kind of can wait, sneak some traps in and whatnot, but it's hard to make hands. You know, your opponent with kind of going for some timely bluffs, it's heads up, you're not going to make a lot of great hands, and you know, being aggressive is going to be a big advantage most of the time if it's timed correctly and, you know, you don't go too out of line. But so far, Rui Cao finding the chip lead again and picking up some pots that don't belong to him. Ooh. So Richard starts off with a really electric flop and decides to just call check back, and now here he shows some real deception, but that 10 is not, it's one of the only cards you just don't want to see immediately, and now it's just going to go
7
for a call. And he thinks he's value betting, but really Richard had him at hello there.
Yeah, Rui actually value betting that 7 there. You get value from ace high.
Slow play. Bad turn.
Yeah, slow play, bad turn is right. Could have been some good runouts there for Richard, but does still get some extra chips there. If he had bet the flop, he wouldn't have got any.
That's it, you're not wrong.
An extra 400,000.
Froggen saying, when that next Galfond heads up yellow match happens, can we count on you to commentate? Not up to me to decide, my man, but I will certainly try and do Mr. Galfond proud linguistically in the commentary booth.
All right, both players flop a pair. 3 spades, now 4 spades come. Richard with the 8 of spades. Happy to take it down.
Yeah, Richard not trying to get any value there with the 3rd nuts.
Yeah, kind of tough to get called by worse. I don't blame him, but...
Yeah, and also just slipping it on over to Rui, trying to get Rui to take a stab at it.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm telling you, these guys, they play fast. They play with a plan. King 9 suited, 10-9 offsuit. Rui Cao gonna come in for a raise. Gets a decent hand to fold there. King 9 suited.
$50-50. Talking of PLO events, 25K coming up in a few days.
All in.
Oh, wow.
Shouldn't raise. So young.
Slaps himself on the wrist.
AK so all in.
Ace-9 suited. Want to see a flop?
Yeah, these guys, you know, goes in waves. Game gets deeper stacked. Sometimes, depending on how fast it goes at different junctions of the tournament, we are seeing some post-flop play. Guys are taking flops, playing pots, and we are going to be crowning a winner today. So stick with us, and then for dessert, Henry, the 50K.
Don't talk to me about dessert,
50K.
mate.
No,
I'm
it
starving.
is. Yeah, it's going to happen. We're going to get to see it. We're going to get to see some new faces too who have joined this week. Get an update on how many entries are already in that 50K, but it's looking tasty. Richard with one of the worst hands you can have, just gives it up. There's the Secret Lab logo in the background. Those chairs, they really are special, I gotta say. Top-notch sponsors here.
And water.
Oh, Rui kicking up with the Red Bull. Maybe trying to take it up a little notch here.
Sometimes it's needed.
2 of 68 entrants in this tournament, so another nice turnout. Seen 90 and 93 in the opening 2 events.
Yeah, these Secret Lab chairs, mate.
Yeah, I'm on board. I am on board. Do you think you can get one of those over to Thailand or no?
Yeah.
You're
I
ready?
reckon I can black my way into a little freebie.
You're gonna try to get one through? Yeah. I mean, I don't blame you.
Yeah, you know that video we recorded yesterday, you know?
They were asking for addresses.
That's
I think we may get one. Fingers crossed.
No, legit. Like, have you checked out their socials as well, by the way? Like Secret Lab socials. They sponsor like some of the biggest esports orgs and everything. Like some of the big like CS:GO events. So I know obviously there's been a pretty big crossover in esports and poker in recent years. But yeah, Secret Labs.
Yeah. Again, top-notch event, top-notch players, top-notch staff, top-notch sponsors, top-notch everything. And there's a top-notch hand for Richard Young with the queens. We haven't seen many big pairs this heads up so far.
What's up, Twitch chat? How are you all doing? Shout out to all of you over on YouTube as well. Over 3,000 of you. With myself, Henry Kilbane, and Jeff Gross Company here. Live from the Gran Via in Madrid. Event number 5, 25K. Short deck Ante-Only. We're down to the final 2 players, Richard Young and Rui Cao, battling it out for the trophy, both looking to join the exclusive 2-time Triton champion club. And, well, it's about as even as it can get. Richard Young playing 10.175 mil. Rui Cao playing 10.225, so literally less than an ante between the two.
Yeah, it's may come down to a big one. This is their styles both seem very, you know, Rui's definitely a little more probing, puts a little more heat, but Richard has got tricks himself and knows exactly how to play, and you know he is he's already a champion. These guys both have won a title, so they know what it takes. They know it's not easy. Look at that Red Bull being sighted there in a water. This is. See if he kicks it up. He's already he's already active. I don't know. Maybe he's already had one, but Rui is definitely V-pipping harder than most. And heads up though, you got to play, Henry. There's no, you're basically in
Can't
every
hide.
hand. There's really,
where are you gonna go?
There's not much else you can do but enter into the pot. Richard Young, his son, Wykin Young, is a 3-time champion.
He is indeed.
Almost the fourth.
Absolute beast.
Was one card away from being a 4-time champion. In the London 2019 series, he won the 100, I believe it was 100,000 pounds. Might have been 150,000 pounds, but it was the main event. And then he took second in the short deck main event, which were 100-plus runners. I mean, these aren't 20-person fields. So very talented family of players of poker. And I mean, if you're Richard, right, your son, you're happy for him, but you want to catch him, right? You want to be
over the dinner table. Come on, man, you can't have your son out doing it.
No. It could be this week. You know, you never know. People win 2, 3 in a week. It happens. Maybe not 3. I don't know if anyone's ever won 3. There are only a few 3-time winners. Mikita Badikowski is one, and we mentioned Jason Kuhn and Wykin Young. That's the 3 I'm aware of. There may be one other in there.
What, 3-time champions?
Yeah. Makita, Jason.
I think you're right. I think it's.
I saw the banner out there, unless we're forgetting someone, but there's definitely a few 2s. Paul Poix has 1.
Hello. Oh, hello, 7 of spades. Rui Cao getting there on the river.
And healthy pot. And Richard, who's been making great decisions. You know, this is.
Cool.
Yeah, they can't blame him here. He also blocks Jack 9. There's stuff misses there. Can't blame him calling there.
Yeah, blocking the straight. Solid bluff catcher. Can't just let your opponent run over you, but that does really shift things in the form of chip counts. As I mentioned not too long ago, well, prior to that hand actually, it was almost dead even. Rui Cao now back to extending his lead by almost 2-1. 13 million plays 7.3. 2022 Triton Super High Roller Series here at the Gran Via in Madrid. Those are the payouts, 357,000 euros for the runner-up. First, going to be taking home just shy of €500,000 euros. Henry Kilbane alongside Jeff Gross. Look at that prize pool, JG. 1.7 million, eh?
Euros. Clean.
It's about 10 million USD,
oh,
right?
Come on, I knew it. I could already feel it coming, but
I'm sorry, man. I'll give it a few more days. You know, I won't mention it again anytime
right,
soon.
yeah, just save it for the mains.
All right,
give us a few day pause. But in the moment, 12.8 million. So yeah, some serious separation after that big river call, and Ace 7 suited is going to take a stab here, and Jack 10 is going nowhere. The equities you can see there, it's still has some stuff happening. Double gutter, right? Or I'm sorry, open bottom end open ended, and this time Richard going to put out 400K, and Rui says, you know, I'm going to go ahead and check. Raise, wow, and just
Rui starting to that Red Bull, you know, is
zoom in there. I mean, out of line a little, just got and really got Richard to fold a big hand there. well done from Rui.
Yeah, that red ball just, you know,
instant
trickling down. Just pouring it out. Get the juices flowing. Coming up with some creative, arguably out of line bluffs, but getting it done. He's done well here, Rui. Did lose it for a bit, but he's managed to get that 2-1 chip lead back. Chopped away at one of Richard Young's legs. Well, queens for Rui Cao. Gonna bump things up, and Richard not gonna be going anywhere with King 10 of spades. Oh, hello.
Oh, wow.
Well, this could be it. All in and a call, Jeff.
Whoa.
12.6 million in the middle. And kind of out of nowhere, you know, they're feeling each other out. They're both
I don't mind.
10 million apiece.
Yeah.
And someone asking for Richard to flop quad kings.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you see the equity. It's not. This is not a clear favorite for queens. They are ahead. Saw a similar hand with Seidel versus Paul Poix, right? The king 10 versus
yeah, it was,
jacks. And 2 jacks on the flop. Looking better for Rui, who is a 3-1 favorite now. Has to fade the turn and river. Oh
wow!
Ooh. I'll tell you what. There's not a lot of feelings in poker, like having a heads. You know, when you're all in for a title, and it doesn't hold. It's tough, right? You can just taste it. You know how hard it is. And now, gonna do a little seesaw. Richard Young gonna take the lead.
Yeah, King of Diamonds rolling off on the turn. Richard Young gets the double. 6-3-25, so up to 12.7 thereabouts. And well, not letting his fellow co-founder steal the show here in Madrid. Paul Pua obviously taking down his first series not too long ago, and well,
look at
Young
that.
trying to beat him to it. M88.com, the #1 gaming destination in Asia, providing some of the most competitive sports book selection and a large collection of casino games and more. One of our proud sponsors here in Madrid for the Triton Poker Series here.
Yeah.
Check it out, M88.com.
Yep. Also sponsor of La Liga, and as we know, Real Madrid in the final. There's a big couple games coming up, so yeah, it's a good time maybe to take a look, see what's happening. I think we said Liverpool are slight favorites. Is that right? I mean, can't be too big a favorite against Real Madrid, but Real Madrid's kind of pulled some magic out of their hat this season though too.
I honestly feel like Madrid just they get it done in the Champions League, but then again you could argue that Liverpool do as well. I believe second most Champions League titles.
It's incredible, and because you talk about a season, Serie A or Premier League or La Liga, these Bundesliga, these top things, you play 38 games, right? So you win the season, it's like, all right, you were probably the best team or one of the best, but when you come down to these Champions League runs, it's like this is one game. This is it for like the whole kit and caboodle. So, or you have two, a home and away, quick. Guy could be injured. It might be you're out of form for a week or two of the year. So it's so impressive. These clubs are able to do it time and time again. To get it done and win. It's really, yeah, it's pretty phenomenal. Both players with an 8 here.
What needs to happen in the US, Jeff, for soccer, as obviously you guys call it over there, to become as popular as it is in Europe? I mean, I know it's been slowly growing over the last, few years, last decade or so, but what needs to happen in your opinion?
There's a lot. They need a lot of help, but
we need a moneymaker effect.
Really? So the biggest thing I say, I get asked this, it's really about the sports in the U.S. There's the NBA, there's the NFL. So a lot of the top athletes are playing these MLB, whatever it might be. You know, that in a lot of these European countries and other places of the world, it's the most popular game. The best athletes grow up playing, you know, call it soccer or whatever you want to call it, football, American soccer. So I think that's one of the bigger problems, right? It's that it's so dispersed, the talent across other sports and things that just don't get the top athletes growing up playing that. But that's my 2 cents. So what do we need to do? We need help, and I'll tell you who else needs a little help all of a sudden. Rui Cao is in the second place position. Richard Young with the clean 100 antes. 12.5 mil. He's in command now, Henry, just like that.
Yeah, flying out in the lead.
KK, Kenneth Key, wasn't meant to be after he had 2 tough goes with ace-king, both to king-queen and ace-queen. So that's another thing about tournaments. You get deep, you play great, you get 3-handed, and you lose with the best hand in 2 spots where, you know, you're in a favorable position, and that's it. So Richard Young is going to work here. Going to call king 7.
Wow, I'm going to have to get in a fight with Patrick Leonard, yo.
What's he got going?
I don't know, mate. Go check out Paz's Twitter, mate. He's throwing down the gauntlet.
What's he's putting schedules out? He's putting people on notice?
He's putting us on notice, mate. Yeah, he doesn't enjoy watching short deck, apparently.
Okay.
All right, Pats.
Hey,
all right.
Listen.
He's entitled to his opinion, I guess. We'll let him have this one.
He might have screen overload from all those Instagram stories he does of his hands and what's going on.
I mean, he puts out some great content,
yes.
I'm going to lie.
Yes, he does. Shout out to Pads. Checking out what's happening. I guess he just, you know, he's a no limit guy. Some people are no limit. He's a no limit guy. Some are PLO people. The great game. 4 cards. There will be 125K on Sunday here in the Grand Via. So 3 games being spread. No limit hold'em. Short deck Ante-Only and 1 PLO. Hopefully Henry moving into more PLO in the future stops, but
yeah, I hope so. Love to see some more PLO.
They were tossing around that idea about a hybrid 3 games in 1.
Yeah.
No limit hold'em.
Oh, that has to be introduced.
PLO
yeah.
and short deck.
Poker Twitter popping off. I need to. All right, you know what, boys and girls.
Is Richard gonna? Wow, calling here. The sneaky little open-ended, and maybe has some plans if he hits his hand. So he actually hits a little showdown. Ace-7. He is gonna check, and oh wow, Richard. Maybe if he had missed, it might have been it. He may have gotten it if he had hit a different card and just completely whiffed, maybe goes for a bluff. He does hit a bit of showdown, and then he decides to check, and Rui Cao takes a timely pot there. These guys keep going forward and back. I mean, they keep like separating, and then they get back to even. It's like they just can't quite get that full separation. Rui Cao going to work on that Red Bull.
Yeah, it was working for him until that King of Diamonds found its way to the turn. He had his opponent Richard Young all in.
In for a win. All right, see 6, 7, 8. So Rui Cao hitting a 2 pair, and Richard with 2 overs and a gut shot. Gut shots are definitely come more often than not in this game. And a king on the turn. Rui Cao going to decide if he wants to keep value betting his hand. He does. Sheds Richard, takes it down. What do you think, Twitch? Let's start with Twitch. What do you guys like? What do you prefer? Do you like the short deck? Let's put 1 for short deck, 2 for no limit hold'em to watch, and we'll do the same on YouTube. 1 for short deck, 2 for no limit hold'em. Let's see what you guys come up with. What your favorite game to watch is. We'll not say play. I don't know how many people are, consistently playing short deck, but to watch, I'm close. I'm close split on it.
Yeah. No, for me, I definitely enjoy no limit hold'em coverage. But like I say, from what I've been seeing over the last couple of days, they're just these guys at the top. They're fun to watch.
All right, Richard's calling with a gut shot, and he actually has the best of it. And Rui Cao, this is a absolutely no equity bluff. And, I mean, look at this. Richard Young getting sticky here with 10 high and a gut shot. Let's see if all right, so he has the best hand. He's got a blocker. And, I mean, wow. Look at that.
Okay.
He had a man with
Hello,
a
boys and
plan.
girls.
There was the 10 high float.
All right. Man's got game.
Love it.
Float, flop, float, turn. King, obviously a great card for him as well, because some of the hands, like King 10, maybe going to stick around on the turn.
Very nicely done. And listen, I'll tell you what, if your game plan versus Rui is, I'm just going to call barrel, like it could work, right? Because the thing is that Rui doesn't always slow down. He may triple. That can take away part of your game plan if he hits the third barrel on you.
I've definitely been there, guilty of that in the past, where I'm like, yeah, I'll just float, flop, float, turn, and then face the big old bet on the river.
And he's got to min click it. King 10, speaking of, there it is. Quite a flop for King 10. Got the best straight draw, the over, and looks like it comes through, but it doesn't. Richard, though, is going to pick up a gut shot to go along with that, and Rui is going to go ahead and get another one through there. Hovering right around even as well. I think this will put, Rui up to about 11. I think 11 to 9. Jacob and Co. there, nice shot on the table of that. That will be in the main event, giving away a Jacob and Co. watch to the winners. So that's
don't mention that
nice.
to Ali Najadi. He's come out with some master plan earlier on how to grab himself one of those and disappear, just right off into the sunset.
Yeah, Ali likes his watches. Rui Cao, Ace Queen, Richard Young, King Jack, and we are going to a flop. Two solid hands. Got to believe those are high up in the distribution range of heads up short deck. Pretty strong holdings to start. We'll start with 2 jacks right in the window. And Rui could be stepping out on a very, very thin. And look at this. He goes right away and raises. And this is, I know you know that, and this is just wild. Like, look at this. And he's actually picks up some equity here. What? And Richard.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Rui with the backdoor Bangkok into the nut straight. Woo. And Richard losing to just one hand. See what size he goes for. I'd like to see him go somewhere around like the 2 million chip mark. Don't go too big.
Raise.
Oh, he gives him the raise and then the extra, and he is gonna get a little more probably, because Rui, though, we saw Rui stick around earlier with remember he's called Richard Light before, and this is definitely a huge hand to make Broadway. Runner. When you float the flop, Henry.
Right? Raise 1.8, yeah.
1.8 more. He said raise, he put a 6 in.
1.8 more.
Yeah, so 1.8 more.
King Jack, Jack 10.
Wow.
Jack 10 would make the most sense. Clicks flop, checks turn with the nut boat.
King Jack was his first guess. I'm a little surprised he put him on King Jack, that he would check back a jack on the turn. right? Only 8-9 really came in there on the turn, or Jack 10. Yeah, that he would probably check, let his opponent.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, King Jack would make sense. The 8-9 completing.
But that 8-9 is only it's just a gutshot. I would think that he would not check King Jack normally. Look
Nice
at this.
fold, bro.
This is class everywhere.
Nice fold. That's the. Even though Richard Young has a commanding chip lead here in this heads-up match, that's going to help Rui's confidence, seeing that King Jack, and you make a fold like that. Morale is high, regardless of the fact that you have a chip deficit. You're feeling good about yourself.
Strong stuff.
Yeah, but maybe you don't have a jack. Chip
the heads up.
Draw for ace high sometimes. I have a pair.
Heads up to the ace, queen 7. This hand is going to require Rui to sneeze at the pot to get Richard to fold.
Yeah, this
king
is
high.
Yeah, this has just been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and right now getting closer into an even stack as well.
Could be here a while, Jeff. I'm going to start doing some lunges in the booth, you know?
Yeah.
Chat probably don't believe me, but Jeff can attest to it.
Yeah, might have to get some confirmation of that. It's pretty good form. All right, Richard and Rui, 9-10, Jack 8, 9-10. Gonna go and take a stab, take it down.
Yeah, I must say, you know, when we came back from the break, when you tagged in for Ali, we were talking about, you don't necessarily want to say one player out of the 6 necessarily deserves to win the tournament, but Rui Cao has, from the start, just been getting after it, man, and I feel like his aggression will potentially pay off here. Seems to just be picking up in the small spots.
Oh, and ace king suited, what a welcome sight. Can't believe it.
Ace king suited.
No play from Richard on that one.
Jittery Muggle over on Twitch saying you got to get the blood flowing. You do indeed. Jeff's doing yoga and all sorts here.
Yeah, we got. You know, this could go the distance. This is for a title, second title.
Yeah,
these guys won it.
I just don't see these styles kind of clashing in a big way without the form of a cooler.
I mean, look, we saw sort of a cooler just now. We see a world-class fold on the river.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, that's kind of that's sort of the thing here. Like these guys they're playing so well, but they're also their styles, as you said. It's not just like 3-bet, 4-bet, rip it in. And look at this, kicking on up, 150K with the button 300,000. So ante 150, 300. It's going up though. The antes are going to get smaller, consolidated. There will be a winner, Henry. Don't worry. When someone's winning, they do not. There's no 1.5 trophy winners each. Like you don't get to split this trophy. This is going to the distance.
Yeah, it's going to go the distance, and I'm going to go a few pips further and walk from the Gran Via to the closest restaurant I can find and get myself a nice meal.
A lot of good options in Madrid. Say that,
dude.
It's just one of those things. I heard Rui say his favorite hand is 9-7. I believe suited though. It's a little different here. Richard gonna go ahead and bet the ace 10. And I mean, this is two-stepping out here now. He's just really going for it, man. I mean, this is, you could put out a highlight video with Rui Cao bluffing. And bravo for the call here. He's got his spidey senses on. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Right, lucky.
Lucky is right. What a call. Richard makes a great call.
Straight.
And he hits the dealer doesn't even know what happened, doesn't believe it.
Wow, wow, wow.
Richard probably scratched his head a bit on that one.
Yeah, Rui. His hand in the cookie jar, bailed out. Courtesy of that 8 on the river. We are tied yet again.
Yeah, Richard gets a little one there, and again, stacks are still pretty close. So close, as a matter of fact, that yeah, I think that's just over 10 million again there. It looks like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, a little bit on the side. It's relatively tied. Ace-9, King-Jack off. Richard gonna complete. Rui Cao checks his option on the dealer button, so sort of the same as small blind, big blind. I'm sorry, dealer versus. Look at this though, Ace-9, King-Jack, and diamond here. Ooh, could have been the ace of diamonds. We would have maybe seen a really big pot be executed, but look at this. It's just going to be Rui going again, just sort of semi-bluffing, and Richard turns those 3 9s. And Rui's got King Jack high, and Richard can't see anything but just call here.
Should bet flop, I win. He wins,
Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. Richard Young strapping in there. Rui just, you know, should have bet flop.
Wow, flop. But King, Jack, Queen, 7, diamond. Ante to throw play.
Yeah.
Got punished.
Yeah, 6-9 and Jack-8 suited. There's nothing between them really. It's just a slight lead for Richard. He does flop gin here. Rui just doesn't like
he
folding.
just doesn't like folding, does he? You know, he likes taking it to the streets.
That's got to be, yeah, there we go. He's like, all right, I believe this one. I'll give you one. Richard got the chip lead. Look at this, 12 million. 50% more than his friend here. This is we're always one hand away. We're always one hand away, but these guys are not giving it away, that's for sure. Beautiful Gran Via here in Madrid. This is the 25K short deck Ante-Only 2022 Triton Super High Roller Series here from Madrid. We are live on a short delay, of course, because of the whole cards, gaming integrity, but We are calling the action, swaying the action with you, the Triton Poker app. It is Triton Poker Plus. You can follow along with the individual hands. 50K underway. We'll be having that coverage for you later. We'll pick it up after we crown a champion, and by champion I mean two-time champion, because that's exactly what's going to happen from one of these gentlemen. And King Queen suited versus eights. Look at that favorite King Queen suited is versus eights. 59%. And waste no time.
Jeff, if I had to ask you to just take a complete wild guess as to who you think is chip leading the 50K seven-handed,
give me 40 to 1 and I'll bet. I already know. He's got a nickname. He's probably Australian, and he's won an event.
There we go. Yeah,
a Dominator.
There he is, out in front.
It's
just
absurd.
Shout out to It's Breezy over on YouTube pointing that out using the Triton Poker app.
Triton Poker Plus.
Triton Poker Plus, yeah. It's a great way to sweat the events that obviously we're not currently covering. And, oh, look at this, Jeff. We're taking down a pretty big pot there with the old King Queen.
It's not only a big pot, but it puts him back to dead even, Steven.
Even Stevens.
10 mil a man. Not much separating these two. They both got moves. They both are willing to go for it. They have a little different styles. Rui's going to be firing more. He's going to put you in some tougher spots. But then we see him fold the backdoor ace-queen, just kind of recognizing where he's at. He did call one misstep. I think he called the ace-jack. I believe there was a pretty big call. He paid Richard off. But all in all, been pretty spot on. Both players really seem in tune to to what's happening in the stage of the game and what their opponent is capable of. Both players know what's at stake and how hard it is to get here. And I'll tell you what, going through, your consolation prize when this ends too, if you get knocked out, you go enter the 50K. Not a lot of cakewalk tables there.
Mate, I'm telling you that. I just saw Brian, I was like, what is going on? This man, Ivy on his direct left, Jason Kuhn 2 to his left, Seidel on his right, Jeremy Elsmus a couple of seats to his left as well. Been on a very impressive tear himself in across the pond.
Yeah, tournament poker is not for the faint of heart. You come in here battling with the best for 10 days, 2 weeks. You got to be ready, you got to be fit, you got to be mentally prepared for some adversity. And Ivy just seems like he's in great form. He's obviously one of the household names, but there's a few years where he wasn't really playing many tournaments. Now, fresh off of Cyprus, first and second, he just comes right in. He's early in the events. He's playing. He looks excited. He looks focused, and in good form, right? I think that's. You go on downswings at the highest stakes. It can be
it's not cheap,
tough go. So no one comes here looking to lose, but got to do your best. Put yourself in a winning position.
Nice to see our boy Sarast with above average. Casual 107 bigs. Finds himself in the middle of the pack out there. Already a €3 million prize pull in that one, Jeff.
Wow. How many entrants?
Just shy of 60.
Whoa. Yeah,
shy of 60.
Over €3 million in the up for grabs.
Hello. Healthy paydays all around. These two, though, could care less about the 50K. Heads up for a trophy. It's all business. Look how tight it is there, though. 10 million a piece.
Yeah, it's just right back. I mean, we've seen 12 million, basically the biggest separation. We did see we saw an all-in already. It could have been over. King 10 suited to jacks. So, or no, was it queen? No, jacks. Yeah, King 10 suited to jacks was the all in. Only 50%, 57% of the time going to win that, though. Going to be some chops, too. Suited connector. Queen 10 off, limps in. Look at this. Richard gonna take the 8-9 suited and blow it up here. And Rui, who's sticky. This is an interesting hand. You gotta anticipate your opponent's gonna call a lot, but I like it. Also, you know, if you're Richard, what you have going for you here is your opponent probably puts you on bigger cards. So when you're able to not put a lot of these raises in, and you decide to do it with a modest holding, you are going to throw off your opponent a bit. I love that, right? I mean, if you just all of a sudden get aces or kings there and you haven't raised in a while, it's like it looks like that's what you have. But now, when you throw a raise in with not such a great hand, I just absolutely love that selection of hand there.
It gives you board coverage, the higher end.
Continue.
It's going to have, you know, more ace kings, ace queens, aces, etc. when Rui just limp calls. Richard gonna limp in with the 10-7 of hearts. Rui gonna check his button. It's gonna take something special, in my opinion, for all the money to find its way in, given the way these boys have been approaching this heads-up match.
9. 10.
Even with Rui kind of pushing the aggression in certain spots. Just don't see anyone running away with it without something big happening in the form of a cooler.
Yeah, the blinds go up though, and you know, it's a little separation. We saw the King 10 suited get rifled in, so it's not. It still can always be one hand away. Although I agree, these guys want it and they're taking their time. And we saw Paul fold King Jack off when he was pretty short. Even when got shoved when he was heads up. I mean, it's hard, man. I'm telling you, when you get to a trophy, you just want to win it. You just don't want it to be over. Six, 2 10s, nothing to see here. Next hand.
People curious to know what we're doing, Jeff, when we're not talking. And yeah, lunges in the commentary booth. Told you Jeff was doing some yoga earlier on. Ali likes to pace the room up and down like the head teacher that would give you nightmares back in high school.
Yeah.
Whilst raving away about, you know, the Battle of Hastings and 1066 and the Spanish Armada and all that good stuff, you know. The stuff that's helped us get to where we are today.
Yeah, it's all relative, all relevant.
100%, man. I mean, I've used so many of the theorems from, you know, advanced maths and algebra.
Yeah.
Later in life.
Cow gets out of the way. And all right, now, all right, here we go. Separation again. Little separation. Cal might need a Red Bull refill. He thought that he could take it through on the last one, but he had a chance to win. Wasn't meant to be at that moment. Still going here. I do get it. I love seeing some of the players that are less familiar with short deck fire too. I like seeing guys kind of dabble. Like, you know, Adamo, he's chip leader almost every event. He takes down his Triton title. Like, what about, You know, he could flick in a little short deck, maybe give a little short deck action. You know, is he just resting and focusing for the no limit, or do you think we see him?
He's dissecting every hand, mate, with a fine comb. Like he's rewatching the stream. He's looking at. He's got Monka Solver up.
He's doing.
He's
work,
looking at all the spots.
He's not toying about with the short deck. One game mastery, which is, I think that's a good style to do it too.
I think it is until you get to a certain point, and then you see people like, you know, Linus Love, for example, Jason Kuhn, Phil Ivey. You know, a lot of these guys will get to a very high level, arguably the highest that they can in Hold'em, and then they'll start dabbling, you know, in the PLO streets and some of the other formats.
Victoria?
Look at Michael Watson, for example.
Check.
Richard with the second nuts, unfortunately for him. Rory with absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Picks it up. Plus 900,000 going his way. Two men that have dragged a lot of pots in their day. A lot of tournaments, a lot of stops. I think they've been to the majority. I mean, Richard, I'd imagine, has been to every one. His resume, you can take a look, and on there, see, if you click on the Triton Poker Plus app, you can actually click on a player, see the results, see the events they played. Not only that, but you can see the hands from the tournament. It gives you a hand by hand. It's like an online poker lobby for live, which is just, I mean, it's just overwhelmingly nice. That's what it is. And Richard Young, ace king suited, plays it coy. Hand is disguised, but yeah, surely not folding here. He's got the Broadway, the nut gut shot. He's got 2 overs, backdoor flush draw. And he is gonna call 275. He's behind. I'm sorry, he's not behind. He's way ahead. I'm sorry, there was no pair for Rui, so he is light years ahead. That's a scare card, you know. If you got ace king, I think how he played it though, he's still gonna stick through here, and he does do that. Let's see, a river. Not a ton of action rivers, I guess, other than like a jack of diamonds would come to mind. That would be a pretty ridiculous card. Oh, fairly action. I mean, you hit the ace king, you improve to top pair king kicker, and the king 8 makes the nuts.
Wow.
I'm sorry, well, other than quads? No. King 8 of diamonds here is the beats aces full.
How's your luck, Rui count? Starts blasting flop, picks up diamonds on the turn. Backdoor Bangkok.
Wow, on the river. Is that the river? Sick. Sick.
Well, well, well. Sometimes lucky, eh, Jeff?
That is, it depends where you look at it, from what perspective. Yes, luck has arrived for Rui there. There's the flush we've been talking about. We haven't really seen many, but that was the nut flush. Big hand, big swing.
Yeah, Rui count regains the chip lead. Event number 5 here in Madrid. And brought to you live from the Gran Via Triton Poker Series. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined by Jeff Gross in the commentary booth. Be calling the action all the way down to a winner, and then I believe we'll be jumping out for a brief break before returning for event number 6, the 50K 7 max. Already over 3 million in the prize pool over there.
Yeah, both players do a whole lot of nothing there. See, Richard this time taking advantage of the bet. The pro picks up the pot. They're going pound. It's literally, it's like 12, between 12 and 8, just 12 to 8 and then back to 10. Blinds should be, you know, they're going to start moving up as well. They will go up. We've had one all in so far, king 10 suited versus, oh, it was queens. It was king 10 suited to queens, right? Not jacks.
Yeah.
Queens.
King of diamonds on the turn, king 10 of spades.
Yeah.
Came jack, jack 7, rainbow. King of diamonds on a turn, and I believe it was an insignificant 8 of hearts on the river.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I remember stuff like that.
That is the run out here. We're seeing another board where both players share in the hold card. This king, not very spicy hands. The king 6 off, certainly not a great starting hand in short deck, although it's heads up.
And Jeff, this just out whilst we've been here in the booth. Rob Young putting out a tweet. Pretty incredible stuff. Saying, I don't know if you saw the dumb ace-ace error by me at the Triton series versus Chris Brewer in the 20k short deck. We said me and Chris have compensated the other 3 players ICM-wise out of our winnings. Said I'm cool, it's my fault, but Chris feels bad and has pledged 5% of his 100k to my charity.
Oh, wow.
That is pretty sick.
Wow.
Not gonna lie.
Very nice gesture.
They sorted everyone out ICM-wise, which would mean that Sir Watts probably ended up with the most of it all. GG's, man. Getting a lot of love over on social media. Fair play, mate. Fair play.
Yeah, just a unfortunate situation how it went down, and you know,
yeah,
we've seen this a couple times now this week. There's been, I don't know if you were in the booth with me or not, but there was in the first event, a player near the money bubble didn't see the raise in front of him and called the all-in with the ace-8 hearts, then had to put the rest of his stack against aces, ultimately costing him his tournament life short of the money. So it's so important, you know, there's a big difference between speed of play and take your time. You know, it's like you don't have to rush, not saying tank with unnecessary hands, but Rui Cow gonna go ahead and counterfeit Richard on the river. Turn 2 pair, and Richard, pretty unfortunate river card there. But yeah, that's, you know, I said take a moment, think about it, and look around. Take a moment. And Rob, obviously not a professional poker player, knows his way around the poker table, plays. You know, he's excited. He's at his second final table, and thinking about, you know, he gets peels aces and just kind of an unfortunate clip.
That's an amazing gesture, man. Yeah. I mean, that's everything that poker should be. So kudos to Rob Young and Chris Brewer. It's, I'm actually at a loss for words because there's zero need to do that, and it's great to see two people such as Rob and Chris making a gesture like that. Fair play.
Yeah, agreed. Very nice. Jack 6, Queen Jack suited. They would be absolutely nothing. Really, Jack 6 off. I think guys like the do 7 and hold them. It's just not a welcoming sight. All right, well, you're still sticking with your guy. You're sticking with the boss man here, or things have the chip stack keeps shifting. So currently, Rui Cow's got the advantage. 8-6 off, Ace Queen suited. Nothing to see there.
You need 15 minutes? Sure. You need 15 minutes?
All right, so it looks like Richard Young and Rui Cow are going to take a short break as this quite lengthy heads-up match. It's going the distance. Both players trading blows, both players exchanging the chip lead on, I want to say 3 occasions now, but Rui Cow back to almost where he started this heads-up match with a, well, just shy of a 2-1 chip lead. 64 antes, placed 38. And understandable, Jeff, that these guys are not interested in going anywhere. Quite the difference in pay jump between the two. But what are your thoughts on this heads-up match so far?
A lot. There's a lot of thoughts. Again, I keep saying it. There's going to be a two-time champion. This is a big deal. The money, big jump between first and second. These guys are playing some of the highest stakes cash games in the world. The money's great. They want the title, and the play just seems like you said it's going to take a cooler. But then again, we see the cooler, and there's just an absolute world-class laydown. He makes running Broadway, makes a call with ace-queen high, makes his hand, and basically calls the hand. And Richard also knows where they're at. These guys just know where they're at in the hands, and that is going to make it harder for it to happen. We did although see the all-in-ones, king 10 suited versus queens. Could have been over an hour ago, but it's not. Hasn't been the case. We're still playing.
Definitely, and I think Rui, after that red ball being brought to him by the waitress, has kind of come out of his shell a little bit. Seems to be attacking a lot more of the passive plays from Richard Young. Some of the smaller continuation bets he just seems to be going after a lot more. And now that he has that chip lead again, is he going to be able to continue to just slowly chip away and get it done and put Richard in a spot where he does have to take hands like king 10 and just put it in pre and then leaving it up to variance. So now that we're at that stage where Richard is hovering around like the 30 to 40 ante mark, it wouldn't surprise me that coming back from this break, Richard takes a stand with a similar holding and is forced to C5 for the title.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we did mention there will be a $50,000 event coverage that's already underway. Over $3 million in the prize pool. Some absolutely epic characters' names coming, and we've seen walking around. Some have played, some haven't, but this is starting to heat up the series, and we will be here, of course, for the duration. We are going to be covering every event. We're going to show you winners. We're going to have final tables each day. We're going to have new events starting, and it really is a treat to be able to see the whole cards from, not just the final table. You get to see the important junctures of the tournament, and it's fun. Like a short deck game, this is amazing to watch heads up, but it's also fun to watch the bubble play, the different stages of the tournament. What to you in short deck, what is the most exciting stage of a tournament?
I mean, for me, it's always around the bubble. I like seeing the different styles come out and to see who really wants it more. And again, it kind of goes back to, potentially deserving to win a tournament based on whether or not you're showing aggression and you're not scared of money. But the thing is, none of these players are scared of money. Nobody coming to the Triton series is, we've had our fair share of first timers, 17, 18 new faces, but a lot of these guys are used to playing high stakes and played in high pressure situations. But for me, I just always get pure joy out of seeing people really just drill it home around the bubble and just put in pressure, put people in the blender, as Brian Ross likes to say,
And the bubble, you never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates. We've heard that before. It just is, because we saw a snap. We saw a snap bubble. Two hit players, one hand on event one. Event two was a 2-hour bubble, and then depending who has the chips and what, it can really. They can lay the hammer or not. I think in this particular one, I was not here earlier for the coverage, but Brian Rast alluded to the fact that I think Rui Cao was at the other table, not the feature, but he was able to just kind of push, separate himself, and then at the feature it was a little bit tighter and not quite the case. So that is, I think, some of the more fun stages. And again, heads up now, when it's so tight, you don't get to see someone just lean. They're trying to jockey for position. They're trying to separate themselves. We haven't really seen but above the 12 million mark. I think it was like 12 to 8. It's been back and forth between that. But who do you give the nod to so far in heads up? Who's impressed you more?
Honestly, it's like, do you give more credit to the aggression of Rui, or do you give more credit to the way Richard Young has kind of approached Rui's aggression by limping in with some traps and just exploiting his image? Rui obviously maybe thinking that Richard's playing on the tight side, and Richard's got some creative bluffs through. So it's tough to say who to give more credit to, but I tell you who we can give credit to, Jeff. Michael Adamo, currently chip leader in that 50K.
It's
event number 6.
It's wild.
I was going to ask chat, who do you think's chip leader, but we obviously spoke about it just before we came to break. But over 61 entries in that bad boy, over 3 million in the prize pool, and it's none other than Michael out in front. So we're going to be jumping into that once heads up is done here. Be taking a short break and then getting into some 2-card no limit hold'em action. As I know, a lot of people in the chat have been kind of getting somewhat impatient with this heads up match. They want to see blood. They want to see the likes of Ike Haxton, Adamo, Ivy, our man Brian Rust out there, and all the big guns have showed up for this event. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Jeff, the feature table that we'll be having coming back from break after this this heads-up match is over and done with is going to be Stevie Chidwick, our boss man there with his new trophy. Paul Pua in the mix, 119 bigs. Artur Martirosyan, obviously Linus Love, as well as Tion Mulder, someone who I thoroughly enjoy watching both online and live, as well as Tom Vogelsang. So a pretty epic feature table to come back to once we have concluded here. And I believe, if I am not mistaken, Jeff, we're about to head back down to the floor and wrap this up, and we're going to have another champion.
Yeah, we're going to play to a winner. You guys are going to get to see it right now. There's a look at your two people there that can win it. There is Rui Cao and Richard Young. 64 annies, 38 annies. Not much separate them, but there is a slight separation for Rui at this point, and this could get going here. The blinds start increasing, and the annies gets condensed. That's just the nature of no limit hold'em and short deck. The blinds go up, the chips get tighter, and it just creates action. So
yeah,
if you want action, you're going to see it very soon here.
Yeah, Richard in that territory now where he is going to have to start taking the rejam spots. Can't really afford to, you know, continue to limp call, and allow Rui to realize his equity. So it wouldn't surprise me if, just like that, it's over and done with after this break.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I'll see
fine.
myself out. My head's hanging low.
Yeah. Well, you know, we're gonna get to see a winner here today, and it will happen in a relative quick instance. So let's take a look here at the first hand back from break. Players got to maybe splash a little water on their face, have a pep talk, find a coach, find a friend, find a Red Bull. They took 15 minutes. Who knows what they did, but they're back here, and it's likely gonna be. The annies are getting less, Henry. This just means there's going to be action.
Yeah, sometimes you need to step away from the table, just, you know, grab some refreshment, splash the face with some cool water. And just in case, Jeff, this is over just like that, I want to give a massive shout out to the over 2,500 viewers we have watching on YouTube and Twitch. Been keeping both myself, Henry Kilbane, and Jeff Gross company for this final table event number 5 here at the Gran Via in Madrid, kick-starting the return of the Triton Poker Series, if you will. And if you haven't already, go ahead, click that follow button on Twitch, or if you're watching over on YouTube, hit that subscribe button and make sure you like this video to ensure that we can continue to bring this coverage to you guys on a daily basis, even if I can get my words out.
Oh, look at this. King,
hello.
Queen, and Ace-10 suited. These are real hands, and if you know you're Richard, you got to look. It's just discipline. Doesn't even think much about it. He would have had a slight lead there, but I mean that's like 50-50, right?
Yeah.
That's literally. It's not quite like hold'em, and you know you start thinking about hands that your opponent has there, and you're not doing phenomenal against really much. Maybe he's got the Jack-10s once in a while, which we know even is still powerful. Did you see that fold Paul made versus Seidel? He folded King Jack off with like 14 or 15 blinds or something when he was jammed on. He just like got open jammed into.
Yeah.
That was, you know, that's like kind of, I think, shows
Hold'em, yeah,
how much they want to win. They just don't. They want it on their own terms instead
of
like calling off. And
you see that a lot. You see that in a lot of people wanting it on their own terms. I can get behind it.
Big hand heads up, Ace King versus King 7 now. Could have the best hand. He's got some backdoor clubs.
Apparently we're not allowed to say coin flip, otherwise Brian Rast will eat our souls.
He doesn't like that. He likes the small edges. Ooh. Interesting card for Richard. Really puts a lot of opportunities for him. And Rui Cao, just we've seen this time and time again, the no equity, just savagery. Just like takes blockers out of the... And Richard Young, ladies and gentlemen, there he is. Look at that semi-bluff. Ace high.
Bluff fail.
Shows a... What do you do against the bluffer? You re-bluff him. You just put it up in a big pickup for Richard. Nicely done. Nice semi-bluff hand, though. I mean,
the classic bluff re-bluff.
Yeah.
It's been happening since the start of time, since the game was invented.
Yeah, that was well done. Big pickup. Got 2 streets there from an air ball. And tighten it up again, but again, ante have shrunk. The total antes in play as the blinds do elevate, just like the buy-ins elevate here at Triton throughout the series. They are going to continue to increase. 50K is where we're at right now, though. Rebuy is starting to get expensive. You put in the 6-figure Euro Club to be removed and then to re-enter in a tournament, so the price of poker's gone up.
I was about to needle you about what the USD equivalent would be of that, but hey, you know. I promised I'd save that for at least a few more events.
A few more days later. All right. Take it easy on the US, man. That's been a strong currency for so long.
I mean, any bubbles? I'm not talking poker bubbles either. Yeah. Need to get your man Perkins on the phone. See what he's got his fiat locked up in, because I guarantee you it's not just sat in a random account, you know.
I mean,
he's got it locked up.
I think I mentioned he just bought that painting. Did you see that? The auction?
Smart move, yeah.
The best, my favorite line from that article, they say it was estimated at $200,000 painting. He paid $15 million, and 76 times the estimated value. And then afterward, when the woman said, "Do you think you might have overpaid or like paid?" He's like, he was just basically like, "I got the steal." He's like, "I got the deal of a century." You know, he's just such a legend. But I think he knows exactly what he's doing, and I think he did get a gem. And yeah, sometimes you don't want to leave your money in fiat. You know, you just gotta get a painting. And what you don't want to do is be top pair versus the missionary, top and bottom, ace-6. Look at the equity there, though. They're still going to chop a lot, enough, it looks like, and even now it's still 68%, but there are some cards where they would chop up here. And Rui extracting value, going for sizing. There are some scary situations. He could be in trouble, but Richard just going nowhere, huh? And they play fast.
They do,
really
yeah.
play
These boys
fast.
have been bringing
that.
the heat thick and fast for sure. Richard going to need a 9 to win it.
Wow. And the board is dynamic, dicey.
Check.
And ace-6 going to be super thrilled to take that home after that run out, because it's not looking so hot anymore, although he does get it done. And Richard all of a sudden down to around 6, so there's our first real kind of, I mean, they've separated a few times, but this is a little more than separate. This is sort of healthily into the lead.
Can't get over this gesture from Rob Young and Chris Brewer. Fair play, chaps.
So what? So Chris donated 5% of his.
No. So Chris was supposed to go out, right?
Yeah.
Let this hand play out first. Oh, okay, it's not going to. Chris was meant to be out in 6th, and only earning around like 100K.
Yep.
So they've compensated the other 3 players based on ICM out of their winnings, and then Chris has then continued to pledge a further 5K of his actual winnings.
Wait, he's taking, like, he's basically saying he should have he took the money, the additional to 6th?
They've I don't know the ins and outs of how they've done it, but basically what Rob said is Chris and I have compensated the other 3 players ICM-wise out of our winnings. And I just think this is an incredible gesture from both of them, and it just shines a great light on Triton, you know, just like the type of players that are coming up here.
Yeah, we.
I mean, I'm looking for the 3rd mic. Like, the guy's just hopped off a 27-hour flight. Nanonoko in the building, boys and girls.
Wow, that's what a treat. What a treat. He's looking. I think he was eyeing up the 50K, and now he found his way over to the booth. One of the two. He's here. We'll be seeing a lot of Randy this week, and very, very long trip. And surprised he didn't just crash at home. But
I'm going to ask him whilst he's here, Randy, real quick. What are the chances of you doing commentary today on a scale of 1 to 10? Like, be honest. 100%. Wow. He's jumping in, boys and girls. No sleep. Straight off the plane into the booth when we get back for the 50K.
He's got to be careful. These chairs are comfortable. You can fall asleep, especially
we
after
know
a
all
long
about
flight.
that.
King 9, Queen 9. And Randy Liu, Nan-O-Noko. What a moniker. I remember I was there at the PCA when Randy set the world record, the Guinness. He was doing on stage. They had him play like 40 or something tables for an hour, or however long it was, and he had to show a profit. But like, that's when I was like, wow, you know, that was. I mean, can you imagine playing like 42 six-max tables
40
and have
tables.
to show a profit? If you go, I forget, it's something like that, insane. But respect to the man, the myth. Family man now has a young child also, and long journey over to make it here to join us, and exciting time. Exciting. We got guys coming in. We got guys going into play. We got keeping you guys on your toes out there.
Yeah, we got a great rotation of.
Ooh. King, Queen.
Yeah, Richard can't keep folding with the ante being this big now. There we go.
Wow.
Easy call.
Rui says, all right, let's run it. Slight favorite. Rui's got a chance to end it here, though. And Richard would regain the chip lead if his slight edge can hold. It's an edge, though, a 54-45. King Queen just seems powerful in this game. I know if I get into a short deck tournament, I'm going to play King Queen hard. And that is
that's a great flop for Richard.
Quite a flop because 10 is no good. That would make him the Broadway. So he needs a 9 and a 9 only. I'm surprised. Why is he only 73%? This is actually a bad card for Yang because now a 9 is back alive.
10, Jack.
9, 10, or Jack. He knows what it is. 2-1 favorite.
9, 10.
Wow.
Wow, what?
Wow. Wow, wow,
what
wow.
an insane run out.
That is quite a peculiar run out there.
For real? God, Richard Young flops Jin, reduces Rui Cao's outs from 6 to 3. And the miraculous running boat on board. Well,
yeah, that's a huge moment there. Would have put Richard into the lead, and you know, we saw Rui just jam the 10-9. So we're getting to that stage where there is going to be a few more aggressive maneuvers. Richard ultimately did make the right call. King 8, Queen 8. Both players going to hit that flop, taking mid pair. Rui likes to bet with nothing, so he's going to bet with something. And Richard gives it up. Had the best of it. Not easy hand to hold on to there without improving himself.
Yeah, not long now, boys and girls. Richard Young down to just 25 antes. Less than 100 in play. Cao has chipped away. King 6 not going to cut it. Neither is King 8. I feel like there's been a few occasions in the last 30 minutes or so where it could have found its way in the middle. Yeah, Richard again, still flopping the smallest of pieces, but very aware that it's going to be difficult to get that to showdown over the next 2 streets, especially if he faces any heat from Rui.
Yeah, Rui Cal can kind of starting to sense the situation of it getting close now where he's going to have some more just sort of open jams on Richard. And also if he saw that Richard's tanking, you know, the king-queen doesn't want to necessarily call, he folded ace-10 suit. Of course, different time of the tournament, right? Different stack sizes. So Richard's going to be pretty aware of what he's supposed to call with and not. And he's getting a little more, I don't want to say desperate, but it's more, he can't, he's got to get in there. He can't be getting too much shorter if he wants to give himself the best opportunity to win. And of course, he did just get in good and would have had the chip lead if it wasn't for that jack on the river to chop everything up.
Six.
Eight.
And interesting that Rui didn't bet there in position with that hand that's vulnerable, and he's bet so often with absolutely nothing, and that hand's so vulnerable. I would think he'd put a little bet out there. So, you know, he's mixing it up.
Go on, mix it up at these stakes, Jeff.
Yeah, this is keeping people guessing, and they are guessing, is this going to end sooner or later? This has been a battle. This has been a heads-up battle. Going to join the elusive two-time Triton Club. Can't be that many people that have won two. And there we go, an all-in 9-7 suit. He said that's his favorite hand.
Pocket 10. This one cannot.
Wow, he just
I wanted you to call. If I win, I got my favorite hand on the.
That's right. He said
it's true. Yeah.
Call 10-10 call.
He said it. 9-7 his favorite hand.
Every 10 queen, 10 king.
A10.
Every 10
queen.
Not 9. Jack and up you can call. And 10 of course. 推热了很短的马了，30个嘛，但是没有死钱，也没有，还是稍微紧一点，没有死钱。
Wow, I mean, respect the man who wants to win a tournament with his favorite hand, you know. Could have limp, but it's not a crazy shove.
He wants the winner's pick, yeah, with the old 9-7. Favorite hand. It's crazy how they're just getting dealt bottom of range, and it feels like they have been for the last 2 hours. Just taking a look at the top 5 chip counts over in event number 6, that 50k. Michael Diamond still out in front, closely followed by Ike Haxton, Henrik Hecklin in 3rd, Nicky P in 4th, Michael Sauzer in 5th, rounding out the top 5, but almost there. Phil Ivey in 6th.
Where's Rast? More? Is he in the mix? He had 300k.
Brian Ross in 19th, way above average. Love to see it. I say way above average. It's more than average.
Yeah.
So we will be bringing you that coverage once this event is over and done with. And as Jeff alluded to already, we will have a new 2-time Triton Series champion. Will it be Richard Young or Rui Cao? And Richard must be getting. There we go.
Right,
gamble,
let's go
Jeff.
for it.
Wow.
Let's see, has 46% equity.
Yeah.
10-8. You should go all in first if you want to gamble.
But never mind lah. You also call the same.
Rui Cao clearly didn't get the memo.
Bad hand, you win for free, you know.
No coaching at the table.
Yeah, Rui giving him a little something there, but
yeah, 3 alphas to the boss man. Why
as
not?
it starts,
Ooh, wow.
quite a flop. And Richard has now actually jumped in the lead, although it wouldn't necessarily seem that big of a lead, but it is. He's got a lot going on there. And now he's got less happening because there is flip-flop. He is now a 29% chancer. This is over. This could be your champion. One card to come. Can Rui Cao win his second Triton title?
Also know you.
Boom.
He does,
Did it.
Jeff.
Everyone with something, but Rui with more takes it down. What a match.
Well, Rui Cao felt like from six-handed was going after it, Jeff, from the get-go, this final table. And Richard Young coming second. So GG's in the chat for both Richard and obviously our new two-time Triton Series champion Rui Cao. What a heads-up match, Jeff.
Yeah, both players put their heart and soul into it. You could just see how bad they wanted it. They both wanted to win, but Richard, what a resume, what a record, and we're going to see more of him. And
oh yeah,
you know, just pads his earnings to another almost what 300. There it is, 357,000 euros going his way. So this is quite a look at the names. I mean, this is what it's about. We're going to get to see more of that. The 50K coming up. We're going to see, as you saw, the feature table, some super firepower, and this was a firepower heads up. So we are going to be checking in with the winner, Rui Cao, here with Ali Nejad. He has got him fresh off his win. Let's take a listen.
Here with your Event 5 champion, a man who now has over $8 million in career Triton earnings, his second title in short deck, none other than Rui Cao. First and foremost, Rui, congratulations. What an epic heads-up match. Talk to me about this final table. Your stack was all over the place, it seemed. Short, then in the lead, and you maintained that aggressive style throughout. What was it like out there?
Just regular short deck aggression and a little bit of luck. And here's the result.
You're missing the word skill, I think, somewhere in there. Talk to me about why it is that you seem to have an affinity for short deck. Obviously, your second title coming also in short deck. Do you have a strong preference for it over long deck, and what do you like about the game?
Yeah, I think I'm better in short deck than in long deck. And I think it's my personality. And I'm pretty aggressive, and I think it's better in short deck.
Yeah, certainly serves you pretty well thus far here on the Triton Tour. Talk to me about the tour in particular. You've been such a supporter since back in 2018 when you've been coming out. Doesn't seem like you ever want to miss a stop. Is it just the high stakes? Is it the people that are here? What is it that keeps you coming back?
Mostly the people. Organization is very, very good. And every time it's a nice casino, nice place, nice hotel. So I'll be a supporter for a long time.
Looking at your Hendon Mob, your very first ever career recorded cash was in the $10,000 main event of the World Series of Poker. I don't think there are too many people who can say that on their resume. What are your plans moving forward beyond the borders of Triton and poker?
I don't play much poker anymore, and mostly for fun now, so we'll see.
All right, well, hopefully you won't say goodbye to us, and we'll see you here at the very next Triton stop. In the meantime, again, congratulations, Rui Cao. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
I mean, what are you going to say? The guy gets his second title. I don't know if I'm buying this, Henry, though. These guys are so tough these days. He says, I barely play. I'm not playing poker, but we see some unbelievable aptitude for the game. And Paul Poix, Richard Young, these guys just keep getting there, keep delivering big scores, big results. Are you onto this? Are you onto that? Do you believe in this businessman talk, or do you think, are they just super pros now?
It's all image building, Jeff. Come on, we've been speaking about it all week. They're all at it. They're all pretending, you know, Rob Young, Rui Cao now, all of these guys claim to only be here for a vacation or a few days, but yet they keep running deep. They keep taking on people like Jason Kuhn, Tom Dwan, all these big names. And look, man, if I can get to that level of playing the game as a recreational, then, you know, I'll be pretty happy.
For sure. Well, I got to say, this is just the beginning of, well, we're getting towards the midway point, but there's a lot of high-stakes action. Today there's a 50K we're going to be picking up. Also, Henry Kilbane, you're going to be taking a break. I'm going to be sticking around. We got our man Randy Nano Noko Lou coming in. You guys know who that is. He's around.
He's already here.
He's going to have a little Red Bull. We'll get him fresh off his flight and in here, and we will see you guys after the break. We'll be joining you in about 10 minutes, so please enjoy the highlights, and we'll be seeing you very soon.
See you guys later.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.